Welcome, everybody, to the Onward VR Master League Season 13 World Quarterfinals. My name is NightFiree with 2 E's. I'm joined by my co-caster, Jamie, for an exciting, hyped-up NA-EU battle today, Jamie. And I mean, how fitting that we have an NA and EU broadcaster on the line today. Are we going to be battling against each other on the desk?
I believe so, you know, we know what this battle means, really, don't we? This is like an unofficial button cup.
Yeah, I mean, it brings us back to the days of, you know, having those cross-platform, those cross-region battles and really getting hyped up about who is going to come out on top, NA or EU. And this is our first NA-EU battle. We had an EU-OCE battle earlier this afternoon, or evening, day, or whatever, wherever you're at. And today we are getting ready to jump into Imperial versus Dark Tidings. Again, two teams at the top of their regions. Imperial ranked 3, if we're gonna look at the worldwide ladder, Jamie, just to give us some perspective. Ranked 3 worldwide, Dark Tidings ranked 8th. But they are, you know, within close proximity. There's so many teams, you know, obviously within that top 10 worldwide. And so it's super exciting to see. These teams have fought so hard to get here. I mean, it has been a long road for these teams, Jamie. They have fought through 15 weeks of regular season play to get their ranking, to advance up into that regional qualifier, where they then had to battle against the best of the best within their region. We had 3 qualifiers come out from each region, 2 from OCE, giving us a total of 8 world finalists to battle it out for 1 champion at the end of, well, I guess beginning of next month. 2 more weekends of high intense Onward action to be looking forward to. And today is a whole day of Onward, Jamie. We have a lot of games to look forward to, but I can't even I can't even start looking forward to there, because we do have to dive in to the game that we're going to be jumping into today, Jamie. And it is it's about to be starting, so we got to look at our bans. We have Snow Peak coming in from Imperial and Suburbia from Dark Tidings. What are we seeing on this ban phase? Obviously, a best of 5 changes things a little bit too.
Oh, that it definitely does. You know, the first three maps, it's going to count for quite a lot. If a team can take those first 3 maps, then we won't see those last 2, and then they are straight through to the semi-finals. So yeah, it is a really tough challenge, and I think the picks also are super important. You know, do you get rid of your best maps first, or do you save them for last? And as teams are picking them, that map pool, it just dwindles down, doesn't it? So you could be stuck with something that you're really not prepared for in the last map. So the best of 5 format, fantastic. And from a ban perspective, with the Snow Peak ban, I think the Imperial potentially done their homework on Dark Tidings. We caught them playing Siren Snails in the round robins last week, and they were astounding on that map. So this ban definitely is going to be based on that. And the Suburbia ban, again, it's a map that Imperial are strong on. They've got some very fast players, and Dark Tidings clearly don't want to take them on that. So taking that off the card certainly should give them a bit of a bolster. And yeah, so it's going to be a great game. This is these 2 different play styles coming in. Dark Tidings know how to deal with fast plays. They know what they're doing on those corners, and they provide each other good cover. So an Imperial fast play is going to be able to pick people off. So Dark Tidings really got to watch out today.
It is our first foray into the NA-EU battles. We have another one after this later in the evening, and then a final matchup with an NA-OCE battle. And that will be live on Horizon Venues and twitch.tv/VR Master League. But we have rounds to get into now, Jamie, as round 1 kicks off on Quarantine. Dark Tidings on the attack to start things off. Imperial on the defense. Our first objective, taking us over to the east side of the map. It does kind of open things up for a bit of a slow start, to be honest, because it does take some time to get up to this objective. You do have to work typically through the south and north, and then oftentimes players will pinch in towards that objective, maybe send 1 up through the middle, but I'm not seeing any quick pushes there up through the center right now. And so we are going to again have this pause, maybe within even the first couple of minutes, before we really see much action here. We'll do our best to keep our eyes peeled across the battlefield, because there is also that advancement north, Jamie, but ultimately, again, yeah, it's going to be a little bit before I think we run into anything here.
That it potentially will be, you know, this objective, like you say, it's so far away. Marsoc have so much ground that they've got to be covering, and there's just so many angles that they've really got to be watching out for. And this northern push coming in from William Dunce here, it's a bit of a deadly one. You've got the cross from the motel. If there isn't, if Volk are watching this cross, you're more than likely going to get picked off. You need some smokes. And you need the distraction as well in the south, and that's where that teamwork does come out. Well, we're going to see a nade coming out from William Dunce, just checking that corner. Got to make sure nobody's sitting on that angle, and that should have given the sound cue to Imperial to check this north. But at the moment, they're just staying so patient and just kind of waiting, probably trying to ascertain exactly where the remaining, or well, the other attackers are going to be coming from. And yeah, it's at the moment it is kind of quiet on the western front. Like I say, the teams are just peeking and just trying to check it what they can.
Can't take a look at that defensive setup. We got Mikey and Siegmeyer inside the hotel room, ready and waiting. Sieg is not risking peeking this north side. We did see Mikey's laser kind of scan out their window, but they aren't risking peeking out here, and instead, if anything, holding some very late angles, waiting for that push where William would advance up into the cargo crates. But that doesn't, I mean, that ends up opening the north to a big gap in coverage. So there is a potential swing to go all the way around the north side and push in on this team. And meanwhile, we have Phantom in the center, Leo in the bottom holding up through the middle defense, and Special Ops here over in the south with a pretty stacked Dark Tidings push here up through the south. It'll be interesting to see if they can get rid of Spec Ops. Spec Ops' position is very powerful once they do challenge from that third story, and you can see Crazy Dave does have their eyes on that building in particular. They're very wary of the threat that Spec Ops has in that three-story building.
Yeah, it is. It's just such a powerful spot, and what I'm liking looking at this team pushing up in the south, Shoot This is periodically checking behind Crazy Dave while he's checking out three-story, and there it is. There's the first pick. Care Bear taking down Leo in the basement. That's going to be a crucial pick. You don't want to be getting somebody going straight through this basement and being on the objective. That is where the confusion and the distractions certainly start. And with the attack coming in from the south, I feel like in the next 10 seconds we could see this starting to come to a head. And that kind of pincer movement that they're setting themselves up for will work pretty effectively.
Phantom comes alive up through the middle, finds their first kill for Imperial, takes us into a 4v4, and you can now see that with Phantom's eyes here, that cross is going to be challenging. Spec Ops also is now peeking, still actually holding up through the center, and they actually have to because they don't have, in particular, a strong middle coverage here. Levelot can push in from that basement side, end up approaching that objective up against the wall, and so Spec Ops does have to watch for this. They are in particular watching again down in that basement spot and watching up through the middle, and so it's a team effort, right? Phantom's watching the south while Spec Ops is actually watching Phantom center. It's a bit of kind of an exchange, those cross angles that you're looking for where you can maintain your cover. I wonder if Levelot's going to be wary of this angle here. You can see, does Spec Ops see the movement? Yes, the shots come in, and oh, what a great snap from Levelot to find the shot. Suppressive fire coming from Siegmeyer over the top. On objective, defense is down. Levelot's crashing into the objective, and the tablet's out. Our Dark Titan's going to kick things off with a cap. Siegmeyer and Mikey are trying to crash in to defend. Is any utility going to come from them? Flashbangs can deter a cap if they come in time. Levelot's taking almost too long to cap, but Dark Tidings fly up through the center and open up this series with a cap and a 2-0 lead.
Wow. That's, yeah, I mean, we saw the first game earlier on, no fun intended, opened up theirs with a cap as well, and that's where the momentum certainly started, and that's where the opposing team really needs to start challenging. So this is it's going to definitely have an effect, but that just goes to show this objective, you've really got to be paying attention, and that teamwork is so important. Unfortunate that Spec Ops didn't get that shot onto Lovelot, as obviously that would have definitely stopped it, but a fantastic snapshot straight onto his position there. That's got to be one of the quickest shots I've seen.
And I'm now looking at chat, and it seems that the bets are on you if we do have to go into a battle. That's an NA-EU battle, Jamie, and I don't know if I take too kindly to that. I can still shoot in Onward, okay? I still got the 1,000-hour muscle memory, all right? You don't got to worry about my skill sets. Where's my NA support in chat, people. Come on, let's go. I'll have more of that later in the afternoon, and I'll definitely leverage that against you then, Jamie, so watch out. But, yeah, we are certainly off to the races here. Dark Tidings opening things up with a big 2-0 cap, and I heard Siegmeyer on Imperial when that cap came in, and they were still alive. I heard him saying, okay, like, this is it, like we have to lock in right now, and we're gonna have to bounce. At least I interpret that. You can interpret it however you want. Okay is one word, but I kind of read into that as, all right, now it's our turn to we gotta lock in and try and do something ourselves. Let's see what Imperial can do as we do dive into it, Jamie. Round number 2 of map 1, and we are certainly off to the races.
That we are. It's great to see this coming out this early on, these plays, and hopefully teams don't peak early on. This is going to be a long match, best of 5 format. If we keep going on these maps, then yeah, it's going to be a long one. So hopefully, like I say, they don't peak and just maintain that, just maintain the confidence that it's certainly showing. But anything can happen. It's the second round now. We've got a very similar spawn for Imperial, and they're scanning the south road as best they can to make sure that nobody has tried to make that cross. But obviously, because they spawned in the north, they won't be able to see the positioning. And it does seem like we've got a very similar defense coming out by Dark Tidings, but the position I'm liking the most of is that one by Lovelot, who has this nice angle all the way from the middle, going to be able to challenge anyone trying to get on that south, and this is going to be putting a stop to any early aggression from Imperial. They know now that they have to take out Lovelot, and I just get concerned, what time will they use to take him out? Will it dwindle down to the point where he's done his bit and they've only got a minute left to cap, or get on the objective? It's a very powerful spot, this is.
Yeah, I could see Spec Ops trying to look in. If they had maybe just held that angle a little longer, they would have found Lovelot rotating into the other side of this gap. But either way, Leo has taken up the tight corner, and they can't quite catch Lovelot on that little gap in the wall. The call-out comes in that there's Tank Courtyard here, and so I imagine we will see Spec Ops rotating back up to the rooftop and trying to find an angle down into this courtyard onto Lovelot, who does now catch also Siegmeyer trying to rotate in from the south. Shots connecting there. Leo almost getting picked up as they rotate in. And again, that wall is doing a lot of work for Lovelot. Spec Ops can't look over it. A utility toss maybe would be warranted, but not going to connect. And Leo can't find the kills either through the gap. And so, yeah, you're right. Lovelot really being a powerful threat here.
That he is. Leo really cannot move from this mid burning at the moment. We can see the push coming in from the north. It was Spec Ops and Nope Not Mikey trying to get around there. They're going to get around Lovelot, but they still got that huge open angle to cross. And without the backup from the south or the center, then the defense can just loop to the north and wait, basically. So Leo really needs to get Lovelot here if Imperial are going to have any chance of being able to get close to this objective.
Even then, if Lovelot does get tagged, Leo will have to work through 2 on-objective defenders who are set up and waiting for that push up through the middle, so have to see how it all works out. 3 minutes left, 3:15 on the clock. Those maybe tuning in that don't know, once that ticks down, it means the defensive team wins, and so Imperial are going to have to push eventually. There's the rotation coming in on the north side, and we see multiple Dark Tidings defenders opening up, connecting onto Imperial, and it does leave just Leo and Spec Ops alive. Leo up through the middle, and Spec Ops trying to deal with this defense here in the north. Not quite that far where William and the rest of the team are looking, but
it does seem like Leo is getting a little bit brave, though, in the middle as well, just trying to see if there's any open angle where he can get close to Lovelot and hopefully just get a shot onto him, but it's going to be a very tough one. It's a powerful spot, this is. That wall is just the right height, and I don't know if he'll see the movements. Oh, a couple of shots coming out there. Lovelot does survive by the skin of his teeth, and he's done exactly what he needed to do in this position, and just stopping that push coming in and not allowing the defense to get split there. It has been really good, but we are seeing the north now coming in. Spec Ops trying to also help out by the looks of it, just to see if he can get rid of Lovelot there, but the time is just dwindling down. 1 minute 50 remaining. If they're going to get rid of him and push up, it's got to happen in the next 20 seconds. Otherwise, they won't have the time needed to be able to fully secure the objective area.
Yeah, now Leo's getting hit from shoot this at a distance. Levelot does finally connect on to Leo there. That's going to leave Special Ops alone. They might try and rotate back here. This might work if they can flash Levelot. Push them up through middle. Is anyone really watching? A smoke comes in to block vision. I think they're going to be too late off the flash, though. And yes, they are. Levelot is able to see as soon as Spec Ops peeks the corner, and what almost was a good effort there. That could have been the kill there. Pushed up to the middle, get over to Rebel, get your res, turn it into a 2v4 with the middle part of that defense weak. You can then take control of the tunnel. Options open up in front of you, so I understand the play there. Couldn't quite come through, though, and now Dark Tidings have a powerful opening here, a powerful start to their map number 1. 3-0 out the gate here. It is certainly looking good for this Dark Tidings team, at least on Quarantine. Again, we have a lot of maps potentially ahead of us in this best of 5 series, and so, you know, we could be seeing that variety in terms of cargo and tanker and downfall being on the table still. Subway, a popular choice that we've seen scooped up. Obviously, Snow Peak and Suburbia banned, but there is still quite a bounty of options ahead of us, Jamie, and I wonder if maybe switching up the pacing will be what Imperial will need, or maybe they just need to refocus here and try and get around on Quarantine.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, even if a team does go 3 on up in the beginning, with the objective change and the shift in how the playstyle will go, you can see a team come back at any kind of deficit, really. So it's all still to play for at this point. It's just doing so well. I mean, Levelot, 7 kills, 1 death. At the moment, it just seems like it's him versus Imperial. I mean, the backup coming in from the team, obviously doing the distractions, really helping out. But Levelot at the moment, he's just really excelling. It's great to see, but that's what we expect in the semi-finals. It is the best of the best going against each other.
Indeed, it is. Looking forward to the battle here this afternoon. So far, the NA looking good in the NA-EU battle, but we'll have to see if that does continue as we get into round number 3. Again, we had a cap to kick things off, a round win. Dark Tidings certainly running away with Quarantine, but anything, I mean, especially at this level, these teams certainly able to bounce back from something like this. So curious to see how Imperial's set up, if it's going to be maybe throwing some additional aggression out there, or if it's just going to be standard meta tucked in defensive positions. I feel like that's probably the better route to go here, obviously, with your backs against the wall. Taking risks is, you really got to be confident in yourselves, and I don't imagine there's much confidence with only 2 kills on the board right now for Imperial.
Yeah, and kind of knowing how Dark Tidings are taking this at the moment, they're doing those slow, methodical plays, they're checking everything, and they are backing each other up a lot. So I can't see a flank really working against this team on this map at the moment. But you never know. When the distractions come in and some of that sweet, sweet onward timing, a push could come in. It's very tough. And we are seeing a bit of a kind of standard defense, really. 1 on the objective, 2 off in the south, 2 in the north. Obviously, it didn't go too well for them in the first objective, where the cap did come out. So one can only ask, is this like the kind of rehearsed play? Are they just sticking to what they know and then going to push through on that?
Right.
Or are we going to see any kind of adjustments to how they play?
Seems like a pretty standard meta defensive setup here. The variety, I think, will be coming in from Dark Tidings on the offense, and I'm curious to see what that ends up looking like. And so for now, it is just a matter of ticking down the time, setting up, and like you said, they're really taking their time to clear all these angles. You know, there's 6.5 minutes on the clock. You don't need to rush. Some players like to push out early and apply that pressure early on teams to kind of catch them off guard, but Dark Tidings are clearly it's kind of interesting, almost sticking to an EU style of gameplay, where they are playing that reserved waiting down the clock until that likely 2-minute push comes through. But Siegmeyer does at least catch that middle push coming in, and it's a nice opening for Imperial. It's exactly what they need, as they are definitely, again, backs against the wall. And I don't know if that's a sigh of relief, a sigh of stress, but I hear a sigh from Siegmeyer after finding that kill.
I mean, if he knew who he had picked off, though, I think it'd be a little bit less of a sigh there.
Yeah.
But this just opens up the play now for Dark Tidings. All the players in there to start doing what they are doing, but it is going to be a crucial pick, really. That central push from the tank is pretty much covered. So Siegmeyer going to be the one that they want to try and take out. But with Nope Not Mikey also being in the hospital in the same position, you're going to get those refrags potentially, or at least you've just got that double coverage. So I do like the style of defense that's coming in at the moment. It's just the kind of off-play defense. It's where I would be a little bit concerned, but I'm not playing, so.
Yes, indeed. It's always good to have that perspective coming through, though, so we'll see if... Yeah, shoot, this does catch Leo up through the middle as they do start to rotate in from the west. We also have to keep eyes on the south side as William Dunce has managed to make it past Nope Not Mikey's line of sight. And it opens up Siegmeyer's back to William Dunce rotating in. Phantom does catch a kill over in the west. That's certainly a nice start. And there's the kill coming in on the south side on the back from William Dunce. Mikey's going to push up to the rooftop where they are safe from anyone on that bottom floor, but kills are coming in across the map here, and Dark Tidings are at least battling back a little bit, although they are down 3 and Mikey is still here. I don't know that William Dunce will necessarily be ready for Mikey's position.
No, usually you would be anticipating potentially another defender in the gas station if you've taken one out on the hospital. And with Nope Not Mikey not really moving around, I don't think he's actually really fired his weapon either. So William Dunce at the moment is just going to not really be anticipating that, and could find himself getting picked off in the back if Mikey peeks that. Otherwise, if he can get around through the gas station without Mikey realizing that, then again, we could see another cap opportunity. There's just so many places, or so many ways of playing against the defense. It's what route do you
we
take?
Gotta go jump over to Special Ops and shoot this, who are battling on the corners here. Special Ops, they both hurt each other on this side, and now they're literally a wall apart as Special Ops is concerned that there's maybe a push coming on the outside. They both swing, and Spec Ops does go down. Phantom is able to rotate around and get the res, but on that rotation, Dave might find the kill. Ooh, they almost do. They're going to apply the pressure up through the window. They're going to try and get into a position where they can catch this reser off guard. Phantom, are they going to be ready for the corner peek? They're not. A nice push from Crazy Dave, pushing off of that down, recognizing the opportunity, and now Spec Ops has to try and pick up Dave. Or otherwise, again, this could be a 2v2, and that cap opportunity could become present.
Yeah, that's the danger when it does come down to going for those revives. You're giving up the opportunity to catch an attacker or something as they're moving around, and then they get the opportunity to hold down. But no, not Mikey, watching the west, able to take down Crazy Dave. Is only down to the callouts. Will come out, but William does on the objective. Oh! Goes down to Leo. A much better defense from Imperial there. Seems like they really locked that down, and we're watching those kind of long-range angles and just picking off Marsoc as they're going through those openings. So much better, and hopefully that's built up that momentum now going into the next few rounds.
Indeed, indeed. We're off to the races with the NAEU matchup here in the World Quarterfinals of Season 13. It, again, has been a long road for these teams of 15 weeks of regular season gameplay. 15 weeks to hone their skill. 15 weeks for Level-Lots to go with the cap, and 7-2 on the scoreline so far for Dark Tidings. They are absolutely playing out of their mind on Quarantine right now.
Yeah, this is certainly their kind of map. I mean, we can take a quick look at the amount of times they played us. 11 times, and they've won it 8, Dark Tidings. So, you know, they are definitely no strangers to their site. I think Imperial were home today, so potentially they have picked a side on this one. So that's it. It's an interesting way of doing things as well, just to start things out with. The best of 5 format, you know, let's see how the team are going to play, and see if we can open up things with a bulk win. So we will see, I guess, how that goes on now. But like I said earlier, you know, even at a deficit, teams have bought it back. You can get those 4 unanswered points a cap. Anything can really happen. So we still got to see how these next few rounds go.
Like I said, that's Imperial maybe coming alive. It's a team that will not give up easily, will not give in easily. And as we do go into our next round, we'll see if they can do what you're talking about here. They are going to get that quicker spawn up in the north, so they will be able to challenge any defense that does try and push up to the north rooftop. It's why you did see that defensive setup from Dark Tidings was inside the building there on the west, and looking like William Dunstan and Funshine are at least pushing up here into the north side. Not too far, though. They're going to tuck into the north courtyard. And with this spawn, it does leave open an opportunity where Spec Ops could maybe push up onto that roof and find a kill down onto both Will and Funshine. I think Will is in between the barrels, though, so they won't be detected. We got to zip over to the west side as Leo and Crazy Dave may run into each other. Dave's flying in. A very aggressive push from Dark Tidings. They recognize the potential. I don't know what happened there. Dave almost maybe hearing something and took a pause and then tried to back up, but Leo does challenge the corner and finds the kill. A nice frag on Phantom Operator as they try and cross over in the east side, and there's the north pressure coming in. Mikey just tags, doesn't down that player, and so it is going to be a healable rotation there as Funshine does drop back, heals themselves, and tucks in on the defense. Spec Ops has to worry about the opposite side there. Shoot this, almost connects. Special Ops does tuck back in behind those AC vents, and it's a battle of the rooftops. There's a trade up through the west side. Mikey and actually Funshine go down. Levelot's going for the res. William goes down to the center. The res comes through, so it's into a 3v3. We are off to the races here in this battle. Everyone connecting here. Shoot this. Rotates back in from the south off of that 3-story, and they're going to come back into the objective space. And this is smart because they're reinforcing their on-objective defense, anticipating Imperial will be looking for a push and a cap attempt.
Yeah, very good attack really coming in from Imperial at the moment, doing so well to just scan the area and get those picks, and picking off Volk when they're making those rotations. You're really punishing them for those mistakes. If William had been able to just stay in his position there, then potentially he would still be in there to be able to challenge the Morsock side to just stop them making any more ground gains. But obviously he has gone down, so we have got Funshine, close to the objective, near the nose of the plane there, just holding that north road and anticipating any crosses to be coming in. It's but at the moment Imperial really need to kind of get together now and just get this attack more on the ball, and you know, getting in closer and seeing what other positions they can identify. As this defense at the moment, they are so tight on the objective. It's going to be a tough one to push in on.
Yeah, I wonder what Imperial's utility options are like. Shoot this, almost gets tagged up to the window there as they do take control of this building here. Now Siegmeyer could be a threat over the plane, but they're not going to end up peeking up and over there. And I wonder where this push is going to come from. There's a good start for the opening up through the middle there, as Levelot does find bullets to the head. Leo opens up that opportunity. Spec Ops tries to push in. They tag Shoot This. Funshine swings around the edge. They're going to keep things alive. Shoot This is down on objective, and it's going to end up coming in on the kills as Leo finds the final one. Funshine goes down, and Imperial hang on and continue to battle.
That they do those two unanswered points. The change in the objective certainly has its effect. You know, it's definitely going to be objectives you're a lot more comfortable with than others. And I think spawns as well are so important when it comes to this game. Having that north spawn already basically being on the objective and just able to get into positions to be able to pick Volk off whilst they're going into their defensive spots. It's a very powerful thing to be able to do. So there's so many variables when it does come into the game of Onward, really, that you've got to consider. And Imperial doing so well to just hold down and stay calm and just get those picks.
And you want to talk about variables, Quarantine has the most of them. It is the most objective spawns on any map in the game, as far as I know, with I think over 13 potential objective spawns. And obviously in a best of 5, which is what we play out in these rounds. I guess first of 4, excuse me, so best of 7 is what we play out in these rounds. You can only play a total of 7 potential, or no, excuse me, 4 potential objectives. And so that means that you really don't know what you're going to be defending and attacking on, especially on Quarantine. On other maps, there is only 5 objective spawns, and so you can kind of determine, like, okay, well, we're not going to, maybe we won't get this objective, or this spawn or this spawn, and so you can anticipate, where you're going to need to be defending. You can have proper defensive plans for those objectives, whereas Quarantine, it really is a test of a team. It really is a test of your playbook. How many defensive plays, how many attacks do you have for what is a smorgasbord of objectives on Quarantine? And we'll see if Dark Tidings have an attack plan for this one. An objective swapped over inside the down plane, and Imperial on the defense to try and hang on to take this 3-3.
Yeah, this is certainly going to be a tough objective, really. It's one that you don't want to leave too exposed, because it's just got that many angles people can push through and get that cap, and it's the coverage around the objective that makes it so much more difficult. You're only going to get the picks from the front and the back of the plane, so if your defense aren't able to see those angles quick enough, then the cap can come out, and we have seen Dark Tidings do that already. Get the people in there, pick off the defenders close enough, and just get that cap in. So Imperial really got to watch out here, as that's probably what they're going to be kind of going for from the Dark Tidings side, of just getting as close to the objectives as they can and leave the defenders in the crash building off it so they can't get in time.
And it is going to be a bit of a pause, although these teams are so close to each other. It is just a matter of positioning and then eventually advancing. They want to make sure that they don't expose their spawn point out the gate yet. It's a denial of information to Imperial, and we'll have to see what the play ends up looking like, what this push ends up looking like. I think if they just go up through the middle and they manage to nullify Siegmeyer, who's covering the cross, the challenge on a Nope Not Mikey, and the push up through the plane could be kind of almost a 2v5, 2v4 here, with Dark Tidings fully stacked on this hospital building. And so I wonder if we are going to see some of that aggression that we saw, obviously, from Dark Tidings earlier in this round, where they did come in with that cap and round win out the gate, or if Imperial will be able to weather the storm, so to speak. It is all a matter of timing, though, and if Dark Tidings are sticking to what we've seen so far, I imagine it'll be about a 2.5-minute push.
Yeah, potentially going to be at least another minute until we see any kind of action. And as we know with these teams, they do wait on those picks before they really kind of go with the attack. Once they know they're down to 3 defenders, that's when the attack really starts coming to a head. So I think that's what they're potentially going to be waiting for here. The key thing on Quarantine as a defender really is just identifying that Marsoc spawn, because that will adjust your defense astronomically, really. You can move around a little bit on the map. There's a lot of coverage, and the flanks definitely can come out. So having that good communication and those good positions to spot those movements are key on this, and it doesn't seem like Imperial have really been able to identify where they are at the moment, which this could be a bit of an issue.
And now I think Levelot's gotten past Siegmeyer, who rotates to cover the south side. That's very dangerous. Could make Siegmeyer vulnerable to Levelot rotating even further through this gas station. They do have cover, but only for so long until Levelot does push all the way around here. Mikey is also watching their back from the middle to some extent, but Levelot tries to get around it. They are spotted by Siegmeyer, but Siegmeyer can't connect. Mikey at least finds the refrag, so it's a 1-for-1.
It is, but Mikey has given away his position. William Dunn's now pushing in onto Midburn. He does flash him and blind him, so he's going to be able to get up just a little bit closer. C4 going off, not going to connect, though. So another flash for a nade. Tries to go through the window, doesn't quite connect, though. So William Dunn's now got to try and push on the stairs, but he could find it a little bit tricky if the rest of the defenders are watching the stairs. We can see the lasers coming in. The gunshots have brought Phantom Operator back into the fray now. He was in the far north. Now he knows they're in the south, and I've got to watch this. So he's got in, but this attack on mid-burning, it's 2 or 3 attackers versus 1 defender. It's going to be a bit of a tough one. We got it. It's going to be some good play. Shoot this coming around. Tries to get Nope Not Mikey. The flash certainly did connect, and the trade will come out. Nope Not Mikey getting those call-outs, and this is where the attack now will start to happen.
up through the middle as I anticipated, and now you have a rotation that comes in from Phantom, which is very wise. My concern was that with the push through the middle, you end up nullifying the effectiveness of the North defense. Phantom is taking a big risk sitting up here, but they are covering a very nice line that will eventually advance up to that objective. Spec Ops ends up catching Funshine before they run into Phantom's line, and it's a nice pickup there. William Dunce now worried about this angle, and Phantom could potentially find William exposed here up against the plane if they do just stand up and peek up over the ledge. That, of course, exposes themselves a little bit, though, and so it is all a matter of balancing tucked in and playing defensive. William is able to get into the divot, and look at how close they are to this objective, Jamie. It is within arm's reach, it feels like.
Yeah, this is a bit of a danger close kind of position, and Phantom Operator trying to move around now in the north. He's giving away a lot. Not a time that you really want to be kind of pushing through here. Special Ops can't quite use the dip. William Dunce just below the hill.
If
So
Phantom was there. Leo is on objective. It's a vital position. Tablet comes out, and William can't dodge the shots. Leo finds that kill. Now, Crazy Dave up on top, and what a great connection from Leo. Imperial find the round. They tie this up 3-3. We're into a fine battle here, Jamie. We're going to a not round 7, but 0.7, which is certainly good enough for me at this point. But in comparison, 3 rounds to the 2 from Imperial out the gate, Imperial definitely lacking on momentum if we're talking now about who has the momentum in their hands.
Yeah, let's say Dark Tidings really need to try and pull together now. Maybe they got a little bit too overconfident because of the cap and the wind. They're kind of underestimating the fact that Imperial do play this map, and although, you know, they do have these kind of off the objective kind of spots, they do work for the team, and they're always talking. So any movement, any gunshots, they are working together and coordinating. Really unfortunate there that Crazy Dave couldn't quite get Leo through that little gap as William was on the objective, and that could have definitely been a cap. It just goes to show really that how a split second really can change the play of the round. Yeah,
good thing they had redundancies on their defense and Leo was there, but imagine if Leo hadn't been on objective. Imagine if they were at 7-2 right now. Imperial would not be in a position to contest this map, and yeah, we now go... we actually stay, obviously, at that same objective and swap sides. Again, because there was a cap, we're not at round 7. We're at round 6, coming up at least. And so Dark Tidings will have to defend this OBJ, and we'll see how Imperial want to attack it as we do get into the action for round number 6 on map 1.
We do, and this is the kind of crucial one, really. That team that's taking the first map, it's in the best of 5 format, really can put a bit of a shunt into anyone's kind of confidence there. And you know how at that point where the pressure starts to mount, especially as you go into the end of the second map and how that's going. So it's all really still up in the air as to what's going to happen here. Let's see, it's still good.
It is early, and there's, I guess, if ever, an opportunity to reset your mindset right now if you're Dark Tidings, and Imperial obviously going to continue to try and ride this momentum as they do push forward. They will be coming in from the north, and so we will see, I guess, ultimately a similar style of push, maybe. I guess not, the opposite style of push, where we'll see this potential north entry point. And if you lose control of the north here on this objective, I feel like it's almost a little bit more dangerous than the south.
Yeah. Because of the crash building and attackers being able to move up and down and also go over the top of the plane and come from the south side of the objective, you really can't anticipate exactly where that push or where that attacker will be coming from. There's just so many angles, so it really relies on having some good tight angles that defenders are watching, and again, that communication of just what's going on there, and map awareness as well, and just general game awareness. You know, when the gunshots are coming out and you're watching your tablets and seeing people go down, that's when you know you've got to make those rotations. And if it does also play well, though, if you know that the brunt of the attack is in the north, if you can just get get one defender just slightly behind them and watching a little bit of a tight angle, then it can put a real big stop into any pushes onto the objective. So many ways of playing this map. That's why it's my favorite, really. There's just, you can never really predict exactly how somebody's going to take it.
Quite an opening series for us. Quarantine certainly delivering on the good quality esports action that is this map. And Funshine here, maybe the first to run into this Imperial offense. And if they're going to be the first, it's going to be quick comms that'll end up maybe shifting that defense a little bit. Maybe they'll push one up over onto the hospital roof to cover in from this cover in on that AC building, like we did see from Imperial on their defensive side. But they certainly are putting a lot on Funshine here. Phantom wary of the white car position, but like you said, it's a very late angle that Funshine's holding, and Phantom is going to rotate from the bottom side, and Funshine was so tunneled in on the gap in the wall that they didn't even see Phantom underneath that gap in the wall. You could see their line never really shifted down to Phantom, and so Phantom surprises Funshine, finds the kill on white car, opens up potential entry onto this west side, and now Levelot's got a lot to be concerned about.
Yeah, that he has. He could find himself very quickly getting surrounded here. Crazy Dave, though, holding a very good angle, really, to be able to just quickly rotate in and help out if needs be. But he has got to cover that north side. The main thing is William Dunce understanding that the attack probably isn't going to come in from that south, and he's got to rotate, really, to really back up this Dark Tidings defense. And that's where the plays will come in. But less than 3 minutes now remaining, 2 minutes 40. The time is dwindling down. This Imperial have really got to attack this craft building and take control of it if they can. Sigmire, though, with a great pick on to shoot this. Nice long-range angle there from the far west.
Yikes.
And it's going to open up things just quite a lot more for them.
Dark Tidings in a bad way right now, down into a 3v5, losing control of the west side, getting pushed in. Levelot, the only defender left in this building, and then it's a matter of how do Crazy Dave and William Dunce try and fend off a full west push, because that's what Imperial are stacking up for. 3 are here, technically 4 on this northwest side, with Special Ops able to rotate around, and so they also have that middle entry point with Nope Not Mikey pushing eventually up onto Crazy Dave, so Dave has to be wary as Phantom takes shots also down onto Dave. There's a lot of folks looking for Dave down in that little divot there.
Yeah, it's certainly a very, very powerful spot, though, to be able to defend this objective. Defensive smoke now coming out from William Dunce just to block Sigmire's view. Very nicely done, so he can rotate and get around. Again, that's just going to add an extra couple seconds onto the attack as they can't quite see anything and probably going to be a little bit more wary of things there. Levelot does get a nice pick onto Phantom Operator, but no, not
capping?
Oh! In the corner! They didn't realize about the corner!
Wow, Leo snuck past Phantom. I thought Phantom had seen both of them there, and I thought I had seen one past Phantom's corner of the eye, and they didn't catch it. And so the double push coming down in onto that corner, wow, it gives them a false sense of confidence there. And Imperial, a 5-point comeback.
Wow. Four technical points of uncontested points there, and obviously the cap putting them up to 5, but just really well done. That just shows, you know, these teams how well in the mindset they are, you know, even despite going down to a cap and despite losing the next round, being able to just find that momentum and continue with the points and just stick with it. Very well done there by Imperial.
No kidding. Map 2, as you may have seen, a bit of a spoiler there, is going to be Subway. And curious on who picked this map. It looks like we have Imperial on the attack, with Dark Tidings on the defense. And so maybe we have the home and away around, and Dark Tidings are home, and Imperial are away, because that would make at least more sense with the map picking that's going on here.
Unless they're just all light Volk.
Yeah, unless they are picking the Volk side. Either way, it is going to be map number 2 on Subway, and what do the stats show for both teams here? Because again, as we do get into this, you know, world stage, but any team that we're going to be looking at should have pretty good win records on almost all the maps, right? There's not really going to be big weak points for any of these teams. They have obviously enough experience to make it up to this stage.
Definitely. I mean, individually, I imagine, you know, these players have obviously played a lot of Subway. It's a very common map in lobbies. But if we take a look at the standings, actually, Dark Tidings have played this 7 times and only won it twice, whereas Imperial have played it 8 times and won it 6. So if you go based on the numbers, then it's looking strong for them. But again, it is a map that people play all the time. So I think with this one, sometimes those points don't really mean a whole deal, really. Yeah,
definitely looking like Imperial's map pick for map number 2. And so curious to see if we get any swaps coming in. I think we do. Was Nomad playing last round?
No, it seems like he's jumped in for the Dark Tidings side on this one. I think who's jumped out? Who jumped out?
I don't know. Both the Care Bears are in. Dave's there. Will's there. Was Nomad wasn't?
He definitely wasn't.
Oh, man. It was Levelot that really just stole the show, I guess, for the Dark Tidings side, and so he didn't pay much attention to whoever else was there. Apologies for not recalling, but either way, there is a sub, and so Nomad is in. Not seeing any of that over on Imperial's side, so they're going to stick with the same 5 that obviously got them that 5-3 map win. And I mean, what a way to get things going here, because now they go to their map pick on Subway, an opportunity to push this lead up in the best of 5 to 2, and then, like you said, Jamie, the pressure is on, right? Dark Tidings are again backs against the wall, and maybe that's what they need. Maybe Dark Tidings succeed in that kind of scenario. Who knows? I guess we'll see as we do get into the action for round number 1 on map number 2. Imperial on the attack, Dark Tidings on the defense, and into the action we go. A reminder that today we have a handful of games to tune into. They're spread out across today, but we do have multiple best of 5s that we will be broadcasting live. The next one is coming up on this channel, twitch.tv/VRMasterLeague. I believe it's 1600 EST. I could be wrong on that, but I think that's 1600 EST. And then the last game will be over at twitch.tv/VRMasterLeague, 2100 EST. And Jamie, feel free to correct me on those times if I am wrong on them, but I think that's what they are. Anyway, we're into the action for map number 2. We have flashes coming in already over on the north side. We have shots coming in on the Phantom Operator down in the south. Nomad's connecting with Leo up on the north. Imperial's pushing in from both sides, trying to clamp down on Dark Tidings. We do have that north objective, and so it's an opportunity for a cap if Imperial can take control, and they are taking control. As William Dunn shuts down the south, Phantom Operator does go down. They lose several defenders on objective. You can see Levelot now crashing back to the objective. Funshine on a crucial corner position to defend from the cap coming through, and they are defending the cap coming through. And as Levelot gets a bit over concerned, they rotate out. Mikey finds another kill, and Imperial are looking good. William Dunce getting pushed in from the south. The horseshoe connection coming in as Siegmeyer applies pressure there. Siegmeyer could come in if they find William Dunce and be a cap threat to Funshine as they get pressured by the north. Could go either way, truly, and so there is a cap opportunity for Imperial to start things off just like they did last round.
Yeah, I must say this objective is certainly my favorite for Subway. I really like the chaos that happens. William Dunce does get the pick onto Siegmeyer there. That's going to be a crucial pick as that backs up that south, meaning nobody's going to be coming in. But let's not take away Nope Not Mikey's attack on that north there. Fantastic. 3 defenders he took down with that LMG, just constantly firing. C4 has been taken down by the nade, so now Nope Not Mikey is pushing in. The defenders are back on the objective. Flash has come out though. What a flash takes down Nope Not Mikey, and now Special Ops all alone on the top of the north stairs. Really got to get in and make use of this smoke before it runs out.
Yeah, you don't see the smoke in first person, but Spec Ops flying down. They know William Dunce is in the corner. Dunce hears the footsteps, and they're going to connect over the top of the trash can. Dark Tidings. 6 points in a row now? Or no, excuse me, the other way around. They're back on the board. They put a pause in that 5-0 streak from Imperial. Yeah, had it the other way around. And yeah, certainly a wild defensive round, Jamie, but they hold it down, and they do it right, honestly. I mean, the good rotation there in the south, ultimately finding that key kill where they could then rotate back and reinforce on the north side. And so did everything. I mean, you can't really play a chaotic north objective much better than that on defense.
No, not at all. No, it's, you know, it seemed like at the very beginning there, the Imperial were looking like they were going to actually take it, and potentially there could have been a cap. But I think it was that Sigmire William Dunce battle in the overpass there that really dictated how that was going down. If William Dunce had gone down to that, then that would have been entirely different there. Yeah. So great play, really, by Dark Tidings, holding down that objective despite being at a deficit. And like I say, this objective, you can never really account for how people are going to attack it. Are you going to get the attack in the south? The majority of people will go from the north, but even then, it's still so powerful because the Marsoc attackers are above you. Defenders have to be rotating around and checking stuff. It's a great objective. I really like this one.
Imperial still looking good. Obviously, a focused effort there. Good smoke placement to push them down, but hey, we're at a battle of the best, and so we're going to see good plays on both ends coming through. That's for dang sure, and certainly we've seen it so far in this series. Quarantine kicking things off, 5-3 Imperial, but now Dark Tidings have the lead on Imperial's map pick, and we'll see if they can pile on, so to speak, with, again, an opportunity to cap. We could see a reversal in scoreline here on these maps in terms of Dark Tidings coming up. I guess they did go up 3-0 last map as well, so maybe we'll see the same thing happening again if they can manage to cap on the north.
Indeed, and we know the Dark Tidings can start out real strong. We saw it on Quarantine, and they've got the capable abilities. And this objective, with a slight lack of defense, you will find yourself getting capped on. So it's certainly something that Imperial really need to be aware of. And a very, very different style of defense and attack coming out here. We're getting a bit aggressive from the Imperial side and using a lot of utility usage to just cover those long-range angles. Smokes back and forth at the moment. Dark Tidings used quite a lot. What a nade from Special Ops from behind the bin, straight down onto the attacker there. Unfortunate that he didn't catch another one there, but the revive will come out, and Special Ops has given himself away just a little bit now. But unless Dark Tidings have got a grenade or something to get behind this bin, Special Ops' position is going to be very detrimental to this push.
It's great that I airburst a grenade over top.
Can you launch a flash over Leo? All the way down? Like far? Quickly. Quick. Utility over. There's one more. One more up here. One more.
I mean, so
yeah, there's just keeping an eye on that. The attackers or the defenders are so focused on that north. Nomad's being able to get the pick in the south, and he could get onto this objective danger close. If the attack in the north does the distraction, then the cap potentially could come in here, and it's a very, very strong one. Will they get down? Yeah, I think it's the thing we've got to look at here is this map is one that Imperial really enjoy to play. So Dark Tidings taking these points from him in a pretty commanding way. It's going to have an effect on them. So again, like they did in Quarantine, they really need to kind of pull themselves together now, change an objective, change things up maybe just a little bit, and try and secure some more points. But with us moving over onto the center platform, it's questionable as to how it will go. This objective is so very capable with some good communication and some good pushes that the Vault can sometimes find themselves so far away, and there's just too many angles to try and peek. So you really got to have a defender close, and we know that Imperial don't play that way. So it's going to be interesting to see how they do take this defense.
On the top of West Maintenance. He's moving on the steps.
No, we've played this this map so many times. He's had many iterations as well, and changes over time. So before, you used to only be able to attack the north and south stairs. There was no basement, there was no overpass, and it was a very different style of game. And with these new entrances and things, teams are learning a lot more. And I'm watching Sigmire at the moment because this is going to be a tough push here, as he's got to take out Nomad, and the team that can control the overpass for this objective generally may win it. So this is going to be a very crucial battle here between Sigmire and Nomad. Nomad is really not prepared for anyone to be kind of pushing down here at the moment. He's probably anticipating everyone coming from the service tunnel or the south stairs where all the gunfire was going on. And there's a pick that he needs, and that does give Sigmire the knowledge though that somebody is at the bottom here, so he could be prepared more to attack on this corner. As like I say, this overpass position is just so powerful. It may be far away, but you've just got that overarching loop before an attacker or defender load down will be able to see the person in there. So this is going to be what will probably account for how this goes.
Echo 2 horseshoe. Box 4.
The defense at the moment looking ever so strong. It's going to be a tough push, really. Leo all alone now, and not with a lot of knowledge as to where people are. He spent a lot of time in this basement. He may have heard the gunshots, but he isn't going to have an exact cue as to where they are now. So he's really kind of going in this blind and got to try and work out how best he can approach this and get in on the objective. This service tunnel approach may be the best option, as that seems to be the least defended angle. But oh, it's interesting method of approach. Usually players probably would try to avoid the stairs on this objective because you know they're going to be covering them. So it does seem like I think Leo is going to go for that overpass push. Like I said, it's a very, very powerful one, especially for this objective. Oh, no. We're both going to be wrong. Oh, no, no.
Oh, I've been muted this whole time. Do they? Yeah, sorry for folks that haven't been hearing me. Apologies for that. Might have been a couple of rounds actually, but yeah, it is just really a matter of this push coming in from Leo and connecting on a Nomad. Then there is kind of a potential route for Leo.
Yes, but he has got to take Nomad out, and that is the tough one, but the trade's going to come out there. Nomad with a great hold onto the overpass. Like I said, everyone knows this is a very powerful position for that objective, yeah. And that's the way you've got to go. So, great play there. Dark Tidings just held down that defense and just put a stop to any attack there.
Apologies on the audio hiccups there, but we've got it all sorted now, and again, it's going to be a long day of Onward, so a few minutes of not hearing me isn't going to kill anybody, I don't think. Dark Tidings, though, certainly doing well again. We've seen this before. You know, it's that last point, Jamie, that can sometimes be the hardest to lock in. You know, it's that last point that can be the most daunting, and Dark Tidings are looking at it now. Imperial are going to have a defensive opportunity if they just play good, solid, tucked-in defense, and they will be able to you know, secure themselves their first point on the board. And once that happens, well, who knows? You know, Imperial again able to snowball their momentum on rounds one very easily on Quarantine, and this is really their map, Jamie. And so it's interesting to see Dark Tidings doing so well against Imperial. We're looking at least at the season statistics.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you know, based on the numbers, it would seem like Imperial would be the kind of the favorites, but like I said, this map is played so much in comp lobbies and various games. The teams or players individually just know what they are doing on this, and I think it does come down to that kind of individual skill a lot of the time. There is kind of obviously tactics going to it, but again, it's that individual skill of knowledge of where the best pushes are, where people are going to come from, and understanding that. So let's I guess see how if Dark Tidings can close this one out, as we saw them go 3-0 up on Quarantine, but then Imperial getting those 4-5 unanswered points. So it's still very questionable at the moment and could still go either way.
And I'm going to take up a similar three-quarter cover position to cover in from the south entry point. Doesn't look like, or maybe no more than, I guess, Dave could potentially swing in from the south, or they're just actually watching for the flank. We do see, you know, this aggression that does come in from teams sometimes as we have to focus back down to the basement because that's where the action is unfolding. Leo connects with the first player on Dark Tidings, and Imperial do start things off in a 5v4 just like they need to. Dark Tidings, again, maybe playing a little over-aggressive, overconfident off of their 3-0 lead, but either way, does put them at a slight disadvantage. We'll see how the rest of this offense works. I'm curious what their pushing plan is going to look like.
Yeah, it does seem like at the moment we are probably going to be waiting on Nomad and I think Crazy Dave coming in from the overpass. Like I was saying, it's a powerful position If Morsok gets it in there on this objective and is up there, they basically have free roam to be able to just pick off Volk as they make the rotations back to the objective that they know they have to do. So this is not an angle that you really want to give up easily, and with the double push potentially coming in, the refrags are certainly going to be there. So it all does come down to really on how this one goes now. Sigmire isn't prepared for anyone kind of coming here, and he's not, as I say that, he does now peek it. But again, it's that onward timing.
It really is. And, you know, it's going to come down to how Dark Tidings coordinate this. Are we going to see distracting shots or shots from William Dunce coming in from an LMG, in which case Sigmire would then shift their attention off of this angle, opening it up for Nomad to then take control of the stairs, but those aren't coming in quite yet. And again, it's why a push like this is so hard to do, because it really does require everyone to be so synced up. Nomad's just going to challenge Sieg on the corner. They're going to fly and find maybe an unready Sigmire. Maybe they were listening for something else or listening to comms. You know, there's who knows what else they could have been doing while they were holding that line, but Nomad does fly and find that kill. And yeah, like you said, now they have a dangerous control point on the offense to look down onto this Imperial defense.
Yeah, this is going to be where, if my game knowledge does actually count for anything, but we can see the lasers trained on the cell stairs, watching for Crazy Dave. He can just narrowly avoid that. They're obviously very aware of that, but we can also see Funshine moving around in the basement. It's something that you've got to be watching out for as well, as the defense are going to be watching for that overpass, and we could potentially see Funshine coming in and just sneaking in, really, and getting some additional picks there.
Oh, Leo's poking up here, and Nomad has been identified over on this north side.
Like, he's down the stairs.
Oh, and I heard the call out from Leo saying he's down, and I was like, wait, he just took shots at somebody and they shot back. There's no way that they think they killed them, but yeah, they clarified that call out. And that's really an important element of any team at this level is clear comms, you know, because what could have taken 6 seconds to communicate a point could have been, you know, done in maybe 2, and then your team can react that much quicker. And so it's always interesting to see when the pressure's on how teams do execute, and you know, you really do want to try and be as clear as you can on identifying your enemies. As Nomad again takes shots on Leo's position here in the north. They tuck back into again what is some semblance of cover behind that map piece, and Leo's having a tough time finding Nomad there. Nomad does get flashed, and as they try to push up, a great cover from William Dunce in from that north stairwell. They stayed silent the whole time until they find that kill. Nomad asks for clarification on the kill again. Communication, a vital element in a game like this. And it leaves Imperial down to 3. Dark Tidings are looking to 4-0 map number 2 here.
Yeah, just some great teamwork by Dark Tidings at the moment. The one player will be distracting, and then you've just got that backup and support from another player watching for the defender or the attacker, depending what side they're on. So just this is kind of the plays that we anticipate there. Special Ops watching the north does take down William Dunce though, so the north approach now has gone out the way. We are down to a 3v3, and the north angle though is pretty exposed. The trade comes out between Nomad and Nope Not Mikey, so now we've got Crazy Dave in between the trains trying to see what he can see and just kind of waiting on Funshine to come in and provide a little bit more support as well. Like you say, that communication and coordination is going to be key on this. There is going to be a lot of utility available, though. You can see a couple smokes just sitting in front of Dave there, so he has got the option to completely smoke out this objective potentially and try and push in and use that confusion whilst the defenders are moving around.
2-2, 50 seconds left on the clock, and Dark Tidings are going to have to push with the time ticking down. You can see Dave trying to grab some last-minute utility to chuck it out and maybe buy some time, distract, maybe give themselves the cover they need to push up for the cap. But it doesn't look like they actually have a good solid bit of cover, because Funshine can push up as we trade 1 for 1. Dave catches a kill, Phantom another out through the train. Dave does push in for what could be a cap attempt. Phantom has to rotate to shut it down. 24 seconds left. Does Phantom tuck in? You really can't on an objective like this. You have to challenge the cap attempt, and Dave is still here on the corner, and they're going to fly to find the kill. Dark Tidings are going to lock it in, and a big clutch from Dave to give Dark Tidings a 4-0 lead on map number 2. We go to map 3, all tied up, 1 map apiece. And that's what really matters here, right? Rounds win. at the end of the day, don't give you anything at this stage. You need to lock in map wins.
Yeah, that you do. The points obviously are a good thing anyway, just to put a bit of pressure, I guess, on the opposing team. You know, but yeah, those map wins certainly going to be key, and it just helps keep that balance. Dark Tidings going to go into this knowing that they're even again now, and they can probably play this one just a little bit more fluid and a little bit less pressurized. But like you said, maybe that pressure is what they need to be able to perform. Some teams are like that, and they definitely performed in that one. 4 unanswered points on Imperial's map pick. Very nicely done.
And I wonder, now that we're tied 1-1, we're really into the meat of the series. We're going to Bazaar for map 3. If we are going to see some sort of even maybe more aggressive plays or different pacing coming in from either side of these teams, because now's the time to kind of throw your opponent off, right? You maybe set a standard in their mind of how you're going to play, what kind of you know, pace you're going at. Again, if anything, Dark Tidings coming in around a predictable 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes on their push. You know, if they shift that now on Bazaar, they may be able to throw their opponent off. And so I wonder if we are going to see that kind of strategical adjustment from either one of these teams as we do go to Bazaar. It's a little different than both Subway and Quarantine, obviously, but it is still close quarters. I would say it leans more into the Quarantine side of things. And so if that's the case, then I guess we are in store for what could be a very good back and forth. It has the mid-range, it has the close quarters. But I don't know. Dark Tidings just played Subway very well. And against a team that statistically had a major advantage on them on that map. So, you know, we're into the world quarterfinals. We're into what is the third to last weekend of postseason, and I mean, we're getting the best honor we can get. And I don't, you can't, stats can give you some predictions, but they don't really tell the story, because anything can happen at this stage, Jamie.
Exactly, Nava. You know, it's like you're saying, it comes down to individuals as well, and just what they know on the map. Yeah, the teamwork and coordination is obviously key, but it's knowing what positions people like to take, what routes you can take, and in conjunction with where the defense is and how you get there. And I think between this Quarantine and Subway, we've got essentially 3 very, very similar maps. Like you say, you know, you've got the long range plays, you've got the short range plays, and at the moment, I would say that it's pretty similar. It's hard to say exactly where this is going to go. Dark Tidings are doing so well to catch Imperial in those open, exposed angles. The Imperial just at the moment can't quite counter that. They really need to understand how they do this. But again, it comes down to the teams, I guess, in those 15 weeks of the actual season that you're playing against, what you get used to and what you get comfortable at counter-attacking. So when you do get this EU versus NA matchup, I think a lot of that stuff through the first 15 weeks kind of goes out the window. It then comes down to, you know, we've got to be working together and really try here.
I know who we were missing, or who got subbed out from Dark Tidings last round. It was Shoot This.
Shoot This, of course it was.
They are now back, and they've subbed out for Funshine.
Yep.
And so Dark Tidings changing things up even after a very successful 4-0. They're adjusting their roster again, because when you do get into this level of gameplay at this stage, you have players that are experts on certain maps, and they're on your roster, and you can bring them in for specific maps when you need them. So now we've seen an adjustment in the roster where maybe Funshine just isn't comfortable on Bazaar, and they brought Shoot This in to sub them out. Maybe they're not feeling good after these last 2 rounds. Maybe they didn't have a good Subway, and so they're going to change things up to try and get their pacing back. And meanwhile, Dark Tidings also adjusting their roster, bringing in 2 adjustments, right? Nope, not Mikey and Stamp.
No, they both were in. I think Nope, not Mikey was in the last one. Stamp
okay,
was.
Stamp is certainly a sub in.
He swapped for Sigma. Yeah.
Okay, you're right. And so into the action we go for map number 3. We're really kind of flying through these maps right now, Jamie, as we do get into a very tied best of 5 and see how. Ooh, out the gate, we get some action. 2 kills connecting. Holy cow, what a start for Dark Tidings.
Wow, just we were talking about it earlier, those spawns, they're so crucial. Oh, that's Is that another pick, or is
No.
it just finishing off on? Or it's finished off the pick, didn't he? It's yeah, it just goes to show that how those objectives really can change things up, and how prepared you've got to be. Some great pre-fire by Dark Tidings. They've played this a lot. They know those angles that they've got to be firing at, and that just shows. And that again, that's why we are here in these quarterfinals, and why these teams are here, because they have practiced that, they have rehearsed that, and this is what they do. Very great start there for Dark Tidings off the gate.
Seems like a shift in pace. As I called out, is now Shoot This and Levelot are right up at objective point, waiting for William, Dunce, and Crazy Dave to push up from the backside. Maybe Nomad to come in and flank as shots come in through this small wood gap in between buildings. Nothing does connect on a special ops, but it is a threat nonetheless. And Shoot This does catch Leo across the street inside Blue Room. And so Imperial are down to just 2 within the first minute of this round, minute 15. And Stamp doesn't seem to be shifting back for the res on the Phantom, and so it is going to come down to Stamp and Spec Ops holding down this objective.
That it is, and I think Spec Ops is hearing this movement by Levelot as he's getting closer and closer to the objective, so this is going to be something that they've got to be watching out for, and we're seeing this great play by Dark Tidings where they're providing the cover. A trade does come out between Special Ops and Levelot, and now the objective, apart from Stamp, is pretty much open. It's some good play, good well-played smoke, but you could see a cap coming in from the side. Stamp does take down Shoot This, though. He is not going down without a fight at the moment. William Dunce, though, hearing all this, moving in very slow. Him and Stamp just looking at each other right now, and there it is. There's the pick. Like I say, he is not going down without a fight here. Phantom Operator potentially getting call-outs as well of Nomad's movement over there in the northeast. And then you've got the push coming in from the south also, so there will be the call-out. So Stamp shouldn't be too blind on this. He should be expecting where these pushes are coming from and be able to defend accordingly. But it's still, even with all that information, it's easier said than done against a team like this where you know they are providing each other that cover. Some great smokes coming in from the north and the south now. Stamp can't quite see either side, and that's going to really change things up. Nomad moving in. Is going through the smoke with the tablet. Gets taken down by Stamp. This is a big note there, and it does all come down now to Crazy Dave taking on Stamp.
And this could be Dark Tidings getting a little bit too greedy. I mean, obviously, it was a great start for them. You can't get a much better start, and you do want to go for the cap. At some point, you have to recognize we're into a 2v1, or we're into a close battle here, and we do just need to kind of get the W, maintain our advantage that we secured early in the round. But, yeah, a very good hold from Stamp. Keeps things in line. 3 kills locked in for them, as they now go up against Dave to make it 4. Is it actually going to be... No, it's not the ace. Spec Ops ruined that for Stamp, but we'll see if they do find the 4th one here as Dave pushes in. I don't imagine... Oh, as I say that, they look down, and I do see a smoke grenade at their foot, so there is some utility left.
Yeah, they've got some equipment that they could potentially be using here. It's and I think he's trying to get some sound cues potentially if he can hear any movement at all from Stamp, but Stamp really sticking to his guns on this position here. It's a very, very powerful spot, really. You've got the cover. I think a little bit of pre-fire through the wooden box potentially could kill him, though. So it is a little bit exposed in that regard, but at the moment, Crazy Dave doesn't know that he's there. He wasn't close enough to hear all the gunshots or any of the movements or anything, so he's got to kind of go in at this blind, but with 2 minutes remaining, spots the corner movement there and gives Dark Tidings the first point for map number 3.
Solid pickup there, and, well, they managed to hold on to the advantage they established early, but just barely. A nice defense from Stamp that ultimately doesn't quite clutch it up, but at least prevents what was a multiple cap attempts coming in there from Dark Tidings. They definitely overwhelmed Imperial early on that push, and so aggression certainly paying off for Dark Tidings out the gate. Does get them a point at least, and a Marsoc win. Now they go on the defense, and we get to see what Imperial is going to be throwing at them. And Dark Tidings really just coming out the gate swinging on every map so far.
Yeah, they really do seem to start out things really, really strong. They get to that 3rd point, and then I think that will come down to if they can just finalize things and finish things off, and that's always the toughest battle, really, isn't it? You know, just getting that final point and just getting over the line. So it's but it's still bizarre. I don't really feel like it tends to give either side too much of an advantage. There is both sides get a slight advantage each. So I think this is probably one of the most middle ground maps that you could probably get in Onward.
Into the action we go for round number 2 on map number 3. The series well underway. These teams familiarizing themselves with the other, and I mean the first time they've played each other all season.
Imagine so, unless they've been doing a little bit of scrimming, but those EU and 8 times they very rarely match up, so find that highly unlikely. But nevertheless, it's still great to see, and at the moment it's just a battle. We've seen the different spawn, Imperial being given the north spawn, so they're going to be somewhat closer to the objective than what Dark Tidings will have been, but there's going to have no kind of opportunity for those early picks that we did see in that first round. So it is going to be a bit more of a battle for Imperial and getting on here and identifying where the defenders are, and lots of gunshots coming out, but not really going to land on their marks. So at the moment it is still a 5v5. 1 minute has gone down, and Dark Tidings will know exactly where this push potentially is coming from. They've got to just secure the western street and make sure that nobody can make those rotations, but as it stands, Imperial really not gained much ground further than where they spawned from.
And Nomad trying to wager if they should communicate or get their other hand on the gun to aim up, and ultimately they can't quite draw in time to find Leo pushing in. Call out does come in though now as Nomad identifies Leo's position. Spec Ops heard those shots and is dialed in just over the shoulder of Nomad. Nomad is going to drop off after taking those shots, and it's a wise choice, as they do have shoot this with a nice angle down if Leo does push out.
Yeah, it's a very, very tight angle that he's actually holding there, and just have to ask myself really how strong is that tight angle. You're relying a lot on your initial shots landing, and but you have got the cover that you need. So it's a very interesting kind of spot. But with 2 minutes having gone down and Imperial's pretty much in the same positions, they really need to start getting some utility in potentially, and kind of challenging this Dark Tidings defense and just make them rotate. That's kind of the important part of this objective, really, and it's something that you need to be able to do. But as it stands, Dark Tidings really got this locked down at the moment. It's going to be a bit of a struggle, I imagine, for Imperial to cross this street. I think it's the push in the south, really, that's going to be the thing that kind of changes stuff here. Well, Leo with a great pick onto Nomad while he's standing around in that alleyway trying to get the angle himself. And that does take Dark Tidings down to 4 defenders to take on 5 attackers. And it just starts building that momentum, building that confidence in your approach on this, and start trying to roll with it and get even more picks. But Leo is in a bit of an awkward position. He can't really push out of that blue room as the lasers are trained on this, but he has created that distraction. The Imperial probably need to be able to push in an attacker here.
One crossed into
yeah, looking good on their setup so far as Dunce tries to shut down the east rotation and can't catch Mikey. The rest of this offense working their way up through this middle portion. They're identifying these angles, and it's good rotations from Dark Tidings too. They're not sticking on their same location. As soon as they shoot, they're shifting to a different angle typically to try and throw off their offense, and that's what you really need to do. You need to try and misdirect and then eventually find an open angle onto the side of your enemy. As Phantom seems to be doing well to cover both of these respective spots, but Dave peeks up just at the right time to catch the kill through the grate there, and now shoot this. The bars is what I was looking for. And now shoot this is maybe next up on the kill list as they're waiting for Imperial to try and push up through the center here.
It is a very, very tough objective to attack for, depending on what spawn you get. You get that north spawn, then you really need to focus on getting somebody across the street, or at least 2 people across the street, to just put a bit of a challenge and split that defense. You don't want them to be able to just lock you down into one position. But Dark Tidings really doing it well at the moment to just hold this down. 1 minute 4, well, less than 1 minute 50 remaining on the clock. And again, Imperial really not gained a lot of ground here. We've seen the trades come out.
Yeah.
But they haven't really moved much further than where they are, so they really need to try and get in closer to the objective and start challenging the defense and rely on the pushes from the outside to just pick off the defenders looking on the front side of the objective.
Ace comes in, doesn't go over the barrier. Leo still yet alive, but William Dunce is going to catch Mikey, trying to push in from the east. Time becoming a factor now for this Imperial team. As smokes come in from Leo to shut down the long angle from Lovelot. Shoot this is still on the short angle, and so we'll see how Leo manages to work up to this objective. They've managed to smoke up and now push in. William Dunn shuts down Stamp. Leo, the key element here, as Special Ops distracts from the south. It does kind of set up for a 1v2, but look at the rotations as William Dunn crashes back. Dave is here as well, and Dark Tidings are very wary of a cap attempt and shutting that down. Spec Ops goes down in the south, and Leo is left alone.
Yeah, that he is. Those final few seconds really meaning a lot there. Imperial just needed to be able to split this defense as they've basically been able to just look at the angles people are pushing through and just pick them off. There hasn't really been too much of a distraction, so that's something that they've really got to try and push for in the remaining rounds if they are to take this map. But it's nevertheless, though, it was a fantastic defense. High Dark Tidings, they just did so well to secure any angles of approach onto the objective that it was going to be a tough battle from the beginning either way. So very, very well done there to Dark Tidings.
There's even a lot of nuance in that last bit of a push there that you may not have caught in terms of, you know, inaccurate comms, but still accurate for the team. You know, the call out there, while they're on the second story outside, they're calling out they're inside my building. You know, that can be, you know, you can hear your enemy's comms in this game, and so that can be interpreted in a lot of ways where, okay, maybe they're inside. You know, if he's inside their building, then that defender is inside, maybe not expecting them to be up on that second floor and peeking that stairwell. Either way, a good solid hold from Dark Tidings. Really, again, good teamwork coming in there to get them that W. You know, the overwatch from that deep south angle to watch all the way up through the center to the objective. It's a great angle to hold. It has a lot of power, and it really was reliant on the comms coming in to shut down Leo from being able to push up sooner onto those stairs. And so, overall, just a good solid job in holding down the east, the south. Dark Tidings off to the races, 2-0 on map number 3. That's a 6 unanswered points at this point.
Yeah, it's just a great start, really, for Dark Tidings. Really bringing back that quarantine loss and just kind of bringing it together and sticking with it. It's a tough thing to be able to do, really, and that's what I think separates the majority of teams. It's the ones that really can just shake off the last round, shake off the last map, and just play it as though this is the first map, and that is what they are doing. So Imperial really need to try and do that, but with the objective change all the way into the northeast now, things could just change up just a little bit here. It definitely, I think, in my opinion, plays into Volk just a little bit more favored, as depending on that spawn, of course. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if the Imperial do decide to take control of the Bazaar, or if they stick with what they've been doing and kind of letting Dark Tidings get close and then try and challenge them on those closer angles. It certainly seems to be something that they've been trying, and it worked well on quarantine, but with these, I think with these maps where it's there's a lot more cover, it definitely becomes that much more difficult. And when you're playing against a team like Dark Tidings, they've got many hours between them. They know the angles that they've got to be peeking where they can just catch a pixel and take an enemy down.
Yeah, it is it is really that comes down to that much of a minute element, you know, as it really is being able to identify that pixel. You know, when we're showing what's on screen too, you know, we're showing a very different picture. We're showing lasers to identify the player's lines of sight, and we're showing obviously through the walls with name tags. None of that is a option for these players when they're in VR. It is a military sim, and so if you did see it, you could see that peak, that small pixel in the distance moving as Phantom catches it out and finds the kill. Imperial off to a good start. They've had good starts before, though. And, well, they are up 5-4 now on defense. So maybe, again, with an objective shift, it's an opportunity for them to right their wrongs, as William Dunce gets very close to objective.
Yeah, that's it. This objective, it can go so many ways, and there's a lot of different kind of play styles here. The aggressive, let them into the courtyard and then pick them off while they're going for the cap is a very, very valid way of doing it. And if Stamp and William Dunst knew exactly what was going on here, that there was just a wall apart from them, but he's obviously using the sound cues what he can to try and pick up where people are and maybe even just see if there's any kind of rotations going on. Dark Tidings in the moment looking a lot stronger on the north kind of side. The defense, well, the attack, should I say, shoot this really needs to come in from the east just to kind of split these apart. But that onward timing comes in. Phantom Operator does seem the flash for Black. It does catch as well. Nice defensive flash there by Shoot This. Puts Phantom Operator back into the corner there. And now he's super exposed. Tries to get a call out. Couldn't get the call out in time and gets taken down. Now this is a very tough position for Imperial. You don't want a defender in the far east looking into your objective. There's one pick. That is what the danger of this is. Nope, not Mikey now pushing in, trying to take down Shoot This. Knows that he's got to take him down. Otherwise, this could be a change. And there it is. There's a trade. 2v3 now. Dark Tidings looking very strong.
Indeed they are. Again, the north side looking good. Spec Ops and Leo, the last two defending that they at least have a good crosshatch here on this defense. C4 was detonated, and so Spec Ops didn't catch William Dunst like they were hoping, as they do check out to see if there was a down player there. There's not. So William is still a threat on this objective, and they're really just sitting in between these lines of sight between Spec Ops and Leo.
Well, that's a great defensive smoke there, blocking Leo's sight entirely. He knows now he's got to push through there if he wants to be able to actually defend this objective. He's the one who's got that northern side covered. So hopefully William will push in or do something using this smoke. You don't want that to dissipate and then have no real effect. But Leo playing it well. He's confident in Special Ops' defense here on the objective that he doesn't have to push out. But it does seem like not a lot's going to go on because of that smoke. It does seem like it was going to be used just to try and draw Leo out, but hasn't had the effect that he wanted. So William Dunst's going to see what he can do now to try and get the picks, but tough objective, really.
2 minutes on the clock, and so William doesn't need to get over aggressive. They can really, again, coordinate with their team. They can allow Nomad to come in and find the kill on objective. Now William comes crashing in. Shots come in from Leo as they try and defend from multiple angles. Counter call-outs coming in. Leo's calling out a different code to try and throw off the opponent that could be capping, because you do have to memorize the 7-digit code when you enter it. And so you're trying to throw off the opponent's memory by saying a false code, and ultimately not needed. But Dark Tidings do take the W. 7 unanswered points right now. This has got to be hard for Imperial. They're finding kills. They're not completely out of the running here on Bazaar, but at this point momentum is not in their favor. And if they lose this, they're looking at their map pick, which will be nice. Maybe a chance to get another map on the board, take us down into that map 5. But I don't know if that map pick's going to be enough, because we did see them obviously lose their first map pick on Subway. Dark Tidings are the home team, for the record here, and Imperial are away. So Dark Tidings picked map 1 and 2, or excuse me, map 1 and 3. Imperial with map 2 on Subway, which makes sense based on the stats, but the scoreline definitely maybe a surprise as Dark Tidings took the Imperial map pick. And so if you're Imperial, like, you know, your mindset's got to be definitely in a tough spot right now, because you have to win your next map, and your map picks haven't gotten you really anywhere, as obviously Subway is an indicator. And so maybe a pause would be a good idea, honestly. You know, if you're on Imperial's side, pausing the game, taking a break, taking a breather, letting your team reset a little bit, and then trying to come in and do something on Bazaar. It's going to be tough because you're on your Marsoc round, and Dark Tidings have been playing well, but no pause, no timeout, no breath needed for Imperial. We're going to go into the action for what could be the final round of map 3 if Dark Tidings can lock in this defensive hold.
Yeah, it doesn't... we're not going to see the quick spawn coming in for Imperial, so very similar, or well, the same spawn for them. So I imagine we're going to probably see a very similar style of attack, but the difference here, I feel like Dark Tidings may take control of the Bazaar. That is something that Imperial didn't tend to do, and if you allow Marsok control of that Bazaar, then you're opening yourselves up for a lot of problems, really. So it does seem like shoot this, though, with a nice defensive flash.
One cross south.
To take the Coyote and then just hold down this position. Lots of smokes now coming out to try and confuse and hopefully allow Imperial to get through there. But Woodalot with a nice angle all the way from the East Courtyard does take down Leo and give themselves that first pick. So the Imperial side in the first 50 seconds down to a deficit. Oh, Crazy Dave with a nice pick onto Nope Not Mikey, holding down that main street. This is a very, very good push, really. It's not something you actually see too often from teams, as it can be a very... It could be a bad position depending on how it's going, but it's obviously working very well in Dave's favor. So very nice play and just good use of those positions that otherwise wouldn't be used.
Shoot this, picking up in the Kayat building, definitely going to be a big threat to the duo trying to push in from the north. They can shoot out off of this over this balcony, good cover. They can drop back into if necessary. It's going to take maybe a nice utility toss through the window or door to distract shoot this and allow the duo to push in from the north. If that's a lot of coordination, and it doesn't look like the utility is going to come through. If anything, Imperial are stacking up 3 into the north and trying to make do with what they have left, as they do manage to get one past shoot this, but not past Nomad, who is also watching this north side.
Yeah, it's just a nice defensive setup, really, by Dark Tidings. Like I was saying, you know, they're being a lot more aggressive, getting into those great positions to be able to just shut down the defenders, the attackers as they're making their way in. And that's how it's gone, and that's how you get those 8 unanswered points. Just fantastic play just up to this point by Dark Tidings. Imperial really must be concerned at this moment.
Yeah, I imagine now we have a bit more of a thought out, maybe a bit longer process on choosing the map here, because they really do have to decide where do we go, what do we play, cargo, tanker. Maps like that are still on the table. Downfall, also an option. Push us into more range, try and get away from their opponent. Obviously, that seemed to work for them on Quarantine to some extent. But even then, they did get caps on Quarantine on the Imperial side, and so I don't know if range is the answer. It is maybe what Imperial think the answer is we are going to map number 4 for Downfall. And what do the stats say here? Is this going to be... I mean, I guess we can't rely on those stats to really draw us too heavily of a picture, but I am curious how they've been playing on Downfall over the course of the regular season.
Well, both sides seemingly quite similar, really, on this. Imperial have played it 4 times, won it 4, and Dark Tidings played it 6 times and won it 3. So for the most part, they're going to be very similar. It's always a tough one picking Downfall, really. You've got to be so confident in at least one Marsok push to get that win. Otherwise, it does come down to those defensive rounds. And what we've seen so far from Dark Tidings and holding those angles and picking off people once they're making movements, Imperial could find themselves kind of struggling with this. So they obviously are a lot more confident. They know how Dark Tidings are playing by this point. So I wonder if they're just going to change things up entirely now for this map.
Well, we'll have to see if we do get close to diving into that action. We are waiting for 2 to connect for Imperial, so maybe an indicator that we are going to see some subs there. I don't think we got any swaps on Dark Tidings side.
Same team. Oh, another one dropped from Imperial, so maybe a full kind of roster change, but knowing that they have only got 6 players, I think, rostered on the team, so can't really change things up that much.
Yeah, if anything, maybe just a quick break, a bit of a tech pause. They have played 3 full maps of Onward, which certainly does put a sweat across the brow, I can imagine. And so a breather may be necessary. I do wonder, again, if we are maybe into a timeout.
No word coming in as of yet, but
we'll find out. We'll get that info from the teams, but I think Imperial need it. Frankly, you know, they really need to adjust their mindset here and try and refocus on this map. Again, their map pick downfall. Like you said, they have to win a Marsoc round, which can be challenging on this map. You have to be confident, like you said, but we've seen them play well on Quarantine. We've seen them battle back from being down, and, you know, I said it at the start of the series, maybe Imperial needs to have their backs against the wall to start to win maps, and so, well, they find themselves with their backs against the wall now. They need to win maps if they do want to try and advance on through this quarters final stage into the semifinals, which will be live next weekend on this channel and also twitch.tv/VRMasterLeague. Do be sure you're following both of those. We will also be doing giveaways later today over at twitch.tv/VRMasterLeague. HyperX mice and keyboard is going to be going out, and maybe a headset at the game tonight. That'll be broadcast over at twitch.tv/VRMasterLeague. That'll be at 2100 EST, if I have my times correct. And so do be sure to stop in and tune in and check that action out. That'll also be live over at Meta Horizon Worlds. And so you can go watch that in VR as well on a big screen. So lots of avenues to catch that action later tonight. We also have another game in between now and then that'll be broadcast live here. That's another NA versus EU matchup that you're not going to want to miss. And so a lot of Onward ahead of us today, next weekend, and finals the following weekend, November 2nd. So 3rd, 2nd, 4th, that weekend.
3rd? Was it?
No, the 5th. That was close.
Oh.
somewhere early November. But yeah, the finals will be then. And so do be sure to tune in and check out, enjoy that action. I imagine going into a timeout. I'm going to check.
I haven't seen anything come in, but I've asked both sides.
Yeah.
But just for the most part, I would imagine we are in a timeout.
Yeah, we've got to be, because now we also are having a few players drop on Dark Tidings side. It's usually an indicator that they're either going to shooting range to stay fresh or charging the headset. So we could very well be in a charging break right now, in which case we will cut to a brief intermission. And when we come back, we will be into map number 4 of this Imperial versus Dark Tidings EU versus NA battle, respectively. Don't go anywhere. More, maybe if not the best, Onward action you can watch coming at you in a few. welcome back, everybody. We are here ready to dive into map number 4 of this best of 5, the quarterfinals at the world stage and Onward. The best of the best duking it out. Imperial versus Dark Tidings unfolds today, as we do see if Dark Tidings can come back from a 8-point scoreless deficit here. Or excuse me, Imperial can come back. Dark Tidings have been running away with things here with 8 points in a row, and well, it's an opportunity for Imperial to right the wrongs with their map pick on downfall as they do go on to the attack, and early shots do come in but don't connect on the both Funshine and that rotation over to the north side, but they certainly are putting out an early presence here down onto this defense.
Yeah, this is certainly one of the more interesting kind of objectives. It's one of the newer ones, and in my opinion, can play really well for Marsoc. It all depends on that spawn. Unfortunately for Imperial, they did get the kind of really far away spawn, so defense will be able to get to pretty much any position that they want to. So it now does come down to Imperial being able to just pick them off and then slowly move in. And as I say, that Stamp does get a great shot onto Lovelot as he's standing in the Marsoc tower there, and that's going to open up this south approach. And that's not somewhere you, as a defender, you want Marsoc to be. They get around on the backside of that objective. They go all the way around on the east, and before you know it, you're getting attacked by a lot of fronts.
Look at how exposed William Dunce is there, too, as they do have to now tuck back in. Can't hold that angle. Stamp's going to get free reign down to the tower if they want to. A very powerful position. They, of course, don't know that. They, of course, don't expect there to be no coverage up to that push, but they do have, like I said, a good south presence. They have that LMG. They can dump fire down onto this defense, but that defense is staying pretty tucked in, so the rest of Imperial are having a bit of a tough time cracking the egg, so to speak, as Dunce shoot this Funshine all tucked into tight corners, really waiting for Imperial to eventually try and commit to pushing that objective.
Indeed, and there Sigma very, very slowly taking the far northern approach as well. So we could find the Imperial attackers actually behind the objective very, very quick here with less than 4 minutes remaining. They've got a lot of time, and they are pretty close to the objective to be able to just sit and watch and wait and see what movements are made. It is going to come down now to Nomad and Sigma here on this northern approach as to whether Nomad will even realize that Sigma is there. He could find himself getting shot in the back, and then before you know it, the northeast HQ is taken, and you've got Marsoc watching basically every position. So it's very, very tough one, this objective. It's definitely one of my favorite ones.
Look at this Onward timing at its finest. Nomad maybe hears the footsteps or just had an inkling that they may want to check their flank, as they do hear Siegmeyer approaching. The utility comes out. It's a flash. Siegmeyer is able to slowly tuck into the basement floor, and it doesn't look like Nomad's pushing that. Doesn't commit to dropping out from that top story, and at the very least is able to call out Siegmeyer's position, and all that slow crawling maybe doesn't seem so worth it now, as Nomad is able to be aware of Siegmeyer's position. There isn't going to be a shot to the back. There's going to be a fight for this building.
Yeah, it does take a lot to kind of hold your position. You know that you want to drop down and challenge that enemy, but hold on to your advantage, and that's a very, very key skill to really have in Onward, is understanding what advantage you have got and just not giving away. The push is coming in there from Sigma. He's going to push in and does get the pre-fire onto Nomad, takes him down in that corner and opens up this approach now. This is now not a position really the Dark Tidings want to be in. Imperial going to be able to basically take command and control of the entire eastern portion of the map. But the remaining 3 defenders, though, got such great positions, and it does seem like Care Bear's going to go down to that north HQ position, or northeast HQ, should say. And yeah, it's just a great, powerful spot, like I was saying. The smoke's now coming in. This is where the attack starts to come in, shoot this, gotta move around. Unfortunately for Imperial, the smokes didn't quite land probably where they would have liked them to. Not enough coverage there on the objective, so shoot this is going to be able to defend tooth and nail on this. He is not going to go down without a fight, I imagine, but the Imperial onslaught is getting ready to push in now. And there it is.
Yeah, William trying to get rid of Sieg, who is pushing in. They actually don't see that push. Shoot, this is down on objective, and the kill does come through from Stamp over top onto William Dunson. Imperial Yeah, a sigh of relief coming in there, truly, because 8 points unanswered, Jamie. I mean, that hurts as a team. That is a hard pill to swallow, and, well, they're finally back on the board. It's taken them a little bit, but if anything, that's maybe a big enough momentum shift to allow Imperial to, I mean, that's a Marsoc, I mean, it doesn't really get much better than that, Jamie.
Yeah, that was the objective, or well, the point that realistically Imperial needed. So I think the fact that they got this objective to start out with really has given them that kind of edge. The main thing now is going to be they've got to hold down this defense, and then they could potentially sail through on the remaining defenses as long as, yeah, Dark Tidings don't get that Marsoc win. But, you know, it is a very, very crucial point, that is, and that's going to just get that momentum back in, that confidence building, and it's a very, very, it's a good position now for Imperial to be in.
Yeah, it is ideal, but Dark Tidings obviously have been playing well so far this afternoon, and so I don't imagine we're going to see a sudden shift there. But yeah, it's downfall, you know, and in both teams, when we look at the stats, they're familiar with this map. You know, there's not going to be a big map pick advantage for Imperial here, and so with this objective in particular, they really have to lock it in, because this is a hard objective to defend.
Yeah, it really is, and what's more is, you know, both sides now, they have been probably given objectively the worst spawn you could get for this one. The south spawn really plays well into Marsoc. They're already there. They're able to just take out Volk as they move into their positions. So for Imperial to take that from that spawn, very, very well done as well. So now we're going to see, I guess, how Dark Tidings decide to do this themselves. We're going to get a very similar style of defense, 2 on the objective, 2 in the south, but that north is very, very exposed, so Dark Tidings are going to be able to get full control of that side of the map, and for this objective, I don't really think you want to allow Marsoc to get either side, really, as there's just so many open defense spots where you've got to hold from that you could get picked off from any angle, really. So it is going to be interesting to see if they can hold down those angles and stop the Marsoc side from pushing into any of the northern buildings. But lots of fire coming out from Phantom Operator, getting the call-outs. He's identified a majority of movements, but it all comes down to how Dark Tidings take this long open ground. That's the thing with Downfall. There's so much open ground that you have to cover and cross. You really rely on your team to either be distracting, getting some good pre-fire. Pre-fire is the main thing on the windows here, just to push back the defenders, make sure that they can't see what's going on, and get your pushes in there. And that's basically how the top teams would hate this map, and it's certainly something that these guys are doing themselves.
Rowan is finally shot down, as it certainly was a distracting element there for Imperial. We heard shots coming in on that far back defensive position from Mikey. And yeah, it really is kind of just Mikey and Phantom in the tower who do have eyes over into the north. It is a little bit risky, but they are certainly leaning into the range here. You know, Mikey's definitely trying to get as far away as they can from their opponent. They've got that little bit extra sight there to look for a little bit more range. They got the silencer to try and nullify their impact, their footprint here as they're taking shots from this far back position. And it's risky, you know. It's very risky, so we'll have to see if Dark Tidings can play into that. There may be an opportunity where Dark Tidings bounce right back into this with a cap if they can line things up properly.
Yeah, we have already seen them punish Imperial once for being off the objective or just having a bit of a loose defense around the objective. So it's hopefully something that they are fully aware of and learned from that first quarantine round. And it does seem like they have kind of bolstered angles just a little bit better than what they did in that round. So it's I can't see them falling foul of that again. But again, anything can really happen when it comes to Onward. It's it's a game of timing. It's a game of utility, and we haven't seen any utility come out yet. Really, I don't think from Dark Tidings. So they've still got it all to play for. But with these positionings, there's the first pick. Phantom Operator taking down Nomad. That's the long range angle. Takes him down in the north there.
Shot connecting there obviously draws the attention here, and Leo may be able to catch some players unaware if they do kind of keep advancing forward. They're obviously tucked in pretty deep into the window. The reason being there is to limit their exposure out that window to all the potential angles. And apologies for the little stutter there on the camera, but we are now really just watching the slow advance forward of Dark Tidings as they try and work up where they're going to challenge Phantom on the tower. Levelot does pop up and takes a little gander into the window at Leo, but I don't think spotted Leo there. And here comes Utility, a great flash that connects onto both.
Yeah, shoot, there's just drops to the ground there to make sure that he doesn't get taken down by anyone watching for that. And it does seem like William Dunce identified Leo's position, pushes in to try to take him down, but unfortunately Leo did move into the corner there. William Dunce had an option to, he had to either choose the window in the front or the window in the back, and he chose wrong on that one, so Leo will get the kill there. Phantom Operator now watching for Lovelot, but nope, not Mike, he goes down. Nicely done there by Lovelot to identify that positioning, and with another kill from Leo on to shoot, there's Phantom Dark Tidings down to 2 attackers to try and take on 4 defenders that are in some very, very powerful spots.
Nice push from Levelot. Yeah, it does get that kill. Down to 3, but they do have a good hold still. 2 on objective and Phantom on the Overwatch, which is ultimately really kind of putting a pause, or as a key threat at least for this offense. You can still see Funshine worried about it, Levelot concerned about it, and Phantom, we'll have to see how they play this out as they do get pushed. Utility comes in. Oh, that's a nice little smoke that goes up through the window. Another flash comes out. Doesn't end up pushing out the doorway, but is now holding it.
Yeah, that's created the distraction, though, that they probably needed. Phantom Operator not checking that angle. He's just basically watching for anyone to push in. Levelot with a great, nice bit of teamwork there between Funshine and Levelot to take down Phantom Operator. Pre-fire moving, just really nicely done. 40 seconds now remaining on the clock, though. They really need to get in and try and identify these final 2 positions. But with both defenders being on the objective, they aren't going to need too much time. But it is dwindling down. 25 seconds remaining. The teamwork's got to come out here. Lovelot just a little bit too far behind for any refresh. Oh, he's running out.
Almost perfect. Almost perfect. Levelot's going to continue the push. Stamp's tucked in, and they don't see Stamp in the dark corner.
You can hear them laughing about it at the corner at the end there. In that corner, he was just tucked away behind that box. That was great setup there, and with only 10 seconds remaining, though, I think Dark Tidings just didn't give themselves quite enough time to really be able to push on the remaining bit on that objective. Really well done by Imperial to just hold them back and make that time dwindle down.
Indeed, indeed. And while we're here in an intense battle, a quick shout out to our sponsors. We appreciate their support in helping us give a prize pool out to these winners here. The top 3 teams that end up coming out of Worlds get their hands on that prize pool and hardware that comes in from our sponsors. Those sponsors include ProTube VR, which offer fantastic haptic feedback mounts for any of your favorite VR shooter games, whether it's the full mount or the pistol mount. They both have haptic feedback built in, a great way to enhance your immersion. They also have the regular magnetic stocks without that haptic feedback, which is also a fantastic tool to help stabilize your aim in any of your favorite shooter games. It's a must-have, in my opinion, so I always do recommend them, but that's ProTube VR. We also have support from VR Cover. They offer fantastic comfort options for any of your VR headsets. It will greatly enhance the amount of time you can stay with the headset on, because it is just a more comfortable experience when you do pick up a VR Cover face mask. So I would do recommend checking out VR Cover. We also are sponsored by Asterion. They offer fantastic RGB mounts. You've seen them in the ad, but also really nice mats, play mats that help to identify your play space without really needing the walls to be put up. You know, you can feel when you're on the edge of your play space or when you're potentially close to a wall based off of that mat. And you can get $5 off any Asterion product if you go to AsterionProducts.com and use the code VRML, the number 5, off Asterion. That'll get you $5 off any purchase over $20 or $20 or more. Into the action we got to go, though, as off to the races. Round 3. Shots already coming in from both teams as Care Bear flies for a Level-Lot flies forward here. Gets into a very aggressive defensive position early, and Dark Tidings still playing aggressive despite their current disadvantage, down 2-0.
That they are, and I must say, this position that Level-Lot's taken, it was a very, very risky push, and it's going to pay off. This is this North Bungalow position is so powerful for any of these objectives, and you can just shut down the pushes. You've got such great cover. Imperial really need to watch out for this now, and they need to know that he is there. Otherwise, they are going to find themselves getting picked off as they are watching other angles. It was a very aggressive play, and I'm very surprised he even actually made it there. But yeah, that's going to be a thorn in the side.
They also have Funshine, who's also managed to get up into the bungalow just next to Level-Lot here. So they do have the Overwatch on Level-Lot's position here. So it really is a pretty solid defensive setup where they can kind of reinforce each other. And Funshine can also be a nice threat down into the South Ravine if they do so choose. Level-Lot almost gets their head picked off there, as there certainly is some attention drawn to the windows. They are still alive.
Now they are, and this helicopter objective is certainly a tough one, really, to attack. I think it's got of all the objectives, that's got the most ground that you've got to try and cover as Marsoc, and with the Volt kind of pushing up here and shutting down the avenues of approach, it does make it a lot more difficult. 4 minutes now remaining. Imperial really desperately trying to identify the positions here. Lots of pre-fire coming out just to draw people out, but Stamp with a nice pick does take down Level-Lot. Only down though, so not going to be able to get that confirmed, but the call-outs will come. That's going to be a crucial pick there.
Yeah, a really big opening now. Funshine's not going to be able to get that res, at least without a bit of trouble. And they do want to be sure they're holding down the south position, because who else is really watching the south rotation from Imperial on Dark Tidings side? Both Phantom Operator and Leo are going to be able to really kind of freely advance all the way up through the South Ravine until they do run into Funshine. So Funshine has to maintain their position there, although now they've given it away with shots coming in, and that communication should come through to the south rotation as well.
Lots and lots of pre-fire is coming out there. I don't know if Stamp's actually 100% that he took down Level-Lot, so even though he is down, he's still got that effect on that. He's just kind of stopping this push from coming in. You just don't want to push unless you know, and Funshine getting the pick onto Leo does give away his spot. Only down though, so he's going to be able to call out all this positioning, but again, it's one of those where he's holding this late angle. You can only get the shots onto him if you're out in the open and exposed, and by that point he's already watching that angle, so you could find yourself going down to him. These bungalow positions are not ones to be trifled with, really. It is impressive how strong they actually are. With a lot of pre-fire coming out by Sigma, he just knows that he needs to hold down. He knows he needs to hold down Funshine there and just hold him into that position. Nomad watching the south does take down Phantom Operators, so the south push has been put a stop to. We are now down to 2 minutes remaining, and the attack going to have to come in from the north.
And so we'll shift our attention over to the trio, Stamp, Sieg, and Mikey, trying to get themselves up to this objective. Not going to be an easy task, especially with how this defense is currently set up. Leo does get confirmed there by Funshine, so no more communication coming in, but more utility does come out to try and deny Shoot this vision. Also denies William vision, and Mikey is going to go for this cross under heavy suppressive fire. It's going to be hard to identify. Funshine's not going to be checking on the backside. Level-Lot may be able to see this until the comms could be coming in. A nice peek from Shoot this on the short corner. Does catch Sieg, so it's down to 2 for Imperial.
Yeah, no, not Mikey. Very fortunate there. The timing worked out well for him. As Shoot This looped around, Sigma was the one who went down. I think he was actually looking for Nope, not Mikey, to be fair, because he probably heard the push. But kill's still good. So it's still put Imperial down to 2v4 now. And Nope, not Mikey going to try and attack onto North HQ. The trade does come out between Shoot This and him. So now we are down to Stamp all alone. And it does seem like Lovelot has bled out now. So there is going to be no call-outs of any of this movement in the north. So Nomad pretty much blind at the moment.
There's a path here where Stamp could do some damage. 45 seconds. Pushing in from this north side. Look at how far south is from objective. They're going to have to cover their crosses. The big reliance on Nomad. 30 seconds left. Stamp doesn't really have a ton of time to do this, but they are just going to take a quick check at some positions. 25 seconds left. They have to go. They confirm a downed body and do give away their position. Shots coming in onto Nomad. Can they get cross all of the lines of fire? They do. They get cross fast. Oh, they click dry. Stamp's out of ammo. They're trying to reload on the run. 10 seconds left as they approach the back wall of the objective. The tablet comes out. Do they know the code? They're punching it in. Imperial could potentially get two. No, Nomad with a big play on the flank. Shuts down the cap. That could have been 4-0. It would have been hard. Quick cap would have had to come through, but that was almost it. That was almost Imperial taking this map and pushing us to a game 5.
Yeah, I was watching that push in there. I think what actually let the Stamp down there, I think it was about a second or two where he may have stuttered or something, whether it was a technical issue or anything, I'm not sure. But yeah, I think if that hadn't happened, Nomad actually wouldn't have caught that cross and he would have been on the objective. I think maybe Care Bear over by the bungalow saw a little bit, but the timing wouldn't have been there. So really, really close there, but just a great defense, I guess, by Dark Tidings and shutting them down early on and causing that time to dwindle down so he didn't have the time to get the cap, or at least ascertain where the defense was and maybe get an additional pick there. So definitely what Dark Tidings needed at this point, and hopefully for them at least bring back the momentum. But Imperial's still looking really strong here. They can still ride out these defensive wins, and that's all they need to do now.
Yeah, they are in good shape on downfall right now, but it can happen. Well, anything has happened so far in the postseason. We've seen wild knife kills, multiple actually coming through so far in this postseason, and really just overall great coordination so far today from these two. So solid battle. We'll see what we get for already looking towards map 5, but that's still not necessarily in the cards. If Dark Tidings do manage to come back here, it is going to be the series to them, and they will advance on to the semifinals next weekend.
Yes, and an interesting change here. It does seem like Funshine has dropped, and we are going to see Kale Anon jump in instead. So, interesting change of things there. This far into the 4th map, but again, it's who are we to really question it, you know? Maybe there's something there that, you know, Dark Tidings know Kale is going to be good on this objective. He's got a great push that works every time, and that's what they're maybe hoping for on this. Who knows?
Could be something like that. Could even be a matter of they did want, you know, Kale maybe wasn't available until now, and so once they were available, they brought them in. Who knows what's going on behind the scenes there in terms of why this sub was brought in. But yeah, there is certainly tactical plausibility for wanting to bring in someone fresh, although after just winning a round, Sunshine I don't think was doing poorly on the map. So I don't know. We'll see if it's the right swap, and I like to see it, you know, especially at this stage, at this level. It is something we have seen historically. You know, these top teams do have a deep roster, you know, multiple players that they don't necessarily always run, but they do bring in throughout the course of the regular season. You know, they're making sure that they're getting these subs practice, and that if anything, they're integrating them into key parts of their strategy. And so, yeah, curious to see what that sub with Kale Anon coming in will do for Dark Tidings on the offense, because, you know, like we've been saying, they need to get a Marsoc round now, or otherwise Imperial can ride this out and push it to a game 5.
Yeah, that Apologies.
At that point too, you also have to think about how the whole map pick pool phase factors in and what we have left, Jamie. And I mean, I'm already starting to think while we are waiting for the start of this next round, what that next map is. Cargo and Tanker are the only options, no?
Tankers are. No, Tanker wasn't. It was Suburbia. Tanker was banned earlier. So yeah. So actually,
Abandoned.
yeah, it is
Abandoned. Okay.
Yeah.
There is one more long range map, but yeah, it's a limited map pool. 3 available maps left for them to choose from, and you know, at that point too, you do have the fact of, well, maybe the stats aren't necessarily a deciding factor anymore in terms of how you pick the map, you know, because again, it's a limited selection, and you've already had the bans. You've already likely picked your most comfortable maps. To have to save your best map for Game 5 is very risky, and so it's going to be kind of a middle tier map for both teams, I expect. And that'll be fun to watch, and yeah, that Game 5, if it happens, definitely going to be exciting. But again, that's me counting out Dark Tidings right now and see if the sub is enough. I imagine. Great.
It seems like we have gone into a second timeout, I believe. I've just got word of that. No. But I think we've probably spoke long enough.
That was about 4 minutes ago, and so I don't want to risk cutting to intermission, especially with the intensity of this action. But they do have the option of, I believe, another 5 or 10 minutes of timeout where they can strategize. Was called by Imperial, which is interesting that Dark Tidings then took the chance to sub someone in.
Yeah.
But yeah, Imperial. Yeah, right. Utilize your opponent's timeout too. It's just, while it's an opportunity for Imperial to reset, it's also one for Dark Tidings. So
yeah, the interesting side is to kind of break that momentum also just a little bit. You know that Dark Tidings have started off well and they're really going. So taking this time now to just collect yourself and just understand what isn't kind of going quite right and changing that up. But obviously at the moment, Imperial being up, they have won the first objective, so maybe they don't need that. But still, always good to just keep that tilt kind of down and stay level-headed and know what you're doing there. But yeah, there we go.
Beautiful. You've listened to us long enough. So now we get back into the action. Round number 4 kicking off here. Map number 4 and Dark Tidings bring it back. Will Kale Anon be the savior that they need? They're going to be droning, so we'll see if they get the information they need to help support their team. We do go into it. Dark Tidings on the attack, Imperial on the defense. Dark Tidings trying to secure this map, take the entire series.
1781-656.
Yeah, it just using that drone early on, I always ask myself how much use does that have. I think with Downfall you can, it may have a little bit more use than say a map like Quarantine, because people can't make rotations, but you could pick out where they are and then the rotation comes in, you're expecting someone somewhere they're not and get picked off from it. So the drone will be a great tool. It's got to be used at the right time, and I can see it here floating around mid-hotel just trying to check all the windows that it can. The gunshots coming out does take it down, so not a lot of information going to be given from that drone. And now Dark Tidings have got to work together to try and push in. Imperial got a nice defensive setup really for this. It's going to be a pretty tough push all the way in the north. I think the best option really is going to be coming in from the south, which it seems like that's how Dark Tidings are going to be taking this. So they could find themselves surrounding mid-hotel and taking control of that pretty early on here. It all comes down to that onward timing and just what angles actually are being covered, and how your team distract the enemy to allow those big open pushes come out.
Yeah, Leo's got an interesting job right now. We've been watching them in first perspective, and people got to be curious, what they're seeing. I'm trying to simulate it, but essentially Leo is checking their tablet and looking at the mini-map, making sure that they know where their team is, calculating the amount of dots they see, and making sure that there's 5 alive. And then if anything happens, they radio that in very quickly to the team without the,
the play, right?
player that's in the middle of the action needing to do it.
I've been
so.
doing quite a lot, Phantom.
Yeah, it's
like
very
three
crucial
of them
thing
in
to do, but the
size.
question you ask yourself, would it be better if you place that tablet on the ground? Just, you can look at it, you can still be peeking, you know, just put it in front of you, hold your window, and just look down periodically. Well, I think those are the kind of playstyles that we've just gained over many hours of playing this game, and probably being picked off that many times peeking on the tablet that you just realize actually it's better to put it on the floor.
Definitely a focused Imperial. Heard a little bit of a snap back over there on the comms, but yeah, it does come down to trusting your team a lot too on a when you do hold down a pretty tight defense like this, because you're really relying on your team to cover the other angles of approach. And right now, Nomad kind of has a clean line of approach here. Mikey is one element, one potential threat, but Nomad's really getting around with this defense.
Yeah, it's not really somewhere that you want to have a Marsoc on this.
No.
I mean, not many people are going to be too exposed, though, from that angle. No, not Mikey does spot Kalen on moving around in the south, though. Nice long-range angle, and I think that's like the first set of gunshots really that have gone off. So his position is now known, but everyone else stayed so reserved. And I just don't think William's going to be expecting two sitting in the mid-hotel here. He's getting the call-outs of Mikey's position, but other than that, there isn't much more you can really kind of call out here. Lovelot has pushed in, and going to try and take on mid-hotel. Phantom Operator watching the stairs, though, does take him down after a nice flash there. So that's his defending for now, but whilst all that's going on, William Dunce does spot. Nope, not Mikey. Takes him down. Only down, though, so he's still going to be able to get the call-outs, but now the south is very exposed, and a lot of ground is to be given to Dark Tidings. But with only 3 attackers and William Dunce being the only one on the south, they may not be able to capitalize on the fact that it is open this much.
Yeah, the north approach is going to be a challenge. Maybe not for Nomad, though. They may be able to get around Stamp's angle. Stamp's line is really a big threat there to that north push to Shoot This trying to cross. Siegmeyer is also here waiting for Shoot This to rotate in, and so William Dunce is going to have an important job. If they can work their way in and catch Stamp out on the stairs, that's really going to kick things off for this offense.
Indeed it will, but with 1 minute 30 now remaining, the time is really dwindling down. You want at least a good minute of having your attackers around the objective to really understand where people are, especially when you haven't been getting any picks and the gunshots haven't been sent out there. So William Dunce, though, opting to try and get a nade through the window, and that could have been a good nade. Stamp, having moved, it wasn't actually going to have that much of an effect there. The trade, oh, kill does come out for Williams, should I say. Takes down Stamp, and then there's the trade between Phantom Operator and Williams. So that's a great approach there. Siegmeyer does take down Shoot This, so Nomad now all alone. Got to try and approach on the objective. 50 seconds remaining. Scott's a lot of time. Leo getting a little bit aggressive here, though. Trying to peek around that corner, see what's going on. Nomad could capitalize on this and pick him off on that corner, but Siegmeyer just below has got that final look. You can see the laser there. It is trained on Nomad's position, and the trade comes out. And the Imperial will take their 3rd point from that number 4.
Solid job from Imperial, but Dark Tidings, again, doing a good job of battling here for every point, every round. They're in a good position here as we go to our next objective over into the south side of things. And if anything, a certainly capable OBJ. But yeah, curious to see how Imperial do approach this. We have seen them cap in a 3-3 scenario, so they're certainly not afraid of doing it if it is going to be the game-winning point, even if they don't need it. But I wonder if there's going to be a cap effort. I suppose it depends on the spawn for Imperial here out the gate. But yeah, they're going to be going on the offense at least to kick things off on this objective. If Dark Tidings can salvage, get a good solid defensive hold here, then there's an opportunity where they could take this map. They could still lock in this series off of downfall here. And so Imperial really do have to stay locked in.
Yeah, that they do, and the one thing you have got to watch out for is those 3 spawns, really, isn't it? You've got the super quick spawn that's going to be at the end of the northwest street, where Marsoc are just basically there watching and waiting. Otherwise, you've got the 2 standard northeast and southeast spawns, so all to be checking for. And it does make it tough when you're going for a defense. Everyone knows that they've got to hold mid hotel on this. That's a given. So if you get the northwest spawn though as Marsoc, you shut down anyone trying to approach from that west street, and that can be, you know, devastating. Or do you opt to take the east side of the of mid hotel and then get taken down by the northeast or the southeast? It's a very, very tough one to try and get your defenders in my opinion.
Now we're gonna get that southeast spawn here. It's can be a pretty powerful one if Imperial can push up, challenge. We may see some flashes over the hills here as a battle could unfold for this hilltop position. See how Dark Titans decide to push out, but we could very well be into the action early. We do dive into round number 5.
That we do, and Kalanon has been allowed to get all the way over to mid hotel. That southeast spawn, not the best one. You can't get early peeks really onto the hotel. It's that northeast one where you're more than likely going to get picked off from. So Dark Titan is going to be able to get into their defensive spots, and for this one they are remaining really reserved. 3 on the objective. William Dunt's kind of covering the south approach there, and then you've got Kale in the mid hotel. The one thing you do have to watch out for though is allowing Marsoc to take control of mid hotel. At that point they can really command the northern side of the objective, and if your defenders are in the basement of the objective building, you won't have that time to rotate. So it all relies a lot on your map awareness and how much awareness you've got of what's going on, checking your tablet, seeing who's down, seeing who isn't watching where, and then adjusting as needs be. But it does seem like Dark Titans have allowed that in their positioning to be able to adjust as and when needed. So nicely done there, and it does seem like we are going to see some gunshots coming out from William Duntz. He spots a little bit of movement there on the Marsoc Hills, not going to actually connect. We can see the laser coming over him, but that's just what you need to be doing on this map, really. You've got to be challenging Marsoc. You've got to make that time dwindle down, and 4 minutes 30 now remaining. If Dark Tidings can just keep holding them back there in the South Hills, then they could find themselves getting this one pretty easily.
Yeah, I do like the tight defense. They are certainly prioritizing shutting down the cap and really forcing Imperial to come to them. Maybe recognizing that they have been getting picked off early in their efforts, and so trying to nullify that impact by getting less aggressive on their defensive setup. But we'll again, you know, Imperial have been playing well on their attack. You know, they've been playing well on their approach. Siegmeyer catches Kale on the roof, and now it really is just the Dark Tidings defense on objective building. So they're not going to have control of the South Ravine. They don't have any control of the 3-story anymore. There could be anyone pushing up there, and at least they shut down Stamp trying to push up into the White House.
Yeah, between William and Nomad there, they both had that line of sight covered, but it is just a bit of a concern of how uncovered the northern side of the objective well and truly is. Lovelot being the only kind of defender who's able to see this. If he is to go down, then Dark Tidings are going to have to make those rotations we were talking about, and potentially they could find themselves getting picked off out in the open there. Lovelot does spot the movement by Siegmeyer going all the way over into the south, into the northwest. Tries to get the gunshots, can't quite connect them though, but again, that will just hold him back just a little bit. He's going to be trying to see what he can, see if he can get that pick onto Lovelot, and if Lovelot can play it well, he can certainly hold him there for at least a minute. The rest of the Imperial side certainly got to try and get close, or well, closer to the objective, as at the moment they are pretty far away in conjunction with where Siegmeyer actually is.
Yeah, they have this immediate threat in the south right now, and the middle is still working their way up, but there certainly is going to be a presence in the middle, so Lovelot does have to be a little bit cautious of that threat if they do decide to peek out to the window. Phantom could have a line down onto their window position here, and Lovelot doesn't check, then Phantom can kind of walk up to the objective without really anyone challenging them.
Indeed, and with Williams' position, he can sort of kind of help cover the front, but he is going to be, at that point, pretty exposed from the south as well. So it all does come down to that kind of teamwork and coordination from Imperial to just call out what's going on. And I think the toughest part with Downfall is just staying patient enough that you aren't trying to peek Marsoc in super long range angles where you're just going to get picked off, especially in a position like Lovelot's. Be able to go down, then Dark Tidings know there's going to be an issue, so he really needs to stay reserved and patient and just not peek those super long angles. Well, with 1 minute 30, 1 minute 30 now remaining on the clock, we can see the battle between William Dunst and Leo going on. William Dunst does spot him an up and Dunst, I should say, and but just can't quite connect those shots. But again, the firing will kind of put a stop to that. The smoke's now coming out. You can see Lovelot just staying in that corner, holding on, waiting to see what's happening, and the attack is very slowly coming in now. Leo does take down William Dunst, who is going to be the next immediate Northern defender, and Phantom's on the objective, travel out. This is the rotation that we were talking about. You're knocking out the time, and there it is. That's what you have to watch out for.
We are headed to a Game 5 decider for the series this afternoon. In our quarterfinals, we are going the distance between this NA and EU battle. What a fight it has been. Imperial really doing well on the range. I imagine if you're Dark Tidings and you're getting to pick this map, you do not go to Abandon. I don't think that's the wise choice here, because clearly Imperial are playing a little bit better on that long range map, and so Cargo and Tanker on the table. But do you go Cargo for your series decider? That's a big risk, you know, and I don't know that they'll want to take it. So maybe Abandon is the safe pick. I don't know at this point where we're headed, and clearly neither does Dark Tidings, because we are waiting for this third map pick. And where are we going? Wow, it is. I mean,
whew. I don't know what to say about this pick. I really, I know Imperial and I know how well they can play this map.
Yeah, what a exciting map 3 choice here, and I mean, or map 5 choice here. What a crazy way to decide. The close quarters fights is what's going to be determining here who comes out on top in this NAEU matchup. And Cargo is, well, there's a lot of ways to play it, which I'm excited to see how that's going to be approached by both sides.
Yeah, it's I'm just looking on the map scores here, and Dark Tidings played it 5, won it 4 times, but Imperial played it 8, won it 7. So again, slight advantage in Imperial, but they also had the technical advantage on Subway as well, if you look to the points, and we know how that one went. So this is, I genuinely would not be able to say how this is going to go. I imagine there's going to be a lot of quick plays, but then we're going to see the slow plays as well. So I'm expecting kind of the first minute just to be crazy, and then we slow it down right down for the last like couple minutes. That's what I'm anticipating anyway.
It's everything on the line. What do we see? Is again the question here, and yeah, is it out the gates aggression? Is it going to be out the gates reserved play? You know, it's the pressure's on. The entirety of your season amounts to this point, and an opportunity at the prize pool. I mean, if you get to the semifinals, you're one series away from guaranteeing that you'll get something out of that prize pool. You know, you're one win away from guaranteeing at least 3rd place. You know, and so they are truly very close to getting into that prize pool here as they're in these quarterfinals in the world stage, and neither one of these teams wants to give it up. So I imagine we are going to see a very I mean, this is may be the best Cargo match we get to tune into all season, dare I say. Who knows, because the next matchup is going to be very good, which is coming up after this in, I believe, double check
30 minutes.
30 minutes from now?
Yep. So, no pressure. No pressure at all. But just to add a little bit there onto the figures, so I was just having a quick look. The last time, so both sides played this in their very last matchup of the regular season. Dark Tidings won theirs 4-3, and Imperial lost theirs 4-1. So make of that as you will as a viewer.
Yeah, we may end up even starting potentially that second game on time, but we'll have to see. We may end up delaying the start of that one as well, just so we can catch the action here. But yeah, it is going to be right after this, so we're going to go right into another best of 5, bringing on board Grenade Magnet, and Jamie, you're more than welcome to stick around if you want. But we'll have another series later tonight over at twitch.tv/VRMasterLeague. It'll be at 2100 EST. So again, a day full of Onward. Potentially, if we go the distance like this, and at least one more map to go here. I think we're going to go to a brief break, and when we come back, it'll be right into the start of Map 5, the series decider. You do not want to go anywhere. A lot, if not the best, Onward action coming up. Welcome back, everybody. We are here for the start of the final map of this series, Dark Tidings versus Imperial. Reminder that up next is, what is it, Jamie? Boss fight versus
Proteus.
Proteus. Another NA-EU battle that'll be super exciting to tune into. Obviously, we have a big finisher here. A Map 5 decider between who is going to come out on top. And out the gate, Dark Tidings do kick off things with an early kill. A lot of counter utility coming in, flashes up and over the top, trying to deter an early push from Dark Tidings, but ultimately shoot this Anthony Dead already advanced up into their positions. They are ready to now push forward through to the center. We'll see if Leo and Phantom can defend, but Imperial are down one player to that of Dark Tidings.
Yes, this is a very interesting objective as well. I think it's one of the more exposed kind of objectives where you know you've got defenders super far off because you know that you've got to cover that central area, but you've also got to cover the the objective area. So it is very, very tough. Phantom Operator spotting Nomad moving around near the tunnel there, does take him down, and we get ourselves into a 4v4. And like anticipated, we had that first minute of just rushing and firing, and then that's when it just goes kind of slower.
Hard to be over aggressive or really lean into that aggressive. The extra pressure is on the line here, and clearly seeing it impacting Dark Tidings. Will eventually push, or if they are going to stick to their similar time frame that we saw that was working for them earlier, they were winning, 4-0, 4-0 on some car. Push more around that 2.5 minute mark rather than right away, or too late rather. So kind of an even balance there from Dark Tidings, and it does seem like they are going to set up for their advance. Here's how the utility comes through.
Yeah, that's the key thing when it does come down to cargo. It's that equipment usage. How well can you throw those nades? Nice pick there by Stamp covering the container 4 there. Anthony dead, does know what's going on. Gonna have to try to get that shoot. This gets a very nice flash onto the corner there, but just waits a little bit too long there. So Stamp's gonna be able to see again. No, not Mikey providing a little bit of cover. The trade does come out. No, not Mikey also now covering container 4. Got to fight against Anthony dead. Getting lots of gunshots. Goes down to Anthony dead. Gets the confirm also. Now we're down to Leo and Phantom Operator, but they are so far off the objective. They've really got to watch out here. Crazy Dave is in the position to be able to cover any form of rotation back to the objective there. And this is not kind of where you want to be here. Not a lot of equipment has gone out yet either, so I imagine Dark Tidings have got quite a lot to go with. Phantom Operator with a very nice pick there onto container 4 again. Does take down Anthony. This flash comes out. Crazy Dave now pushing around near container 1, coming around on the backside of Phantom Operator. Can't quite see him though, as he's tucked in nicely into a corner. But it has given away the fact that nobody is going to be on the objective side. So Imperial could have a bit of a sigh of relief where they can just kind of lock down the final approach here. But it's still a lot easier said than done. Phantom Operator with a nice angle there does go down to Crazy Dave. Like I said, easier said than done. And like that, we are down into this 1v1.
Does Dave know of Leo's location is the big question. Are they going to be aware of this position from Leo, tucked in and waiting for the push? Do they have any utility left? Try and throw Leo's direction is the big question here, as we do get ever so close to the moment that, well, 2 minutes left. Actually, have plenty of time, really, for Dave to really slowly work through here. And I think they did hear Leo running around inside those crates, and so I do think now Dave is aware of Leo's position because Leo didn't just tuck in. And they really can't afford to just tuck in. When you're the last defender, you really do have to make sure you're covering multiple angles. You're making sure the objective's not being captured, and you're trying to be wary of that potential last threat. And so, if anything, Dave kind of just letting the clock tick down is really just playing in to making Leo more and more nervous.
Yeah, this is really kind of a tough moment when you're a player that does like to kind of move around quite a lot. In a 1v1 situation, that can really work against you, against a player like Crazy Dave, who is just watching the angles, listening out for anything that they can find. They may just catch you on that rotation. So in this scenario, you really need to just stay patient and just hold the angle that you know they've got to cross. But that smoke going to be a bit of a distraction, as Crazy Dave opts to take the tunnel push, but it will allow Leo a bit more time to be able to find his final position. He has rotated back to where he started and now moved yet again to try and cover that tunnel exit, which is going to be a great angle here. He's anticipating Crazy Dave. Crazy Dave won't be expecting him directly on the corner. We could see the pick, and we do. Yeah. Leo gets the first pick for, gets the first point, should I say, for Imperial on map number 5.
You could hear a breath of relief from Leo there after they got that kill. A little sigh coming out there, and yeah, I mean, hey, this is when it's happened. This is when the pressure is on. This is when it all comes down to here. And although there is certainly more postseason ahead of the winning team, you know, they have to go into the semifinals and then the finals. It is still a tense moment right now because, again, it's that much closer to the prize pool. That does come in from our sponsors. We already shouted them out, but a quick shout out again to ProTube, VR, BR Cover, Asterion, and VRML, all for contributing in and supporting the Onward VR Master League, ending up with a solid prize pool in hardware and cash for our top 3 teams this season. That and obviously the prestige of being Season 13 champion, and so definitely what teams are seeking out for, the prestige of representing your region and really proving if EU or NA or OCE are the best in the world. That's really what this comes down to in this world stage. And right now we don't really have a good determining factor, do we, Jamie, of who is the best? Is it NA or EU? It's hard to say, especially after this series. I wouldn't even be able to determine. I mean, it really is getting me excited for our next matchup again, boss fight versus Proteus, and then that final matchup of the evening with an EU and OCE match, or an NA and OCE matchup. It'll all be pretty exciting to tune into, and it's going to be, again, a long day of Onward. 3 best-of-5s, 2 best-of-5s left ahead of us with one final map here, and all you got to do is stick around. Enjoy the action. Eventually, we'll be moving over to twitch.tv/VRMasterLeague for the final game. We'll also be doing some giveaways, giving away some HyperX products, some headphones, some mice, keyboard. You do want to stick around for that giveaway. Into the action we go, though, for round number 2 of map 5.
Yeah, plenty of giveaways to be had, really, and that's the great thing, you know, watching some great Onward and win some free prizes at the same time. Like, what more could you want for a Saturday afternoon, really? You know. But we do still have this game to be played there. What a nade by Stigmire! Instant killers, wow, that was brilliant, that was. I mean, that's one of those grenades that I feel like, you know, you've had to have practiced in free roam quite a lot to really get that pinpoint accurate. That was brilliant, that was. But that has just opened up the approach on the objective side, though, coming through onto Container 4. And that's going to be a bit of an issue here for Dark Tidings, as any well-placed smoke usage will completely block their vision, and then they've got to make the rotation back to the objective. But with so much angles that you can cover from, you can cap from with cover, it is very, very difficult. So they really need to try and push somebody back across onto the objective side just to cover it from the gas tank, really. But it doesn't seem like they are opting for that. They may be a lot more confident with that central defense, but it is always a difficult one to kind of tell, really. Do you throw that defender out in the open knowing that they're going to hold that angle that's super important, or do you just keep them where they are and keep them alive, basically, and just keep your players up? It's always that tough kind of call. And what I'm not noticing from Dark Tidings personally is that kind of in-game leader, the person who's, you know, organizing the defense, kind of, you know, saying, you do this, you do that, let's rotate this way. I haven't really heard that kind of comms, which is pretty interesting to see in a team that does play kind of this play style. Usually you'd anticipate somebody to be kind of calling the plays or just seeing what's going on in the battlefield and then just rerouting the defense, really. But they obviously have their ways of doing it, and it does seem like Imperial going to take this a lot slower for Cargo, really. We haven't seen too much equipment usage come out. That one nade that did take down Sigmire, but a trade coming out between Nope Not Mikey and Nomad there will take us into a 3v5 after the revive. And Crazy Dave, William Dunce, both watching Container 4. They know that this push is going to be coming in, and it's going to come in very shortly, but Dark Tidings at a very slight deficit at the moment. Really got to be questioning how they're going to defend against the onslaught that is about to come.
Yeah, it's interesting. They're really worried about that corner position that they already naded out, but they don't know that that's happened. They don't know that there's a dead player here on this side. They don't know that they've confirmed that kill, and so it really is halting their advance down through this side. And now they're maybe realizing eventually that there is no defender here, eventually that they've killed this one in the corner. There's the confirm from Sieg. And so now they can start their push towards objective, because once you take control of this side, you can leap out, you can leapfrog smokes up to that cross point, and then you can get in behind the objective and be a very big threat to this objective space. And so not what Dark Tidings want. Imperial, if they can get it, a 3-0 start couldn't be much better. William Dunce is going to be the key element in shutting that down, though.
That he will be. Essentially the last line of defense with a bit of a team kill there. Nope Not Mikey taking down Leo. Just to help out Dark Tidings, it seems. So it's going to put us into a 3v4. It's still not a great position, really, for Dark Tidings to be in. They've got so many angles that they've got to try and cover here. The lasers just rained on the position. Anthony Dead does take down Hope, not Mikey. Well, Phantom Operator very quickly on the refrag there. Crazy Dave managed to pick up his own onto Stigmire, but gets refragged instantly by Stamp. William Dunce now all alone, has stayed pretty quiet here. Can hear the movement from Phantom Operator, who's trying to get around on the backside of William, but then he's also getting sandwiched between Stamp as well. Depending on how Phantom Operator and Stamp decide to take this, they could find themselves just getting the pick onto William. Otherwise, he may just take them down one by one.
Imperial on the cusp of getting a nice 2-0 lead on the map decider, the series decider, excuse me, the final map of the day for either one of these teams. And Will is, like you said, staying quiet. They're not running around, unlike some defenders we have seen. And so there's no audio cues for Phantom or Stamp to work off of. They don't know where Will is. They don't know if Will's tucked into the backside or in some corner position. And for now, Will is going to be able to simply hold here and defend, wait for this offense to push to them, and they're going to have to come in about a minute.
Yep, and it's going to be a very tense minute. I mean, I can feel the pressure from William, but he gets picked off from behind. Phantom Operator does make that rotation. Like I was saying, the sandwich kind of movement. He's watching for Stamp, not watching for Phantom Operator, and there it is. Imperial going to go 2-0 up on the final map.
Cargo is a crazy final choice for this series with how it's all shaken out over the course of Quarantine, Subway, Bazaar, and Downfall. And now Imperial really are playing well. I mean, they are... It's crazy how much momentum has swung throughout the course of this series, with picking off on such an even keel on Quarantine, Dark Tidings running away with things for 2 maps, and now it seems Imperial doing the same. I don't know when that 1 point for Dark Tidings was scored. I think it was when it was 1-1. And so I think it's been maybe 5 unanswered points that have come through for Dark Tidings now, and Imperial really have not been able to string together a W. They've been close, certainly. They've put it down to 1v1s, 1v2s, but it is all a matter of executing in the clutch, and right now, Imperial have been managing to execute in the clutch. The EU side of the region is the EU side of Worlds is doing well to battle back what would otherwise have been anticipated to be some pretty heavy NA aggression. Oddly enough, in our discussions, though, you know, talking about these teams, NA typically lean in towards that faster paced play style. EU have typically lent into that slower paced play style. But today we're almost seeing a bit of the opposite, Jamie, whereas Imperial are playing quick, they're attacking confidently, and Dark Tidings are really taking their time on the offense.
Yeah, that they are, and one other thing to note is Imperial have stuck with the exact same players, I think, from the very first map, whereas Dark Tidings, they've very slowly been rotating different people out for different maps. So they started off with that really strong side, and now we're, you know, as time's been progressing, they've been swapping people out. It's not really been going their way, so it is always a very tough one when you've got that many people available, and you know realistically you have got to play them, and whether it's a good or a bad thing is one for you to decide, really. But it does have that effect, I think.
It is one of the potential downsides of having a deep roster and utilizing it on a per map basis, because to your point, you don't get that maybe similar level of teamwork between the core 5 that have been playing together longer than subs that are being brought in. But either way, things going well for Imperial here. Kicking it off with another 5v4 lead on defense, no less. A lot of counter utility coming in, interestingly enough. An interesting element that Imperial have been deploying on their defensive side. When they feel the push is coming, they try and throw the timing off and deploy flashes, utility, all to try and throw off the push that they're anticipating will be coming through. Another trade here as Stamp goes down to shoot this. Not a trade, actually. Shoot this just manages to find those shots. And so will Phantom be able to get this res before the confirm comes in? It looks like it. And so Imperial do stay alive with 5. Off a couple of key reses. Otherwise, it should have been 3.
Yeah, that's happened a couple times actually, where players have traded, Dark Tidings have lost their player, but the Imperial member's gone down, and then the revives come out, and then it's just brought you back up. It's definitely one of those more interesting plays when it does come to Onward of are they down, are they dead? You just never know. And one thing that I've noticed this season, mainly on here, is especially for cargo, is the lack of frag grenade usage. I know we've seen a couple throws, and we obviously had that great one by Sigmire, but other than that, hasn't been a lot. And I wonder if that comes down to those point change update that came in midway through the season. Of you've got a choice now: do you take your 18 or do you take your frag grenade, and or do you take body armor and hand 18? It's very difficult now, and I think that's definitely changed up how cargo does get played. People lean on the flashes a lot more than probably they used to.
An all-out firefight unfolding here as the smokes come through, and Shoot This and team are dumping rounds through smoke. Dave manages to get up into the yellow room, but Imperial still have 5 and are still holding down the defense. Stamp trying to catch an ankle underneath the ledge, and they do manage to find the ankle of Crazy Dave. William Dunce not able to identify this, maybe not pushing. I'm not sure what's happening over there on William's side.
Does look like he's possibly just trying to see what movement he can see under the containers.
No, I think he's might have been DC'd. Either way, we'll go to Shoot This, well, because they're certainly not DC'd. They're certainly finding some connections, at least one, in the slew of bodies they have to choose from. 4 left for Imperial on defense. William does seem to be back in order, and so maybe the duo can put something together.
Not quite sure. He doesn't seem to have his hand on his gun properly, so I wonder if there is a bit of a technical issue going on, and that would definitely be devastating at this point in the game, as he has been pretty key in a lot of stuff so far, but it does seem like maybe he's back in, or not quite sure. But if we go over to Shoot This, he's certainly watching for any of the angles and the rotations they're getting made here. Stamp is trying to take him out as best he can, but he is a little bit stuck though in this cargo container. The lasers are just trained in on his position. If he tries pushing out here, he is going to come into the line of sight of Leo, but then Sigma has also got the kind of close angle there, so best option here is going to potentially be a rotation, but then also he's got to get past Stamp, who could just peek that at the right time and take him down. As Flash does come out, seems to have caught Phantom Operator possibly, but not going to have too much of an effect on the defense there. Leo's still holding this super tight angle, and Shoot This now in a different cargo container. We can see 3 lasers all trained on this position here, and if William Dunce can get in at the right time, he potentially could capitalize on the fact that Shoot This has distracted them. And that's certainly something that he definitely needs. Nice pick there onto Sigmire. He has got the call out, but he hasn't got an accurate kill count. He thinks that is his 3rd kill now, so he isn't going to be too aware of the additional player that's up, and with Leo still watching this angle, it's going to be a bit of a tough one.
45 seconds left. They have to push out. Shoot This going to have to challenge, and Phantom's the one that actually connects. Imperial do manage to take their round. Excuse me, not the map quite yet. They got one more round to go, but they are up 3-0 on our map 5 decider.
Indeed they are, and I wonder if this is going the way that people would have really anticipated. It's from how Dark Tidings started out to now where they're at. I just wonder if that downfall has really just put a stop to that momentum that they were building up, and now it's they're struggling to kind of come back from that. But we did see in the first map Imperial down 3-0 and then bring that back. So there is no questioning really if Dark Tidings could potentially do that themselves. It's the game of Onward, isn't it? Anything can happen.
It really is, and that's the excitement of this postseason action that we are into here. It is the excitement that we are waiting to see if we are going to get Imperial to take this 3-0 map 5, if they're going to take it 4-0 and just... you know, again, when you think about this best of 5 series, when you get to these final few maps, it is really anything goes. It is anything could happen, you know, unlike maybe those early map picks where we do have teams that are both familiar with those maps. When we get down into the bottom of the barrel, so to speak, it does make things unpredictable, to your point. And so surprising to see maybe Imperial up 3-0 like this off of how well Dark Tidings was playing in the middle stage of the series. But whether it's the map choice or the roster swap, something has changed, and Imperial are just a round away from advancing on to the semifinals. We'll see if they can lock it in as they go on to the attack, and we go into the action for round 4.
All right, boys. What should we say for the
Yeah, those player rotations certainly could be having their effect here, but nevertheless, they are still in good faith, really. You know, they seem jubilant, they're happy with where they're at, and they're still trying each and every single round. So that's just the sportsmanship. That's everything that you want, really, from this game. Anthony Dead has taken a very aggressive angle, gets his first pick onto Sigma, but Phantom Operator watching for that container does take him down. Whilst all that's going on, Leo does get it down onto Nomad. Only down, though, so the revive will come out by shoot this. So Dark Tidings on 4 and Imperial on 4. It's had that very first 30 seconds full of action-packed, and I think this is, again, now where we go down to that kind of slower play where we're just checking, watching for angles, and potentially using what equipment we have got. But again, not many frags coming out, and I really think, you know, Cargo is a map where you can, if you can utilize frag grenades, I know Vikings used to do it ever so well, that you can just annihilate defense most of the time, and that is something that this season, at least, I haven't really seen too much personally. But again, I wonder if it does come down to those point changes earlier on, and people are having to choose now. Or are people just not practicing them? Flashes have become a very strong meta. Throw a flash, push in the corner, use it to cap, use it to stop an attack. You know, I think people are using flashes a lot more in different ways than what they would have done before. And again, it's just great to see that after 13 seasons, it's not the same as what it was in season 3. You know, it's everyone's changing everything, and that's what I love about this.
Yeah, it is a always evolving esport as the game evolves, and been fun to be along for the ride. Dark Tidings certainly want to make this ride a little longer themselves. They want to push this map 5 obviously more than 4 rounds. Want to get 1 on the board at least, get some momentum back into onto their side, maybe start getting things going on an offensive push, depending on where the objective is located, maybe even a cap. It could put them right back into this 3-3, and so you can never just feel down and out. You can never feel like you've lost a series when it's 3-0, because it really is just 2 rounds away from being a tied game. And a matter of staying locked in. It's a matter of William Dunce catching out Mikey and Stamp, who are just taking their time. And Imperial, if anything, playing this one a little bit slow, much like Dark Tidings did, pushing in later as we do trade across the board. It looks like that ends up benefiting Imperial at a much better, well, it might be 3-3 at the end of the day if Dave does get res by Will. Phantom could get res by Stamp. If Stamp is here, the shots come in. Still no confirm on a Crazy Dave. The res does come up, though, so it's technically a 4v2. Shoot this, does catch 1, turns it into a 3v2 as William Dunce pushes forward. Calls coming in. William goes down. Imperial a kill away from locking this in, and they find it.
Yes. Is that game?
Imperial going to progress into the semi-finals, and commiserations really to Dark Tidings as what's been a fantastic battle between these sides.
You hear the celebrations of the Imperial team, happy to be moving on, and well, it means we have to move on right into our next game, which is going to be Boss Fight versus Proteus. We have no time to wallow over the NA-EU matchup here. I have no time to process the NA loss right now. But
so I win.
Yeah, you do, JV. You get to be the victor here, at least for this series. We have our next one. It's Boss Fight versus Proteus. We are going to be getting ready to jump into it, and so we're going to cut to a brief break. We're not going anywhere. It's going to be on this channel, so stick around for maybe one of the even potentially most hyped matches in this quarterfinals. Don't miss it. It's going to be here in a couple of minutes. welcome back, everybody, to the Onward Season 13 World Quarterfinals. My name is NightFiree with 2 E's. I'm joined by my co-caster, Grenade Magnet, for another action-packed series, another NA versus EU matchup today. Grenade, it's going to be good quality Onward.
Yeah, I was catching a couple little minutes of the matches going on all day long. Didn't get to watch all of them, but I am excited for this, especially because I have not casted an EU matchup before. So this is going to be interesting for me because I've never seen the EU side.
Yeah, well, you're going to get a look at maybe, obviously, one of the best teams in the EU region. To get to this stage, it has been a long road for both teams here. Over the course of 15 weeks of regular season gameplay, they have battled to be in the top 7 of their region. From there, they had to then battle against the 8 best teams in their region for a chance to be one of 3 teams to qualify into the Worlds for NA, EU, and 2 teams for OCE to make a total of 8 teams in these World quarterfinals. And so we do have, again, Proteus and Boss Fight battling it out here right now. We will have another game live over at twitch.tv/VR Master League later tonight. That'll be an NA versus OCE matchup. And we don't have any time to even really talk about the bans, about the map pick to kick us off on the map 1. But we will go right into the action into Suburbia for map number 1 between these 2 teams. If there's any way to kick off a NA-EU matchup, I think Suburbia is certainly going to be an interesting way to do it. Here we go.
Indeed, and Goldbro already starting out with the return fire from all of the teams here, pushing out in lane 4, 2 going down just like that. This is not going to look good for Proteus, as they are still trying to get out of the gate and into lane 2 and 1.
Chaos across the board as Boss Fight also dropped down to a 3v3, and so it is going to come down to the eventual objective push. All the pre-fire connecting on kills here and there, and now we'll have to see how Legal and Little Sayonara do try and weather this storm that's going to be coming in towards their direction. Archer is not going to have anyone approaching from APC side just yet. The immediate threat is going to be Goldbro advancing around through the north for Proteus, and Make It Great MPs coming up through the center, which Sayonara does have to be slightly concerned about. For now, at least, Boss Fight do seem to be set up and wary of this threat on this side. But smokes are coming in, and you do have to be cautious of the cap through that shrub. And so Sayonara getting aggressive on the corner. Catches one. Archer dumping as some suppressive fire through the shrubs, preventing any cap attempt. And for now, it's just down to Goldbro and Peas on Proteus.
Little Sayonara is trying to find any angle they can on folks coming in through the hedges. Not going to find anything just yet, but they are going to start covering over on the street here and the backside of the house, which is a key area to defend. As we all know from experience, you get capped on there, it is going to catch you by surprise. So there's something they don't want to let go easily. They want to ensure there's somebody covering this area entire time. But right now, Goldbro and Peas are still really kind of taking their time here. They only have 4 minutes left here. I mean, it's a good amount of time overall, especially for this particular uplink, but they're just going to take it nice and slow.
Yeah,
Peas might be hearing the sounds of Little Sayonara around the corner.
No need to rush, and Goldbro does swing onto the north, sees Legal at white car. Shots don't connect there. A flash comes up and over, and Peas certainly did here, Little Sayonara. They fly past Archer and then go back for the kill. Objectives open. Legal, are they crashing back to defend? They're not. The tablet's out from Peas. They're tucked into the corner. Legal recognizing the threat, and Peas recognizing they don't have time for the cap. They had time technically, but with Legal pushing in, they decided to take the point, and Proteus kicked things off with a 1-0 lead for the Marsoc win.
And a little tidbit that I did see, Lego did have C4 clacker on them, so, and I didn't hear that explosion go off, so I'm kind of wondering where that went and what the defense mechanism was for it. Were they looking to keep that behind the building as like a failsafe, or were they looking for something maybe on the Hescos coming in from lane 4?
I'm looking at the chat now on the general feedback of who is going to be coming out on top here this afternoon, and it does seem to be pretty split. We do have the NA and the EU fans both hanging out in chat, rooting for their respective teams. And yeah, right now, I throughout all of today, with all of these games, there isn't really any guarantee in terms of who is going to come out on top. It's why these matchups are so exciting. It's what makes this postseason so good, and I really am looking forward to the rest of this series. Obviously, Proteus kicking things off well, but I do see that there's some good faith in boss fight here this afternoon, and as there well should be. Obviously, it's going to be it's interesting because while it's an unknown for EU Grenade as well as being a regularly available for NA cast and not for EU, the same goes for these teams. Proteus has not played boss fight, and neither has boss fight played Proteus, and so outside of maybe the video footage they could watch from regular season games and maybe scrims they've done, there's no real opportunity where these two teams would have even faced off against each other up until now.
Yeah, and just taking a quick peek on Proteus' stats, Suburbia, is a 5 times played 3-1, giving a 60% win rate and a 59% on rounds win. So it sounds like this is pretty strong for them. Oh, an early pick from Goldbro onto Scooby-Doo with that pre-fire on going from lane 3 into the back house is nicely done. But Little Sayonara is not going to let that go unavenged. They do get the kill in return. This is now turning into a quick picking kind of a fight with Proteus. Still collapse around the uplink in a nice, relatively spread defense mechanism. But the fact that the fact of the matter is they are covering the angles that they need to.
Ooh, and a nice shot from Archer connecting there onto Peas, peeking up and over the top, looking for a little bit of action up through the middle, looking for a little Sayanora's angle. As the smoke and nade comes through, Sayonara doesn't get tagged by the nade. They do manage to flash Blazer, though, and so then now they do have control of this small patio space, which they do have to retake. Make it great. Flashing up over the top, they're going to catch little Sayonara around on the flank. Good use of utility coming in here. That's what you need on a map like Suburbia. You need that quick utility use and deployment. You need it to be effective as well. And for now, there's a pause in the action. Lego could potentially work in behind, make it great, find that kill, and then be punching in the code before Suplex could defend that, as Lego could cap from the other side of those sandbags. And so it is a very real threat that this team has to be aware of. And if Make It Great drops off, then maybe there's a route that Lego just pushes up without anyone ever detecting it.
Yeah, that move right there was key, I think, because the fact that Make It Great is really focusing on Archer because of that smoke and a little bit of noise they were making. I don't know if they're going to actually poke out in time here. I think Lego is going to actually get this nice sneaky cap.
It's going to come down to the timing, as Make It Great could easily just peek a little bit to the left, and they will catch Lego eventually with their hand in the cookie jar, so to speak, trying to reach up over the sandbags and punching in the code. And here it is. They're going to reach up over the sandbags, punching in the code. Make It Great isn't going to check left, or are they? Are they going to take a gander here? They do look, and the shots come in. Lego ducks back down. Can they buy more time? They can't. Make It Great shuts down that opportunity. Now Archer's alone, and Suplex hears the footsteps. The flash comes in. Archer does get hit by it, but Suplex doesn't apply the pressure. Maybe they're not quite sure where Archer is.
Yeah, they did turn around. This is going to get a shot in behind there. So, Make It Great is now covering this angle, looking for the kill, and Archer tags them just in a small little nick of time with that angle.
Archer clutching it up for a boss fight there. They are going to tie it up 1 apiece. We are underway in the NA-EU battle, and, well, boss fight definitely climbing back there. It was looking like it could have been potentially Proteus up 3-0, but that cap position is pretty, it is hard to really pinpoint. You really have to you really have to lean over, and if you lean too far, then you get pushed back. And so, it's not, it takes long arms basically to be able to do that, and it takes, the patience then to hold your arms extended out in front of you fully while punching in a code, while you're nervous. There's a lot of elements that are going into this equation when you're punching in a code. And so while we did see the attempt there, Lego couldn't quite get it in time, and ultimately, or not Lego, excuse me, that was, yeah.
It was Lego.
Yeah, it was Lego. Couldn't quite get it in time, but They take the round regardless. So a Marsoc round for a Marsoc round certainly is beneficial for boss fight here as we now go into our next objective. And really every objective swap is an opportunity for the team to bounce back or to take a 2-0 lead, 3-0 lead even. We've seen big swings and score lines based off of that objective location. And so I'm very interested to see, you know, how the differing objective locations do impact this game today, as this middle burning building definitely opens up the opportunity for Proteus to play very aggressively out the gate. If they do want to try and attack this objective right away, they certainly can. And, you know, again, it goes back to the old meta idea that NA are quick and EU take their time. And I think we may see again a bit of a reversal of that here this afternoon. We saw it just last series, a reversal of that with EU playing faster than the NA teams. But let's see what Proteus are going to be bringing to the table as we get into it. Round 3 on the attack. Here we go. Boss fight defending.
And that early pre-fire from Shuke is definitely going to help keep the heads down as they come in. But look at this. We already have TV Gaming inside.
What? The fire's
Suplex
out.
also here.
It catches one, but Suplex, like you said, punching in the code. They get clipped. A team kill. Blazer team kills. They shut down the cap with a team kill, but Proteus with 3 left alive, overwhelmed, boss fight and chaos. Nobody was inside the burning building. They weren't ready for maybe the flashes over the top. I don't know what hit them there by surprise, but it was the full force of Proteus committing to the 30-second push. A cap. Oh man, no one communicated. They had control of roof, or control of the second floor. All they had to do was say, we got it, you know, like it just, the comms, where were the comms, Grenade?
The radio clicks, like just a quick spam of radio. It works both on Marsoc and Volk. It's a unified signal. Hey, there is something going on cap right now. And the fact that the Molotov was there, that was a very well-placed Molotov, but it didn't hit Suplex where they needed to get that coverage there. The first, you got 1 or 2 other kills, but Suplex was still alive with the tablet out. Like, miscommunication and just fortunate luck of getting into an area where that wasn't present for the fire. Like, that could have been an excellent way to really push the leaderboard here.
Yeah, could have put them into a very good position. Obviously, they're still looking good, up 2-1, but they now go on to the defense for this middle objective, and I anticipate boss fight will be deploying potentially a similar style of attack, and if not, then a bit more methodical. We'll have to see what their approach looks like. And again, it is all unknown. Proteus are not familiar with the boss fight strategy. They're coming in with only the footage they've watched in games they've been able to see from the regular season. And so without that knowledge of, you know, match history, the scrims that these teams do go through within their region, it may become a challenge for both of these teams when it does come to defending or attacking. We'll have to see as we get back into it for round number 4 on map number 1. I mean, we are flying through these rounds, and already a kill. I mean, again, we've seen a lot of pre-fire kills coming through for these teams.
Yeah, and that little bit of a smidgen angle is going to give them the upper hand, but Suplex is looking for a return shot down on Scooby-Doo from lane 3 in the back house. Goldbro and Make It Great are going to be defending this uplink here rather well for a first floor kind of a perspective.
Fantastic nade from Make It Great, connects onto the Humvee there, and now Sayonara is left as the westernmost attacker, but boss fight are still set up, and they definitely played this one a little bit more reserved out the gate, taking their time to advance forward and allowing that over-aggression from Proteus to come into their hands. So they do find themselves in a 4v3 advantage, a res available, which they do manage to scoop up, and so they're looking very good. 5-3 Suplex across the street, an opportunity to go inside and cap if Suplex doesn't get back in time, so Proteus got to be careful.
Yeah, the call out of bottom house in the back does actually get out and is accurate. The problem is they can't hit that shoulder angle they need to on that window. Goldbro is around the corner from Little Sayonara as well, as they are trying to look to get at least in the yard and figure out how they're going to get into the building because of the fact there are 2 people inside the bottom floor, and they have the back coverage still from Suplex. Frag grenade does go out. Nicely placed there, but nobody is going to be present at that particular spot. Make It Great is going to start looking this direction as they do hear the sounds of Ligil and Sayonara around the corner.
Suplex catches Scooby. Archer proning their way up to Suplex's position, and Sayonara thinking about pushing inside. They hear the footsteps from Goldbro, and Goldbro comes out to connect with the kill. The confirm from Suplex makes it so that Legel is alone, well, has 1 teammate left. Archer is available there as they do push in, and how will they try and approach this objective? Suplex still on the other side of the street at this point. I would think crashing back would be valuable, but it would also obviously put them out in the open and set boss fight up for a 2v1. So it's all a balancing act really on the defense. Do you trust that Make It Great will be able to hold down that building without you losing control? And well, for now it seems that way, but what will Legel and Archer do? Where's the utility, and how does Legel want to approach this? They come around from the front side. Suplex certainly could find an angle.
Yeah, I think overall, minus the fact that if Make It Great does go down, this is a great defensive position for them because they can cover both sides of the building. Make It Great obviously is going to hear these footsteps and be able to get the call out rather well. The flashbang is not going to be effective, it seems. But the fact is, Archer is still on the other side as well, looking for an angle on these windows. If Make It Great does appear too exposed there, this is going to give them the opportunity to actually nail Make It Great and get Legel inside the building. Archer then, of course, needs to watch out for Suplex as they are in the middle of the road and trying to balance both concealment from having natural concealment of the wall there, but also not expose themselves too much to Make It Great.
How will they play this out as Legel approaches? 2:30 left on the clock. Boss fight have all the time in the world to work with, really, and so Archer is going to be nicely set up to look through the windows, help clear out that second floor as best as they can. Legel now inside. Oh no, it's still out in the back side there. Maybe, I wonder if they're waiting to try and push in onto Suplex. I'm not sure if that's going to be the kickoff point for them, because then maybe Archer can take control of the second floor, have a better angle on to Make It Great. Curious what their plan is going to look like. They almost have that line on the Suplex, and there the shots do come in. Suplex does go down. It is going to be a 2v1 with just Make It Great on objective.
And that is key because Legel could touch the first 2 steps and get that cap in.
Might try and even flash cap. The flash comes in. Make It Great. Still calling out. They do find Legel. Swinging out on the corner. Nicely done there. Be able to heal themselves from taking those shots, and it is going to be a 1v1 with a minute and a half. Archer is going to have to try and clutch this up.
Archer is very, very exposed right now. Make It Great just needs to peek out the window and look at the tank, and it would be round over. That would make it 1 more for Proteus, but it looks like Archer is going to get just outside of that visibility point here. The real question is, where, at least my question right now is, if one was called out, which was Suplex, in the back room, why is Archer now still looking that direction? Why are they not very keenly aware that Make It Great is still here, and even focusing on the first floor windows when they're coming in? 45 seconds remaining. Something's going to have to happen here.
Yeah, the push is going to be coming through from Archer onto the stairs, slowly working their way up to it. Make It Great should have eyes on the stairs. Don't seem to be keenly watching for this push as it does come up. They don't see each other, and Make It Great tucks back in. Archer is here with their gun on the doorway, waiting as the clock ticks down. 26 seconds. Can the tablet come out? Archer can cap from the stairwell here. If Make It Great doesn't push out, here it comes. They're raising their tablet. They're minimizing their exposure, and they're punching in the code. Boss Fighter going to get 2 points on this stairwell, and Make It Great doesn't cover it. They go up by a point on map number 1.
What a close way to cap.
Yeah.
13 seconds when you actually get the code punched in. Like, that is adrenaline rushing and nerve-wracking because you're now holding your tablet up and trying to punch that code in, and you're probably shaking rather well. Those nerves are going to have to calm down a bit if they weren't able to remain like that cool, calm, collected in 20 seconds when you put the tablet out on the uplink.
I do want to give a quick shout out to what we have seen as a bunch of gifted subs that have come through. Deno Trades gifting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 gifted subs now, I think. Thank you so much for all those gifted subs. Skateboard Jake getting involved with the bit donations. Daddy Spartan coming in with a gifted sub. We also have Skateboard Jake with gifted subs. And so big shout out to everybody that has been coming in. OK Oaks contributing in with bits and been donating in, contributing those bits, those subs. We really do appreciate the support here this afternoon. It is a long day of Onward, and so we're happy to deliver it to you, to say the least. I mean, if there's games like this, Grenade, I can watch them all day and cast them all day.
Yeah, just need a good supply of tea and honey, and
yeah, right.
Yeah, you're set.
Absolutely. I'll get some of that in between maps, or when we do go into a timeout, which we might be doing now. I do wonder pause is if there is timeout coming. Yeah, there's a broken stock situation. Yeah, they're going for a 15-minute timeout now. Coming in from, that is the Duck side. I'm not sure who called that timeout. I think it is Boss Fight that have called the timeout, and so hopefully they'll be able to sort that out. But ideally, if you're on the Boss Fight team, you would have actually some backups, because ProTube VR has been a sponsor for VRML for quite some time now, and they've been giving our champions stocks, and I know Boss Fight has certainly won some stocks in the past, multiple at that, because they have been multi-time winners throughout what has been 13 seasons of Onward within the VRML. And so I know they have some backups, so maybe we're dipping into the backup pool or doing some tape work. Maybe they don't have a ProTube stock, and that's why it broke. Either way, I would recommend you check out ProTube VR. Their stocks are fantastic, good quality, great variety in terms of force feedback options for both two-handed and pistol mounts. If you do want to simulate that immersion in any of your favorite games, it is a really cool option. So I would recommend you check out ProTube VR if you do want to get involved in the stocks and do get a stock that won't break on you. They also have great customer support. They've always been fantastic to anyone that I know that's picked up their mounts, and so always an easy recommendation, and we do appreciate them as a sponsor. I think we are going to cut to a brief intermission, give ourselves a bit of a breather here as we do get ready for what could be, or it is going to be, a fantastic series. Proteus, the NA, battling out against Boss Fight representing EU. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be more of this in just a few moments. We are back into the action for round number 6 of map number 1. It is Proteus versus Boss Fight, and Proteus are on the attack. Boss Fight on the defense, and I appreciate all of you for patiently waiting for what is now going to be an exciting round here as we do get into it. Flashes, smokes, utility coming out over the top. Peas and Suplex looking to gain control of middle house as Peas flies in. Legel not ready for Peas to be here. Suplex goes down on the front porch. Turns us into a 3v4 as Boss Fight lose 3 out the gate. Proteus really applying the pressure early to overwhelm. Scooby-Doo counter peaks, finds make it great. They're dead. Team turns it into a 3v3. There's one down in Resible as Suplex does get confirmed. That's not an option anymore. No more comms. And it is down to Peas, Blazer, and Goldbro, who's way back. Still hasn't pushed up with the rest of the team. Bit of a mismatch on aggression, but it ultimately does mean that we are all evened up here. 3-3 apiece. Guns blazing to kick things off after the timeout, Grenade.
Yeah, it seems like Goldbro is really just worried about lane 1, and the communication from Peas or Blazer, so they saying, hey, get up here, we need you at least to cover from a more forward perspective. Seems like it's warranted. Little Sayonara is got a great angle overall. If they stand up, they're going to be hit by Blazer at the moment, but as they go around the building, that frees them back up to at least stand up and get Peas in the head. They're looking through that window.
It is an odd bit of a mismatch on communication. Why Goldbro is worried about any of this. Peas is already into the middle building. You know, Blazer is already the playground. Why are they concerned about the middle of their space? That should already be cleared out, or at very least pushed past. I suppose you can push past people, and so it is smart, I get, maybe to just make sure, double check. But it does concern me when you see the lasers going over a friendly side as a C4 detonates, doesn't catch Blazer. The trade there on the corner, and the overwatch from Sayonara does get Blazer, and now it's a 2-for-2. 2v2, excuse me, as there was a 1-for-1 trade on the corner.
And Peas now aware at least where Archer is, going to try to look for anything they can get on that angle, but without the shoulder being fully exposed, that's not really going to happen easily there. Sayonara also now aware Peas is in there, should be looking through the bottom floor from their new position. They could quickly pop out to the left, maybe utilize the garbage can for cover and actually get Peas in the head there. But looks like they're going to just let them kind of try to assert some dominance over the angle on Archer. Goldbro now going to be pushing up into lane 1 and just might get exposed enough here.
Oh, the flash!
Bang! And Peas is on site with the tablet out.
What?
There is the counter cap. What a way to end it.
A textbook 1-2 punch from Proteus. Really nice utility use. Great reinforcement on the teamwork to get the kill over the top. I mean, that was nice. That was a great duo push to get that cap, and we're off to the races with this battle. I mean, that was a fast Suburbia, and Proteus clearly setting a pace here.
Yeah, even with the timeout, we're only 40 minutes into this, so that was pretty well paced overall. I don't know if we saw much, except for the one round, duck down below 60 seconds. Though they had the cap on the stairway. Where are we going next?
Ooh, interesting.
Snow
It does
Peak.
look like we do get a little bit of range in the old play space here, although Snow Peak does have its fair share of close quarters objectives. It is also a larger map, much larger than something like Suburbia, maybe even 6 times bigger than Suburbia in overall size, if not even larger. It is a very different map, and I think Boss Fight are obviously trying to change the pace that Proteus have set with that 4-3 win on Suburbia. Maybe they want to get themselves a little distance between their opponent, draw a little bit more time out between these rounds, not have things be so hectic, because even with that timeout, that 10-minute timeout, it felt like that Suburbia round just came and went. And now and you don't really want that to happen when you're in a best of 5, because every map matters. You don't just want you don't want a map to just come and go if you're a team like Boss Fight, you know. And so they really do want to get one back here and tie this up one apiece. So we'll see how it goes, because it is their map pick.
And an interesting little point here, stats-wise, Proteus is sitting at a 40% win rate for Snow Peak. Played it 5 times, won it twice. And the rounds is sub 50% won as well. They're at 42. That is 11 out of 26 rounds won. Meanwhile, on Boss Fight side, they are at 5 and 3 so 5 times played, 3 times won, 60% win rate, and a similar stat round 1 percentage-wise. It's 15. Round win wise, it's 17 compared to the 11. And 29 times played. So they're just under 60% there.
Interesting. Well, stats do tell a story, but again, do those stats mean anything now when we're looking at 2 opponents that have never played each other on these maps? You know, those stats are from regular season, right? And so they certainly do, you know, they help us get an idea of what maybe confidence levels these teams are going in with. But it may not be the element that does help us predict who is going to win, because it really is anyone's game at this stage. And with how volatile map 1 was, you know, Boss Fight technically winning, doing well, up 3-2, then a cap to lock things in. I mean, it really leaves still a question mark over the head of, for me at least, of who is playing better here this afternoon, because both of these teams are just duking it out. And we go right into Snow Peak for round 1 to see how Boss Fight's going to attack Proteus on what is going to be a little bit of a longer range objective. They didn't get one of the 2 close quarters objectives to kick things off, so let's see if this pick is what they need. Let's see if the range is what's going to get them the advantage.
Not seeing anything immediate for kit changes here either. At least from the Marsoc side with Boss Fight. Just the kind of standard AK-5Cs with your 2 times, your 4 times there, but nothing too drastic.
So.
Not seeing a drone out yet. Suplex is pushed forward and getting a little bit more of a coverage split-wise in the map here. But down goes Peas and Blazer, which does give Boss Fight the upper hand here and the ability to start maneuvering. Peas does get finished off by a little Sayonara, getting them to stay quiet for the rest of the round and let Marsoc do their thing.
Yeah, this is looking good for Boss Fight right now. They've got the 2 pushing in from that south side. And right now it's just Proteus with the 3 left. Where is their third? It is Goldbro, who is at least maybe able to fend off this eventual push, but it's going to be about timing, because if they don't find the kills when they peak, they're very vulnerable to shots, I think, through that wood there. So they're not safe. Oof.
And I did finally find the special kit item here. Scooby-Doo does have the drone up and is giving out corner position callouts with typical locations that, according to their playstyle, they are calling out corner 1, 2, 3. So they are very keenly aware as to where the rest of the Volk are. Down goes Goldbro in the tower to little Sayonara and just fall off the stairway. A little entertaining there. But Sayonara is now free to rotate fully through the south side here, as Suplex is the last remaining Volk and starting to push that angle for a refrag. Not going to find it, but Scooby-Doo is going to find them in the end.
They're picked up out in the open. Boss Fight collecting themselves after a tough Suburbia loss. Caps coming in from the stairs. I mean, a wild battle there on Suburbia, and now they really do just put up a clean Marsoc win. The best way you can start your map pick, it puts them up 1-0, and now they go into the defensive side, obviously with a little bit more confidence coming off of, again, that Suburbia loss.
Yeah, and it sounds like while they've played it several times here during the regular season, they have very clear ideas strategy-wise as to what they want to do for both sides. We're going to see how it actually executes on the Volk perspective here. But the fact that they were calling out corner 1, corner 2, to me, shows they have a very great amount of experience here in what they like to play in the open.
Yeah, it's also obviously a very familiar. It's a team that's familiar with each other in their playstyle, right? Because if you're calling that out in a pub match, you're helping nobody. You're calling out corner 1, corner 2, corner 3 in a regular match without your team. That's almost the least that's like the least helpful kind of call out you could be giving. But when your team knows right where that is, that's the most efficient way to do it, and you can see the value there. Grenades coming in, catching kills on the corners. You know, like, it is vital to be able to quickly communicate the positions that you're looking at and where you're seeing enemies, because in a game like Onward, you don't have a mini map, you don't see the name tags, you don't have any real help outside of what you're seeing in front of you and what you're hearing from your teammates on where the enemy is. And so, communication and what we saw there, really just a nice job from Boss Fight to get them that round. We'll see if Proteus can put something together on the attack as we go back into it for round 2.
They do have the far south spawn here in the warehouse, or the garage there. There's 3 people were looking at tablets right off the bat trying to get that code and memorize there. Not seeing, again, anything special. Well, I'll keep an eye on anything for that drone, or maybe even a couple extra 249s, but really everybody just looks like they're carrying rifles and smokes here. And from my perspective, I like seeing a little bit of that variation, especially on these larger maps, because you have much more flexibility in what you want to do strategy-wise and how you can actually play it, because that drone does give you different perspectives. A couple snipers do give you additional coverage. But I'm not seeing that right now. We'll see how this goes. Of course, that battle is ensuing with Sayonara and... Yeah, Gold Bro.
Suplex does find the kill. Sayonara goes down. A nice pickup there. And Shook on the back end, still kind of on the overwatch. Going to be potentially peeking up, try and shut down this south push. But there's definitely a good start for Proteus of shutting down at least that forward element for Boss Fight. And I guess they also have given away their spawn, though, so information for Boss Fight to work with and potentially shift their defenses off. And you can see there's some more pre-fire coming in. Bullets do penetrate through that cover there, and so Shook's fortunate that they weren't tucked in up on that top floor. It's why players do sit on these stairs, because players don't pre-fire the stairs.
Yeah, I actually don't know if the stairs themselves are penetrable. Yeah, I think only the top half wall is, really. Goldbro is starting to advance in on that exact position, while other shots coming out from Blaze trying to get some sort of pre-fire down where, unfortunately, nobody is. But down goes Shuke from Suplex, who does have a little bit of a different angle than what the main assault is doing, a little bit more to the right. In the northern
right
part.
Up to the middle. They're charging in on Archer. They've flashed him out up through the center. They don't see Archer out in the open. Archer's fortunate that Suplex doesn't take those shots. And yeah, Suplex is very far forward. Meanwhile, on the backside, Peace is pushing in. Trades with Legel. Make it great. Finds Archer. Scooby's the last one left alive. And they do manage to connect onto Suplex. It's a 1v3 with the res available on the backside. If Scooby can rotate around, get this res in time, they may be able to shut this down. But Blazer is there, and Proteus put up an equally solid Marsoc round themselves. Snow Peak's not going to be an easy W for either one of these teams. As we trade down and stay 1 apiece, our next objective over to the other side of the lake, so we do stay long range. And Boss Fight get to play into their map pick. We'll see what they do for that next round. But an interesting attack, and I mean, that was a... These rounds are quick. We're not wasting any time here on these attacks.
Yeah, and I was just before the round was ending, I was looking at the mini map. It seems like both teams like to play more forward defensively as well. We saw in the first round that Proteus was a little bit more farther pushed forward, at least with 1. But Boss Fight, they also did the same exact thing, just with 2 people in the south instead. Nobody really committed to the north. So it's interesting to see a little bit more of that kind of similar play style. And while we are across the north, across the lake in the north, I'm wondering if this is going to be a similar situation, because you can charge up pretty quickly into the bone the bone side of the mountain, and maybe even get a quick pick on a quick spawn, like knocking down 1 or 2 if they do start coming down the alley there.
Yeah, it plays, like you say, kind of like the other side of the lake, but there is just a little bit more diversity, and there is that quick spawn. So the spawn point going to be a big element. We'll have to see how things shake up as we do get ready to get into round number 3 on map number 2 in this NA versus EU battle. We have one more game later tonight. It's going to be an NA versus OCE matchup live on twitch.tv/VRMasterLeague. We're going to be giving away some HyperX gear, so if you do want to tune in and get your chance, get your hands on some free gear, if you're in the US region only, then you will be able to get into that giveaway that we'll be doing live on stream again over at twitch.tv/VRMasterLeague. That starts at 6 p.m. PST, 2100 Eastern time. Don't miss out on that one. Into the action we go, though, for, again, round number 3, and I'll have to see how boss fight approach the other side. It does seem that they did get that south spawn, so they didn't get that quick northeast spawn, and it allows positions like Gold Bros to get established where they can set up in a little bit of an aggressive spot and be almost ready for Little Sayonara and the team to push forward.
They did get the shot on the drone, so that does eliminate boss fight's eyes in the sky, but does give away Gold Bros' position to Little Sayonara. They are playing with this more forward kind of a position, but the fact that they shot the drone down, which was basically required, it's going to give away the fact that somebody is on these Heskos. One person is watching the later long distance angle. It looks like it might have been in a spot from Peas Gaming there, because of the fact that they do have the SKS with the sniper scope on that. So I'm expecting more of this coverage. It is indeed Peas. The more of this coverage on the northern side from that particular angle, which they are very, very well tucked in.
Yeah, and I wonder what this challenge is going to look like from the north, because Peas, like you said, is covering here, and there is a rotation coming in from that far north side. It's going to matter on how this middle side works. They do finally get Gold Bro, who was pushed up by Bunker. That's going to be a key kill down. It's going to allow this boss fight team to push up, take control of this Bunker side, and have some great lines of fire down onto angles from Suplex and on to make it great over the top of that wall there. And definitely going to be a key position for them to set up. They're also then obviously going to be pressuring in from that north, although it does look like that north rotation is not going to go far north, so that sniper that is covering that north lane may go underutilized depending on when and where this push does come from. But for now, it is boss fight up in a 5v4, and seems like they are stacking and preparing themselves for the push. I would assume around 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm following Scooby over here. He's trying to coordinate the team with getting the positions and timing that as well. Scooby is looking to ensure that Shuke is in their position in the north, and Ligil is kind of covering the farther position here. I think they're trying to at least have a little bit of the coverage of inside the hangar in case somebody does move, but also get the 2 others in the north kind of positionally set for kicking this off at 1.5 to 2 minutes.
Lego pushing forward, Blazer taking shots at the Bunker rotation, and Sayonara is able to fend off Blazer. They've dropped back, the call out comes in, and now Lego takes a little bit more of a confident approach. They see Blazer rotating, but Blazer finds the head of Lego over the top. A great move there to catch the kill. Sayonara does finally catch the refrag despite Suplex pumping suppressive fire out through the top, and now we see Shuke putting some pressure in from the north. So Suplex's tension is divided. Boss fight. We're able to push in through the center, and 2 minutes comes through. Suplex still somewhat of a threat, maybe potentially putting a pause on this offense, at least for the moment being. Archer not reinforcing on the lake yet. They don't have any real lake presence. The boss fight really aren't quite close enough to really challenge this objective yet. Suplex is doing a very good job of just really kind of, again, suppressing this potential push.
Yeah, and that 203, if it didn't go inside the hangar, it actually might have hit Suplex, and it actually taken them out. But that smoke was greatly positioned, and Suplex does ultimately go down to Archer. That really blinded Suplex and had to bring them pushed back much farther than I think they were intending to go. While more shots still ringing out to Make It Great, just keeping their head pinned down. Make It Great did reposition behind the hangar in the support of Peas, but it ultimately wasn't where they needed to be here. Make It Great and Sayonara around the corner from each other on this tank. They go down, and Sayonara not aware that they even went down behind them. Peas Gaming is now right in the middle, looking to defend this as the last person standing, and does wisely go down. Boss fight takes round number 3.
We're trading Marsoc W's on Snow Peak here today, that's for sure, as Boss Fight put together another nice coordinated attack. And it's when you see a team like Boss Fight that you recognize the risks of playing a tucked-in defense. You know, Boss Fight is just very good at pushing in on an objective late in the round. You know, they're no strangers to slowly working themselves up into a position where they can then attack. And if you never challenge Boss Fight on their approaches, then it can lead to moments like that where they can really excel at their play style and ultimately come out on top on the Marsoc side. So I'm curious if we are going to see maybe Proteus try and throw some counter aggression back at them, but Proteus really do maybe, I don't want to say need one of these close quarters objectives to kind of get themselves refocused here, but they just played so well on Suburbia. Boss Fight obviously battled right there with them with caps and had the lead until that cap came through for the win. So it's still anyone's game at this stage, truly, with these Marsoc rounds going the way they are. But you really can't factor out either team going for caps at this stage. And it's impressive to see with the pressures on Grenade that they are going for caps like that. They're trying to go for plays like that.
Yeah, I think you're right. Proteus does need to refocus inside. They seem to be more in tune with the closer angles and the closer quarters with it. Their defense was pretty good until the last minute that we had there. So maybe minute 30 when the clock started really getting down, and Boss Fight really needed to start moving and getting training. They had a pretty good defense overall.
Yeah, well, it's what you'd expect at obviously the world quarterfinal stage. You're not going to get a team that doesn't know what they're doing and doesn't have pre-planned strategies. Let's see if Proteus are going to be able to lean into aggression here as they do get this quick spawn. Shots do come in early. Shook takes some shots up over the top, doesn't connect, but the pressure is here. The spawn point is known. They're clearly not afraid to give away their position here out the gate, and I wonder how Boss Fight are going to set up. Connection through the wall does find Suplex, but it is a resable down, and so unless that confirm comes through, may be able to turn this back to 5v5 before they push in.
Make It Great was looking to pick up Peas, but I think they were just barely missing the headshot that got Peas to back off a little bit and kind of take a lighter angle instead of a discovery kind of an angle. They really don't need to discover anything right now anyways, is the fact that Proteus did start off with a very loud round spawn there.
We're on board the flank that's coming through. If you take a look at the mini-map, you can see it's there on the backside. We actually may see little Sayonara run into a defense. Peas is waiting for this flank to come in, and that just shows an experienced defense. Legal goes down, and Boss Fight, just like that, are at a disadvantage. Proteus have snapped themselves back into this one, and they've got themselves a 4v3 with an angle down onto the defender. Shook has to stay prone. If they stand up, they're down. Another kill comes through. The revive. Proteus are into a 5v2. They've completely swung things around into their favor, and they may be well taking a Marsoc round here unless some big clutch kills can come in from the final Boss Fight defenders.
Scooby, while down all the way in the back, can see a little bit of the movement that's coming in on the valley there. Archer at least taking down one of them. Blaze, who was pushing forward more onto Shuke, that is going to at least make it great. It is here. Kind of pause and rethink their strategy just for a little bit longer. At least spend a little bit more time thinking how they want to get down, and maybe they go forward on the other side as Suplex is providing that suppressive fire from this angle.
Big kill from Archer there. Yes, yeah, they swung out from the callouts behind them from Scooby-Doo, who's down and was radioing in the information. They said one's approaching Lake, and then Archer just swings out to find a completely exposed rotation. So they're utilizing a Scooby's down status as a beacon, as a radar, so to speak, that's radioing in info. And I wonder if they will eventually then rotate back to get the res, because Archer can easily swing here, I think, to pick up Scooby if they do drop back.
Yeah, a smoke grenade would at least get them to be more concealed as they go through for that that revive. However, all this pre-fire doesn't give you a lot of confidence in the fact that you're not going to get hit through that wall. You can also shoot through the hangar. It does really, really like ricochet in. It doesn't make it accurate, but you can at least scare anybody who's in that hangar. Oh, down goes Make It Great to Shuge, who's been sitting here the entire time. It's only a down, though. Make It Great can still get this call out, and Suplex is going to start looking around for that refrag. Archer shuts it down, and a trade out in the end of it all.
Celebrations from Shook and Make It Great, who is down, as Boss Fight lock in another W and take their lead up 3-1. We now remain outdoors. We do not go to an indoors objective grenade. We stay at range, although this objective certainly kind of a close quarters one when it comes down to pushing it, but very curious to see how the Boss Fight team defends now with a confident 3-1 lead. Do they get aggressive? Do we see them try and push out and overwhelm Proteus on defense, or do they just I suppose excuse me, they're going on the attack, so we'll have to see how Proteus defend on this objective. And I anticipate that we're not going to see aggression, which has unfortunately been working for for Proteus. You know, that aggression is what I think got them rounds 1 on Suburbia, and so if they do end up getting pushed back here on Snowpeak and don't continue to kind of lean forward, then I think Boss Fight will be able to take this second map, and we'll be going on to Proteus's map pick for for their third map of the series, all tied up.
Yeah, I think really the only real aggression spots that may lend them to be able to cut the map, at least the approach into the southern valley, in half, would be this really kind of a group of mountains here, as I like to call it quest controller, because it looks like a quest controller to me. But this little inlet here next to the IFV, this tankish kind of a thing here, it's actually a BMP, sorry. This is a great spot to be able to cut the approach in half, both on the south side next to the Jeep and in the north.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it does look like a quest controller, but yeah, into the action we go for round number 5 of map number 2. We're on Snowpeak. It's the NA-EU battle you've been waiting for this afternoon. It's Proteus versus Boss Fight. The winner here moves on to the semifinals next weekend.
Ease is going to be starting to run out towards the tunnels. A great early position for them, especially a little bit more of a flanking maneuver. It's going to end up being later on, I think, as they realize that nobody's going to be present down the way. Suplex running out in the open, getting the discovery and a quick trade out there. It doesn't really help Mo, because of the fact they can't communicate. You can only really let Proteus assume that they understand that Boss Fight's coming in from the southwest.
Yeah, they did get that quick southwest spawn, and Lego's already pushed up here. M203 in hand, so the smoke could be coming out here. I think the grenade also an option, although I'm not sure on Snowpeak, but it does mean that they have that utility and are ready to deploy it to push into this objective. We'll have to see how they end up utilizing it, and for now at least, it's a bit of a pause on this Boss Fight push. They certainly start things well, but a matter of now collecting as a team. Shook, Scooby, and Archer all advancing forward here, and then I wonder what this push is going to look like. How much utility do they have? They are all so close to the objective right now.
Yeah, Make It Great did shoot down the drone as well on the very, very south side, directly above where Scooby is now. So that does give them a little bit of the positioning in advance as to how things are going to really kind of go. It does also tell Boss Fight the fact that the southern approach is mostly clear. Make It Great is the only one that was in the area who was sitting on the sandbags of the uplink. Instead, now they are in the shack. But the fact that is, they are going to have a relatively I think, an uneventful
Got one, there's
approach
no
in
one
here,
right in front of me.
unless Proteus really shifts this around.
Ooh, almost the toss that goes into the doorway. Scooby can't quite make it through there, though, but the smokes do come in now as Legel tosses them up and over, and Archer does catch Peas again, trying to flank. Archer shutting down the flanks attempts, and we're going to stay on board. Make it great. Who's holding down the objective?
Oh.
There's that grenade that's launched onto Blazer up top, and now it is all up to Make It Great. They're alone on the OBJ in a 1v3 with smokes coming in. As a cap attempt, something that Boss Fight is going to be going for here. They definitely don't need it. They just want the round, if anything, and Make It Great is going to push Scooby off of a good flash. They're going to find one kill. Callouts are coming in from the behind them, so they should know that Legel is there and could be approaching at any moment. And Make It Great still is defending here as Archer, and there's the pitch from Legel, finally does connect. Boss Fight takes map 2. Looking a lot better than on Suburbia here, and now we're all tied up in the series, one apiece.
Did see a quick drop from Boss Fight once the round ended, so they might be swapping somebody out for the next map here. But also looking at these kill counts, Proteus was relatively close to an even 1 kill to death ratio. They're nothing too fantastic on the larger map that we were just on. And look at this, we're going to Subway.
Subway's really been a staple of the postseason, you know, I think mainly because teams don't ban it, because they both, you know, everybody feels somewhat comfortable on Subway, but it has really just been picked a lot over the course of this postseason, the Challenger Cup, the round robin, and now we've seen it twice, obviously in the best of 5 series here so far, and it's a fun map to tune into, truly. I'm excited to watch Proteus and Boss Fight duke it out. I'm interested to see if maybe either team gets caught off guard by either team's strategies, because you know Boss Fight has some very unique strategies they've honed in for this map, and Proteus, I'm sure, have some stuff in their back pocket as well. And again, we're getting into that NA-EU element where they have not played each other before, unless in scrims outside of regular league play, and so the unknown is so prevalent for both of these squads. I think Subway is going to be very exciting.
Yeah, both teams now have dropped 1 even. So while the main roster seems to be still going strong here in play, it looks like we are going to be getting a sub on both sides. So it'll be interesting to see who they bring in, what the strengths are of that particular person. Maybe one person likes Subway a little bit more than the other.
Right. That's one thing we do see at the top level, and especially with a team like Boss Fight where they have a deep roster, Proteus too. They will bring in certain players for certain maps. It's having an expert on that map, and we've seen it work, but in a long best of 5, if you do look at how Imperial played all the way to that map 5 and ended up winning, they stuck with their main roster. I think they did maybe do 1 sub, but unlike Dark Tiding, they didn't really bring in a handful of subs like we did see with that Dark Tiding roster, where it was changing a lot. And so there's 2 sides to the argument, really, of, you know, do you really just hone in the craft with the main 5, or do you have experts that you do bring in for certain maps, and that's your main 5 for that map, and you just practice with that 5 specifically for that map? There's certainly different ways to go about doing it, and it does look like Proteus are going to be bringing in a sub. They brought in Pounds to fill out their 5th slot. Who did they sub in for is the question of the day. Always hard to know. Boss Fight also still... Oh, it looks like they've already brought in a sub with Mantis coming in, and we may see another...
Pounds is feeling for Shook Guy.
Okay, yeah, Shook, you're right. And Boss Fight, yeah, we'll see who their other sub is on that roster, but it does go deep, and they do have a lot of skilled players on it, so you can never count out either one of these teams. It's also probably there's so much to it, right, Grenade? I mean, the strategy of subbing out a roster, it can drastically change how a team plays.
Yeah, new, fresh mentality. Maybe like I was saying, a little more experienced on one map or likes closer range than longer range kind of thing is also good. But that fresh mentality of like, okay, let's just get in here. There's no real immediate impacts. Yeah, there's no real immediate impacts there mentally, being like, okay, let's just get this in, let's get this done,
Yep.
let's just hammer at it. You can watch a stream, of course, while you're not playing, not chatting in there, but it does give you a little bit of a fresher mind. But we are only here in map 3.
Right.
So we've been trading back and forth thus far.
Yeah.
So maybe that mentality isn't necessarily there, but it does help you when you're farther in.
I think if we're going to look at overall mindset, too, I feel that boss fight do kind of have a maybe so far series-wide momentum. You know, they did very well on Suburbia. They lost with a lead 3-2 to a cap, and they then won 4-1 on Snow Peak. You know, and so I'm curious to see where the momentum does lie. What team is going to try, you know, come in here confidently, play aggressive. Proteus do get a quick spawn for this objective, which is in the south stairwell as we go into round number 1 for map number 3.
2 C4s are being brought on the boss fight side with lots of night vision as well. It's going to be an interesting little pick here, given how they chose to spend the points. Scooby-Doo on the eastern staircase is going to get that up and over onto one of the fluorescent lights. The later kind of detonation there. Suplex also charging in across the opposite side of the stairway, looking for any sort of angle to cover an account of Make It Great. Shots were rung out on Scooby, but nothing there that did connect. The frag grenade just barely making it off of Make It Great. It does get flashed in the end by Mantis.
Yeah, and there's a nice peek out from Make It Great to catch Mantis on the corner. They're going to follow up with a nade with the flash, and Sayonara is blind. More utility coming in. The counter utility. I love to see such a heavy focus on denying of aggression with the use of the utility grenades. And for now, at least, it's maybe paused Proteus really trying to fly in from this corner. And boss fight only lose 1 in the chaos. That was a pretty good push from Proteus. Now, all 3 flying forward, advancing up again. The C4, a threat high up on the lights.
And while Proteus is pushing up very strong right now in the eastern side, the western staircase here, the western staircase is slowly pushing up, but Pounds does charge right on in. Lidl's around the corners, and they trade out before a frag grenade does ultimately get thrown there. Goldbro now left as the lone one to make this attack on the west. Also with Peas, the lone one on the right side with the eastern corridor. How is this going to really work pincer-wise, though?
Okay, we'll have to see as Goldbro is getting suppressed by Archer through the smoke on the corner. Peas is trying to pillage their teammates who are dangerously close to a peekable space there where Sayonara could fly the corner. They also have to worry about Scooby-Doo, which is where that nade is going. I think it's a flash, actually, that I don't think caught Scooby. And now Peas tries to peek out. They end up trading. And with the kill that came in from Goldbro over the middle, it's a 1v1 with Archer trying to peek out. They're completely exposed out through the center. They're dialed into Goldbro. What is Goldbro doing here? They're playing it patient with 3:30 left. They're trying to outpatient Archer here. Archer's going to keep pushing.
Ooh.
It
trade in the end of it all.
Proteus come out on top. They take the 1-0 lead with a Marsoc win. Why push there, Grenade? I'm not sure I see the reasoning in that.
I don't either, because from where they were, they could have covered really all angles. Like, they just had to sit on one corner here in, like, maybe the shop entryway of this computer shop, and then they could have covered the eastern side and still listen for anything to come up on the fence line for a cap. I don't understand that particular strategy. Maybe they thought they could win it close.
Who knows? They may not have an accurate kill count. They wanted to apply the pressure to get that kill and then rotate back to defense. You know, they don't know what has necessarily unfolded on those corners. They don't know the C4 has found kill. You know, unless that was quickly confirmed. You know, there's a lot of commotion across the battlefield, and so obviously with our caster eyes, we see an opportunity to sit in and defend, but it's a little bit crazier when you're in the headset. Bullets are flying around you. Your teammates are dying. You don't have the comfort of name tags or lasers to guide you in your pursuit of the enemy or your teammate. And yeah, quite the it's a heart racing game, and it's why these teams play it. It's why we do see dedication to the game, because players really do just love to play the game competitively. And we'll see how this shakes out as we get back into it for round 2. Same objective, swap sides, boss fight on the attack. They'll be down in the basement, not spawning up on that north side. I guess you can consider this a quick push for the south if you wanted to push up the stairwell, but I don't think I've ever seen a team really just fly to the south stairwell from the spawn point.
Yeah, it does take a little bit of time to get there and make it effective. I do like to see this flashlight out here from Proteus. Flashlights are probably one of my favorite defense mechanisms, because it just gives you a little bit of a throw-off as you're attacking on the uplink, and just be like, oh, now all of a sudden you're blind, you have to figure out how you're going to counter that while it's right next to an uplink there. We are going to see Peas throwing a C4 all the way in the north and hang out there. Nobody really coming that way.
Yeah, it's Sayonara and Lego making a noise and pushing up through what has been dubbed, I believe, Yoshi Lane, but that's risky on trademarking, so I think we'll stay with Sex Shop for now. But there's the pistol and there's the flashlight, and Lego and Sayonara have control here of this space. Peas maybe a little bit too far forward as they've allowed the defense to get in between them. Maybe that's also part of the plan. Peas could simply rotate back and be pinching onto the back of Sayonara and Lego, who may be getting overconfident in their advancement here.
Yeah, and that flashlight is actually positioned to blind Sayonara as they're coming up on the stairway. So it's a nice little position coming around there, as Pounds is also laying shortly behind it. The question, as you were saying, is P's going to actually recognize that they have this flanking maneuver after Archer goes down to the C4 right there. Ligil is going to recognize that somebody just died this way and try to grab P's off the cuff here.
Yeah, there's a bit of an alert to the boss fight team with still 4 left alive. It's felt like it's been a 2v5 with Sayonara and Lego here so far ahead of the rest of the team. But Scooby-Doo and Mantis are making their way, and they could be running into Suplex, who is holding that slice of a head peek here to look for the ankles of Scooby-Doo, who's slowly working forward. Down they go. Will Mantis be up next? Sayonara catches Pounds on the other side of the map. Mantis still advancing forward. Suplex still holding the angle, both on the hunt for kills as they do drop back. We still have firefight here unfolding as a great flash from Make It Great blinds Sayonara. They're able to fly the corner. Lego and Peas trade, and now it leaves boss fight with just one. Mantis trying to push down this catwalk, and they can't do it because it's properly defended. They have to drop back, rotate all the way to the north, maybe get the res, and turn this into a 2v3.
Okay, they only have 3 minutes remaining, though. So that res, they got to start booking it. Make It Great does have a later long angle on the uplink, but the question is, with how they're currently positioned, are they going to just stay tucked in here? Because it's worked well, as Suplex has grabbed a couple of kills in the eastern staircase, or is this going to turn a bit more aggressive as they have played previously?
Yeah, vulnerable to flashes and nades on that little tucked-in spot, and so it's not exactly 100% safe, but if you do stay tucked in there and you don't get any utility your way, then it may be an opportunity to spring a surprise attack onto Mantis and Lego, who are now up.
Oh, no!
And, well, we've seen that a handful of... the second time we've seen it in postseason. Surprised, believe it or not, what happened there was the res came through. Lego had their knife out for some reason, and as they were going for the confirm on the... That's why they had the knife out to confirm the dead body on the ground, and they ran into the knife out, ended up team killing unintentionally. Lego's back to 1. It's a 1v3, and Lego's walking in to Make It Great's trap.
And wounded at that. Flashlight still there, is going to give a brief blind, but as they do make it around the corner, a frag grenade very well placed does Make It Great down. Goldbro's going to crash in to at least try to cover the angle, slow them down. A smoke grenade Not going to go all the way down, but enough to at least get them to go around the corner. Goldbro now advancing in for covering from the dumpster, a common spot. But where they are, they may actually see Lego before Lego sees them.
Yeah, the smoke is out. And I wonder if Lego's... what the approach is going to be here.
They're going to have to let the smoke at least expire here. It does only last a little bit, but it does give a little bit of that countdown not in their favor.
Yeah, 55 seconds on the clock. Goldbro's holding the tight angle. Lego's going to have to swing wide to catch Goldbro, but Goldbro ready and waiting. Finds the kill, and Proteus are up 2-0 on Boss Fight's map pick. Not exactly a boss fighter, or no, excuse me, this is Proteus's map pick. So maybe it's how they envision it going, but either way, a very good start for them on that objective. But maybe it was that objective, right, Grenade? There's a multitude of objectives on every map, and we are going to be now going into the basement, and so maybe an opportunity for Boss Fight to get back into this one with a defensive round.
And this one is traditionally harder to approach from the Marsoc side because you have so many little corners to keep an eye on and cover with between smoke utilities, maybe actually utilizing an M203 smoke grenade, since the HEs aren't allowed on Subway. That actually gives you a little bit more coverage utility-wise. So it's still a hard fight because you have to get to the platform, and Volk can easily get to the platform and get set up before you're even coming out of the maintenance tunnels or down the south stairway. So you really got to watch your angles when you come in on that approach.
And there's a real variety on terms of how you want to defend. Are you going to prioritize holding down that upper platform, or do you just simply tuck in and hold down the 3 entry points that the offense will eventually have to push down? For Proteus, on defense, that seems a bit risky because Boss Fight are very good at encircling around an objective and pushing in at it together. If you allow them to set up for that around all 3 entry points, then he may be kind of spelling your doom. But I wonder how Boss Fight will defend, as Proteus will be the first ones to attack this objective. We go back into it for round number 3 on map number 3.
Only one C4 out this time, which with this particular uplink as a defense, you could use 2 C4s quite effectively. Scooby's obviously going to be going down into the engine red room area and plopping that C4 just outside the doorway. A great position there. You're not really going to be looking up in the ceiling for that. So they're going to stick nearby and just kind of do a wait and see game. Mantis is going to be covering a little bit more of the angles from the catwalks, but looking at how the team is approaching, I don't think we're going to see much except for just one with Goldbro there.
Pounds has already popped out up onto the main floor, and they're looking down towards little Sayonara, who does connect on the Pounds. They'll have to heal and will be vulnerable to a down if they get connected again. But yeah, maybe Pounds deterred from trying to push down this lane, and Sayonara at the very least communicating that one tried to push out from there and is now tucked back in. So Scooby may be getting 3 funneled into their position.
And Pounds really had to pull back off that because they didn't even have night vision to identify where they were positionally. And the night vision in this particular map only really helps you on those tracks. Like once you're down in the basement, it doesn't help you as much. So it's kind of almost not worth spending the points, but it does help you in this kind of particular approach. As we see that Peas and Make It Great are kind of starting working and Pounds are working their way down here. Peas is taking the forward lead, trying to test out the waters, figure out if the C4 is going to go. They are looking slightly up. They are looking out to the sides. The question is, are they going to actually see that? They are looking up, and they do. They do disable it successfully.
Nice denial of a key C4 element. The trouble is, if a nade is thrown here, that still can detonate that C4 and be a big threat. The nade does come out. They apply pressure. The kill comes through on the backside, and Scooby finds 2. Mantis is able to reinforce on this side and shuts down all 3. But Goldbro, meanwhile, catches out Legel trying to swing around to the stairwell, and so we're into a 3v2 with Goldbro Maybe battling up against little Sayonara here soon.
Have a little moment of calm and silence here as Proteus is trying to figure out how they're going to approach it from the north turnstiles. May I would say 1v2 as Suplex does go down. They were in the position to at least get a little bit of a cross angle, but Mantis does come back up to the original location and does find that kill, which is going to give them a little bit more of that advantage here, because now Goldbro has to figure out how they're going to cross this platform with Mantis here, now identified. And listening in a Mantis, they're just going to sit and stay and see how things go. Archer is the one defender that is still able to see the uplink. So in case Goldbro does come down on the north staircase, but Mantis needs to keep their head tucked in just in case Goldbro does still watch us. While they have been keeping the laser tracked here for a good 15, 20 seconds. The question is, 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Are they going to try to swing wide, take the tracks, and then come back up? Or are they going to make a little bit of this noise, I guess, and see if Mantis falls for that base?
Yeah, trying to draw out that head peak so they can find the kill they need. Again, you don't see name tags, you don't see outlines, you don't see lasers when you're approaching this space, and so it'll give you a better idea of what it's like for Goldbro here as they do try and work themselves forward ever so slightly, aiming down those sights, trying to catch out any little bit of, again, different pixel that they see and moving around. They have to look into those dark corners. They have to look and cover so many potential angles when they're approaching, and does leave them open to potential shots from the stairs. They are going to be able to tuck in, be able to pillage some resources off of a enemy, and they still don't see Mantis, who's right there on the stairs. They're so hard to identify until they do see a tiny slice of their head. Shots do come in, but they don't connect. Mantis still alive. Goldbro's now going to push. Utility coming in. It's a flash over the top. Doesn't quite connect. The quick pressure there on the corner. They are flashed, and Mantis does push back. So bold of Goldbro to trust that that push happened, but I guess they heard Mantis communicating as they were rotating back.
And while Mantis was flashed, that was a great idea. At least I need to get down the stairway. I need to get into the train tracks to at least get out of the region of dying, to at least keep this a 2v1 with 50 seconds remaining. That was a very, very good decision on their part, because Goldbro is the aggressor here. They have to push in down the south stairs in the next 30 seconds here.
They do. If Proteus want to try and push this up 3-0, it's going to come down to Goldbro finding 2 kills. And, or, I suppose, capping if they can surprise Archer. And I don't know. I think the cap not going to be on the table here with how close Mantis is to the objective.
Indeed. Mantis is on the other side of that, but frag grenade is going to at least make Goldbro slow down just slightly. But they do get the idea as to where Archer is. A flashbang as Archer does not get hit. Goldbro going for the last second cap there unsuccessfully. And look at these kills here, NightFiree. Goldbro 5 and 2. Relatively confident on this map, it shows. And the rest of the side, the Bra side, is kind of trying to keep even with the deaths at the very least. There's no real strong player that we're seeing, at least from a kill count wise. Now, kills don't mean everything, because defense and communication are absolutely key in this. But it does show, from an aggression standpoint, that Goldbro is pretty confident here.
Yeah, and it has its pluses and minuses. It means that the rest of Proteus aren't necessarily connecting. You know, you do have those 1 and 2 and 1 and 3s from Pounds and Suplex, respectively. But, yeah, if the rest of the team comes alive, it makes Proteus even more of a threat, as they already are up to 1 here, going into a defensive round on an objective, again, that is arguably easy to defend versus attack. But Boss Fight have some pretty good strategies here to deploy on this objective, and they are good at attacking this basement objective. We've seen effective Marsoc pushes from the EU side in particular, and so I am curious to see if Boss Fight will be able to kind of surprise Proteus maybe, who do think otherwise, that they do have a not easy to defend, but a easier to defend objective than North Stairwell, for example, which is still very much on the table. We could be heading there at any point here in this matchup, but yeah, they definitely are looking to go up 3-0 or 3-1 here, and Boss Fight could even the odds if they can muster together a pretty solid Marsoc push. We'll see what they do as we get back into it for round number 4.
5350288.
A couple of drums being handed out on the Boss Fight side does give a little bit more of the firepower distributed, but I'm not seeing a lot of night vision here either. Only 2 out of the 5.
Yeah, it has its value maybe for the upstairs or if you're pushing outside, but it's not needed in the basement push. Peas is flying forward here, and Sayonara is going to be running right into Peas. The nade comes in. It doesn't go far enough, and Sayonara out-aggresses Peas. Proteus trying to throw aggression at them on defense, but Boss Fight really anticipating it well.
And Peas did have a C4 that wasn't deployed. That's going to be key as they do really, yeah. Uh-oh.
Nading each other here.
Lots of aggression in that front there, but almost a little bit too aggressive for the team.
Where is the rest of the defense? Because no one's really covering this basement exit.
Okay, so
Gonna be
Yeah, they're leaving it alone.
pretty free and easy for Boss Fight to pop out here and challenge down on the objective, but they do have 2 actually stacked on the objective, 1 on the stairs with Goldbro up top. Interesting setup that's so heavily stacked around the objective space.
Yeah, they're just letting the map kind of be taken over by Boss Fight overall.
Has its risks. You know, it really does, but we'll see if they can Boss Fight a taste of their own medicine and force them to push in and find the kills at the last moment as they try and execute on their offensive push either way. Like you said, it is full control for Boss Fight. They've got control here. Oh wow, and you can hear some interesting comms there from Scooby. They again have done the best homework they could. And I guess that call out was for Goldbro, I think, right at this look. Track 2 down to the left. That is right where Goldbro is on the train, right? Track 2 down to the left.
Yeah. Depending on how you count it, because you can count from north to south. I usually count south to north, but that is exact call out. Those little bit of movements that Goldbro is making gives the exact positioning that Scooby was looking for.
I think. Yeah, I don't know if they heard that. I think Scooby was just calling out based off of the data they had from watching Proteus's games and understanding how they play in scrims, and you know, again, the research that has gone in to prepare for this opponent. They know that this is a position that Goldbro takes. Either that, or to your point, they did hear Goldbro tucked in here. Either way, we'll see if Goldbro is known and if Archer does end up checking between these trains. It's a tough position to identify.
Yeah, but particularly because of the column that's right there, giving just a sliver from Goldbro's shoulder. Oh, and a trade out from Sayonara, who's going to end up checking it real quick. They're trying to go all the way around and at least try to catch them off guard, but in the end, trade out, and Mantis is now on the opposite side of the platform, just giving it a little bit of the extra cover here. Hounds is on that staircase as the lasers from Scooby start coming in on the area here as well. Scooby could have watched a little bit longer, it looks like, and Pounds might have exposed just enough of their head. They're also seemingly... Pounds, based on his movement, is trying to just not be too exposed overall. But watch this, a very, very tight angle for coming up on the ramp.
Yeah, they're just holding down this entry the best they can. They're going to get a little aggressive here as the flash does come in. They hear Mantis outside. It's going to be a flash and then a nade. Follow up. Mantis is going to challenge before that gets detonated. They're going to catch Pounds on the stairs. A solid job there. That puts things into a 4v2 against Proteus. Proteus could be getting tied up here if they can't put up a solid defense, and that's going to be challenging with both Suplex and Make It Great on these two corners. I think there's plenty of utility for boss fight, and so this is not going to be an easy defense.
Yeah, the smokes coming out here now do at least indicate that they're coming in from the north, with nobody exposing themselves from the south. Legil is down that way, though. Make It Great not checking behind their back as they come down. That flashlight, I believe, is still effective, at least from our camera angle. That flashlight here on this north is going to be effective because it's just not covered enough. Archer, as they turn the corner, might turn blind, and Suplex could take advantage of that.
They fly it and Make It Great does catch the kill. Suplex gets the confirm. Mantis is out, and Suplex does find the kill again. A nice hold from the duo. Where is Lego to support this? They need that extra gunfire coming down from that long lane. Ooh, a great flash. Blind Suplex, but I think Make It Great dodged it. Scooby's proning up through the smoke. They very well could be crawling this smoke forward, and it seems that they were wise to that threat. Where is Lego? Still not pushed in, now alone in a 1v2.
All that gunfire, it was a very, very big indicator, like, I should be coming out of this now and at least throwing something down to get a little bit more of that chaos ensuing, because two people could have made it down. One have at least gotten down to the tracks and then been able to hit the ramp for that cap. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen here. Suplex is going to come back off of their position after Make It Great does go down, and they do get the angle on Lego rushing in with 5 seconds remaining. Just too late of a push there from Lego.
I honestly think Lego might have been stuck in that corner. I don't know what they were having trouble getting over the rail there. I don't know, but yeah, they just didn't end up applying the pressure with the rest of the team, and if they had, I think it could have been boss fight tying this up 2-2, but it's instead Proteus advancing their lead up 3-1, looking for an opportunity to get the second map and potentially be looking at series map. Well, they would be looking at series map next map if they can win here, so certainly a lot on the line. It is Proteus's map pick as well, though. These things we do have to consider, right? They are apparently, clearly a factor here so far today, because both teams have been doing much better on their respective map picks.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how boss fight plays with aggression, because there are some plays that you can do early on as Volk to at least get set up farther down in the south street. Maybe even get a frag grenade up and over just to postpone any push from the south there. But I mean, ultimately, we'll see what happens here. Like, covering something in the eastern staircase in general would be a great idea, though.
It is a NAEU brawl here this afternoon, and it so far has been a great matchup. A quick shout out to our sponsors that end up providing prizes, hardware, and cash into the prize pool that these teams are ultimately competing for. At the end of this Worlds, we'll have a first, second, and third that will be awarded, and that prize pool comes in from our sponsors who are ProTube VR, VR Cover, Asterion, and VRML, all contributing into the Season 13 prize pool, and we will get a little bit more in depth when we're not into the action. We do dive into round number 5, map number 3. Scooby going to be challenging a trio coming up to the north.
Yeah, I was listening in on Proteus chatting downstairs. I think they might have actually given away their position, because there is a bit of an audio bleed over that you can get when you're at this uplink. That does give Scooby a trade out, but the clacker was now sitting on the floor, so that C4 is going to be ineffective no matter where it was ultimately thrown. That does give Archer the ability to understand that somebody is coming down the north staircase still.
Utilized flash there. They just threw it up without pulling the pin. I wonder if that was intentional. We'll see if they pick it up later. They do. Just moving the utility forward, I suppose, as they now do direct the smokes, and it certainly is an indicator that there's something coming in from the north. Still, though, not a lot of angles here being prioritized. Archer's not really looking down here. More smokes coming in. The north side could just kind of push up to objective.
Sayonara is going to get a little bit of an action there as they do trade out. Ultimately, Make It Great. Pounds is still on this particular side. A flare. not going to be utilized here because nobody's down this way now. Down goes Archer. Mantis has to crash back in. Peas again gets his tablet out and oh, not dead, but
Chaos is Lego almost team kills there. Mantis on the back, and Goldbro does still have the line here. They're going to find the kill. It's going to be a 1v1. Pounds able to call out anything they see, but Lego's on objective, and Pounds won't be able to see much as now, again, Goldbro holds from the garbage truck, and Lego has to do this rotation. They have to check the objective, and Proteus take map number 3, 4-1.
And what a great amount of patience Goldbro had there. At least with the fact that, like, they killed, it was Archer on the way in, and then just kind of let things happen inside the uplink without actually pushing forward. They were still in the back part of that dumpster there with that kill. Like, great amount of patience displayed there.
They had a lot of time, too, to work with, but, you know, they recognize that, and maybe even with an accurate kill count in mind, they would know that that defender has to challenge the objective space, and so they did just wait for that eventual push to come in. They find that final kill, and they take Subway very confidently. Where do we go from here is the question. What do the stats say for boss fight? Where do we anticipate them taking us for map number 4? Because I imagine that it's going to be a little bit more ranged. Both Quarantine and Cargo are off the table, and so Downfall is an option. I know boss fight are no slouches on that map. I don't know if they want to utilize that. It is their second map pick, so if they're going to be picking, I mean, they have to pick the best option they can right now, because it is a must-win to get them into that map 5. And at that point, that map 5, like I said earlier, when we were in that best of 5, is kind of a toss-up in terms of who's going to be good at what, you know, on those final maps in that map pool. And yeah, we do go to the range. Map number 4 takes us to Downfall, so boss fight trying to push themselves away from their opponent.
And stat-wise, that makes sense because they have a 100% win rate on it, even though it's only been played 3 times. But they have a 75% round win rate. That is really their best map because of the fact that they played Suburbia one other time and they have an 80% win rate there. So this is their strongest point to go to.
Yeah, that is, again, what you'd expect when it comes down to your last map pick in a best of 5 to push yourselves onto a map 5 decider so you can keep fighting for a chance at the semis. You're going to take the best map you can. That's in your arsenal. And yeah, if anything, I'm surprised it wasn't banned from boss fight because it is such a powerful map for them. But Quarantine, obviously something Proteus did not want to play today, and they don't have to, as we now wait for likely some substitutes. Are going to go time out here, but we are going to be waiting for some subs to be brought on for both sides, so it seems. And I think while we do, we'll cut to intermission, and we come back, we'll be diving into Downfall for map number 4 to see if Proteus can manage to take the series or if we'll be headed to a map 5. Don't go anywhere. More NA versus EU World quarterfinals action coming at you. Welcome back, everybody. We are here for the start of round number 1 on Downfall, our 4th map in this best of 5, to see if Boss Fight can hang on for another map to take it to a map 5 decider, or if Proteus can take Boss Fight's map pick and manage to come out the champion today. So far, EU teams have shown dominance, winning the OCE round and the NAEU matchup we just casted, and so see if Boss Fight can kind of keep that trend going. Is out the gate. Peace is going to shut down Mantis trying to come out of spawn.
-1.
And while Scooby is in the north 2-story, looking for anything towards the Marsoc twins, they do have the drone up in the air again. I'm expecting to hear some great callouts coming up from Scooby here in a second.
Land in the front room, and he's gonna be okay if he's in the back room.
I'm running red car, okay?
Go.
Shook pushing through red car, trying to actually get a little bit more ground covered in the north here, as this is relatively open. We are going to have to start watching this hotel once they get past this building. Nothing here really even cutting them off angle-wise, I'm seeing here, but Suplex, looking at that drone, does get it shot down in the end. Down goes that drone, there goes Scooby's eyes in the sky, and their usual strategy for the longer range maps.
Ooh. Like a Lego got Suplex with an M203, and Boss Fight are actually in an advantage now, as Proteus also suffer what seems to be a disconnect.
Blazer quickly dialing on Blazer, only downs them. They are behind this tire. This is going to give them a little bit of the coverage. They can get shot at the foot, though, I think. Shook trying to get those shots there. Doesn't seem to actually get the confirm ultimately, though.
Blazer's lucky there that those bullets didn't connect, but they are still alive and resible. They're able to radio in anything they see on this far side. See that there's definitely some eyes trained into this corner. With a rotation out of that
White
south.
House went Valley, 100%.
Almost got picked up by Shook, but now Shook enabling a little bit more onto their scope, and they're going to spot the White House rotation. They're going to connect their shots on the P's and the deep in the valley. And Proteus only has one alive defender. It's Goldbro on objective.
Yeah, it's interesting that they are really the last one alive there, because of the fact that there were 3 downed in Proteus. That means something wasn't connecting fully enough at the longer range. Maybe it was the fact that they aren't actually getting the center dead chest shots. Maybe they aren't hitting the arms or the head as much, but that is definitely something that is going to be a factor for Boss Fight, as now one does get knifed. So the confirm comes out there, but Blaze is still able to at least see a little bit of this angle here. Kind of looking positionally from the camera side, they can see Scooby, it looks like. There's a call for Center Hotel.
There's a moment
Archer, I don't think was seen yet, though.
here where Lego could rotate around to the backside and stay very quiet over these next 2 minutes and cap in the underneath Goldbro, because no one is covering that back entry point, and so Goldbro doesn't hear it, and there is enough time to get Lego up there unheard. And there might be a cap opportunity. Archer is just going to go ahead and get Boss Fight the round, and they're going to start things off exactly how they need to. A Marsoc win, set themselves up 1-0 on their map pick. Doesn't get much better than that geez, I mean, I think we're on track for another best of 5 at this rate.
Yeah, especially if we keep with these longer maps and the pace being slowed down a little bit. I mean, Scooby did have the drone up in the air for probably a good minute or two, so he was able to at least get some ideas of where folks were. But it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to get into a quicker round, because of the fact that they still have to get positionally in the areas they can for the angles they need to safely eliminate the defenders. And the fact there's so much open terrain, I mean, you can get into some areas here, but that drone is only going to be as helpful as you can positionally get in Downfall. It's not like Snow Peak where you have a little bit more of the potential dominance with the mountains to take and look down.
Right.
You really got to kind of swing in and out of the little dips in the hills to try to get where you need to and safely.
Utilize those defilades. They're numerous, and they're really out there for those that understand the map the best. So we'll see them be utilized here by these teams as Proteus now has to go on the attack, and may even see a I think they can get that quick spawn, so we may see them spawn prone.
Yeah.
Out the gate here if they do when they do spawn in, if they do end up spawning on this far northwest side. They aren't going to get that spawn. Instead, they're going to get the opposite end. They're all going to stand up, as you can see them getting up from the crouch position there, and they will then be pushing in relatively quickly from the south, so they're going to be a pretty immediate threat to this boss fight team. We'll see how they shake out on round number 2 on map 1. Proteus looking to get themselves a Marsoc round and bounce back to tie this up.
Not seeing a sniper here, which Peas has pulled one before, but they're actually carrying a Mark 18 instead. Smoke's coming out from somebody on the bulk side, at least, to get into a great position. And down goes Make It Great early on from Shook, which is in the bungalow overwatching the valley. This is going to be great, the fact that they actually have people to look at in the Marsoc twins. But the problem is they need to watch this window as well, because that's the one window they can see everything positionally approach down through the valley and coming up to the Humvee.
South.
Yeah, Mantis, meanwhile, rotating in from the south side. They're going to be looking to be a potential threat to Proteus if they're not careful on their move here. Blazer is watching that ridge line for a moment at least. They definitely don't want to stay out in the open too long. If they do rotate all the way south, Mantis will be here. It's just going to be a matter of if Mantis will be waiting for this long rotation from Blazer. If they are, it's going to be a very nicely timed wait. Oh no, and as they push, Blazer should see and Mantis down into the ravine. Mantis does take shots and connects. It gives away their position though. And I wonder if Suplex is going to challenge at all, or if they're just going to stay and wait to see if Mantis peeks up and over.
And Peas is actually rotating all the way around to where the quick spawn is, but with 2 lasers coming this direction, Peas out in the open, now getting downed, not killed. Is this confirm going to be doable? Looks like they may be able to, again, just tag a foot or an arm. There it is in the end. Mantis going down after taking one in the valley there from Goldbro, who is in the tower. That is also great because of the fact that they were all the way up here in the Marsoc twins coming up behind Suplex. That was a good defensive kill from Goldbro, and the fact that Suplex is now able to keep looking freely for Shook, who is still in this bungalow.
Goldbro holding from the tower, eyes down on, and yeah, there is Suplex taking shots. So how does Proteus approach this down to V4? Obviously, they want to get rid of Shook first, as Shook baits out shots with the tablet.
Oh shit. Hello?
Nothing does connect there, obviously, though, and so it's all a matter of time for this boss fight defense. They can stay tucked in, wait for the approach to come through. 3 minutes left on the clock. Suplex can't find anything on Shook, and so, again, Proteus have limited options here.
Listening into Shook just a little bit, they are conversing in the fact that they know where both of them are, and they're trying to figure out how to at least kind of bait or get an angle, in particular on this northern or the southern approach, especially knowing that they have to push through the valley or come on down through the hills. They only have 2 minutes remaining. They don't really have much of an option to go back out to spawn and around. Suplex now looking for the window that Shook was just holding, and they were all pulled off of it for a second. Shook is now moving around. They're not going to come back to that window just yet, though. This patience from Suplex may turn out to be good in the end.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Shook holds down this side, as they are kind of the key defensive element in the White House to shut down any advancement here. 2 minutes left eventually. a push is going to come through, or otherwise boss fight will take. Oh. I don't really think that Proteus have much of an idea of how to really approach this either. You know, I'm not seeing utility or much pressure, but no.
There's no real clear discernment with how they're positioning themselves as to where they really want to go and have an idea to get in that tightly held defensive area, because there's still 3 from boss fight tucked in on every angle coming into the uplink there.
Duplex able to dodge some bullets on the cross. A little banter between them and Shook, as they know Shook is in that White House and they haven't gotten rid of him.
And they're really still dialed in on this position, but they only have a minute remaining. They need to start looking elsewhere as well. Like, they can't find Ligil from this particular angle, but they are going to see Scooby. Else, Scooby's really going to see them in this regards, as Gold does take 1 shot to the leg. But Suplex is still really watching this one window while not really paying attention to the rest of the map.
30 seconds left. Gold Bro's not going to challenge White House, it seems. They may just kind of go for an attempt to get to the back of the objective, but Archer is there ready and waiting. Suplex here has to push up, and they are going to challenge Shook up in the White House, but they don't have a lot of time. 15 seconds left. Shots do connect from Archer, and it's going to be a nice solid hold from Boss Fight, who kicked things off with a good start and managed to cling on to that. 4 left alive. They go up 2-0 on map number 2 here, and we are quickly on pace for him at 5 if Boss Fight can take this one at this rate. We obviously go to our next objective, Boss Fight on the attack. This one's kind of odd because it is one of the only objectives where there are multiple bulk spawn points.
Yeah. And there's not a great way to really approach it from Marsoc early on as well. You have to still fan out or decide to go and ignore half the map. Volk could easily get down to the southern part of the map as well. If they get lucky, they just got to run down the road and hopefully not take any shots. But that if they do happen to do that, they can get somebody way down to lower dumpster, which does give them a bit more of that angle coverage. Really coming in from the mid and the southern part, but they do have a tiny little angle, at least directly on lower dumpster, into the northeast 3-story. So we could see how this goes. We're going to obviously see what they plan on the Proteus side. They need to figure out what they're going to do to counter Boss Fight and at least get a point on the board and cut Boss Fight's momentum down.
Yeah, Boss Fight are looking good. They're going on the attack. It is a cap opportunity obviously available there if they do manage to work in through that front entry point. So yeah, Proteus definitely got to be on their game. For Boss Fight to spring something, now would be it. You know, now would be the time, especially on Downfall. You know, you really need these points to push this into a map 5 decider. It would give them some good momentum, and so, you know, obviously playing well here, not letting go of this 2-0 lead that they got on that last objective is going to be important, and we'll see what they can do as we get into it for round number 3 on map 4.
Again, a southeast spawn. We're not getting that northeast where, at the very least, Marsoc could get some early eyes on. We're really going to see some setup from Boss Fight at this point. Scooby again calling out the fact they have a drone. It is pretty typical. And look at that. Scooby identifies one Volk way out to the south, as we were just talking about. It's a little bit farther back than I was expecting, but that does give the position for some good sniping there. But Scooby needs to really get this one person at his P's knocked out, who also does have a sniper.
Yeah, it's a battle of range here as Peas is tucked in, bullets zipping over their head. They're trying to find the shots back on at the tower, and they almost do connect, but both shooters here very much on the hunt for the long range, and now there's suppressive fire from other directions coming in towards Peas, so they really got to be careful about how they're exposing themselves here behind this rock wall, and if anything, they're super far away from objective, don't have a great line into the front side of it. It really does make the Proteus defense weak at the front, and so if they can get down through the middle of the map and maybe deny suplex and push through the Blackhawk, there's just a chance. Or they could be capping inside, you know, but I imagine that they're going to try and kill Peas here rather than let them sit back and snipe from a distance.
Couple of calls from Peas, but nothing too significant as nobody really has exposed their path in the northern side yet, but Scooby is still very much dialed in on Peas. They do have the drone still actually attached to the tablet. Interesting in the fact that they always deploy it pretty early on. That drone really would help them out with identifying a couple of more on the Proteus side as they do look for Thor.
Oh, look at Mantis on this rotation.
Might not go well.
Thinking about going high up on the hill to catch out this pick down onto the rock walls. They almost have the angle. They're not committing all the way to it. If they went a little bit farther, they would have that line down there. But for now, Mantis can't quite see Scooby tucked in. Or not Scooby, excuse me. Peas.
Looking at the rest of Proteus and how they're set up, they are in a pretty good position to really just kind of tuck in and let the Marsoc come to them, as Blazer is covering a little bit of an angle on the Marsoc twins there in case Scooby does come down out of that tower. Beacon outside the door is a little bit more dangerous, especially as two are also there. Archer does have an angle directly on that spot, though, that doorway.
Yeah, Mantis does finally catch Peas up on that top element there, so the sniper overwatch is gone. And how do Boss Fight want to advance forward? Make it great, shuts down two. Mantis and Shook getting picked up by Blazer there. Mantis going down. It's a nice swing for Proteus. The three on objectives stay alive, and for now, what do the remaining two of Boss Fight do? They have Scooby and Archer, obviously on the north and south, but call out comes in for Scooby to push in through Center Hotel, which I think is the right call. If they can get rid of Center Hotel, they have a real opportunity to push up to this objective and maybe find a cap.
The drone is out, so they can at least get some overwatch here on the uplink. Maybe identify Make It Great, depending on where it is, who is now outside of the building and starting to rotate around a little bit more, trying to ensure that nothing is coming in from the northern side. I don't have to really worry about too much just yet, as Archer really hasn't moved from that building for probably a solid minute now. That's probably going to start hurting them at this rate because of the fact they only have 1 minute and 45 seconds. They really have a lot to cover terrain-wise, and they have a lot of angles to just start blowing through at this rate.
They stick to the outside angle here. Blaze could find the kill again onto Archer, but they are 3-0 so far on Downfall, so Archer's playing well. They're locked in. If it's going to be anyone, then they very well could be the duo to find themselves the kills they need to get up to this objective. Make It Great is inside, which is going to be a key defensive position for them, because I do think Archer and Scooby are going to try and push in from that Blackhawk up through the middle.
Suplex is in a decent angle for covering in that approach as well. In addition to Blazer, if they try to take the northern part of the building, looks like Scooby's gonna start advancing after the shots were fired at over at Archer. And now, coming out of the Blackhawk isn't really the best way to, I think, approach this, especially as Suplex... Oh, just barely missing that.
There it goes. The smoke's up. They find Suplex. Scooby's going to be pushing in now. Make It Great has to swing around the outside. Scooby's there, and they trade. It's a 1-for-1 now as Archer comes crashing in. Blazer on the big rotation. Boss Fight push it up to 3-0 on Downfall. Collapsing in the final 30 seconds. The two-player clutch absolutely clutch. Big moves from Boss Fight to get themselves that play in the smokes too. Really intuitive there to catch in blind that position. They were trying to get it into the window for sure.
Yeah, that would have been a real luck shot because that does have a few crossbars on the windowsill there. So that would have been an absolutely excellent throw, but
oh man, it is we're into the battle. You know, we're into the best of 5. Boss Fight are a defensive round away from taking this one and taking us down into that 5th map to decide this series. Back-to-back 5-map series, no less. And then we will have a bit of a break before our final matchup of the day. That'll be at 6 p.m. PST, 2100 Eastern. Tune in for that action live over at twitch.tv/VRMasterLeague, where you can get into the giveaways we'll be doing to anyone in the U.S. region. We'll be giving away HyperX headphones, keyboard, and mouse in that stream over at twitch.tv/VRMasterLeague tonight. So do be sure to catch that prime time battle. Don't miss out on an opportunity to get yourself some free hardware and obviously catch a exciting battle between NA and OCE champions. It's going to be interesting to see how those two square off because, again, it is a battle of unknowns. These are the first time these teams have played each other all season, you know, and in some cases ever. And so it is really exciting to watch these battles unfold and watch these play styles kind of clash. And I'm very interested to see how the matchup tonight is going to go. So be sure to stop in for that, but we obviously have more here, as we are ready now to get back into it. Maybe Boss Fight can lock it in. Maybe Proteus can continue to battle back. But either way, they're in a good position for Boss Fight here. 3-0 on map 4. On the defense they go.
What about from the other side? Yes.
here is that northeast. Oh, sorry, northwest spawn. Northeast spawn. Directionals.
Ooh,
They're hard.
smoke on my part.
Northeast spawn is going to at least get them into position early so they can see if anybody's taking the hill, similarly as Peas had done earlier. Not seeing anything just yet, but we do get some shots out. Who is that on? I can't see that from back here. That's really far away. That's Scooby.
Yeah, crossing in through the smokes. Those shots do almost connect, but Scooby gets behind the wall, and they're going to keep kind of rotating in here back around the wall until eventually they'll get into the 3-story, take up their defensive position, and hold that front entry point, most likely from the 2 stairs. Rest of the defense from Boss Fight, pretty tucked in. They do not want to expose themselves. They're really going to force Proteus to come to them to try and catch this kill.
A little bit of conversation between Ledgel and Shook over here with how they want to actually approach a northern take, especially in the fact that Shook can see a little bit of a smidge through the windows. And they know they're a little bit weaker to approach from the north because they have so much more open terrain to cover between the building where Archer is and that other 2-story on the red car. So knowing that they have to come in this way, they're going to be watching a little bit more between those 2 buildings, figure out if they actually get a kill or not there.
Little poking and prodding here as Proteus takes some shots down towards Scooby-Doo defender, but ultimately, again, Boss Fight do not have to peek out. They do not have to find any early picks. If anything, they can maybe even bait Proteus into going for the cap attempt where they can then catch them tablet in hand instead of gun. It is obviously risky, but we'll see what their ultimate defense does look like, because for now, it is going to allow Proteus to kind of approach from the south relatively undetected, and like you said, swing over from that north until they get all the way down into that 2-story. So a matter of time as Proteus will recognize the opportunities and eventually get.
And as you were saying, Scooby doesn't have to push out here either. They're really just sitting in the stairwell of the 3-story. Just kind of waiting for anything to really pop up. Oh, no, they're going to move up, of course, as I say that. As Peas is looking this direction relatively well. Blazer also on the swing with that sniper rifle. Oh, look at this. Scooby's got a C4. It's still undeployed.
Oh, Pease stands up to take shots down on, or excuse me, Scooby stands up to take shots onto Pease and ends up clicking dry. They almost cost their life as they re-peek that same angle, and now are able to crouch down, tuck back in, and avoid that hailstorm of bullets that came their way. Again, forcing Proteus to eventually push up to the objective, or at least clear out the defense in close proximity to it. But time is ticking now. 2.5 left to make it great. Close to the north, the rest of the team still relatively spread out with a push coming in onto Scooby.
Raining out ultimately, and there doesn't really help either team,
Yeah, he's running
except
out
the
of
fact that the
North
hotel
London,
is now
towards
cleared
the
out
like
there,
the
but
stone wall, just west of North.
with the discipline that Boss Fight is demonstrating here, and the recognition that they have 3 points on the board, and letting Proteus just really tick this clock down and be the aggressors, it's a smart move. It's just they're gonna be really taking this fight much closer, I think, ultimately, as Make It Great and Archer are directly around the corner from each other. I don't know if they actually called each other out there.
Yeah, Make It Great through a nade, and Archer definitely heard it, identified it to the team. You can see Shook's covering that far corner. But yeah, it's still Proteus with 4 alive here. The south side just hasn't really advanced forward much. Even though, again, like you said, they have control of that 3-story. It would be an opportunity to advance. I suppose they don't know that, though, based off the trade. They don't know who's left alive inside that building.
Yeah.
And so they'll still approach it like they have to clear it.
And Legel's there to really back up any of the angles for getting into the building, too. They got the front covered, they have the back covered. So if Blazer or Goldbro try to at least get inside, Goldbro is actually more approaching in the helicopter instead of trying to go for that window peek on the uplink. But Duplex now charging out, taking suppressive fire at Archer in the wrong direction as Legel does get that angle. Just look at that angle, it's a real smidge there. Shook taking out Make It Great. This is now turning into a 4v2 with 40 seconds remaining. Goldbro is the only one nearby the uplink. They go down and only down. Blazer have on the street here with all lasers dialed in their direction. 25 seconds remaining. They have to either push in and eliminate the rest of them, or this is going to boss fight. More likely the former, as Blazer pops out right where Shook is looking, and they trade out in the end of it. Boss fight takes a clean sweep on Downfall.
Well, that is one way to take us to a Map 5 decider here this afternoon between Proteus and Boss Fight. The NAEU battle unfolding and finalizing into a final 5th map picked by the home team Proteus. And so we'll see if this time, with NA being home, they'll be able to come out on top on their 5th map pick, much like we saw Imperial just a few hours earlier today. It looks like we are headed to Bazaar for map 5. What do the statistics tell us about Bazaar for both of these teams?
So Proteus has a 5-time played 3-win. The other 2 options that we could have gone to were Abandoned and Tanker, based on the bans and what we've already covered. Those have only been played a couple of times, and they only won it once. Abandoned Day played 4 times, won it once. They're not going to Abandoned. Tanker was played 1 time, and they won it, but they had a good struggle. It was 6 rounds played for a win. So Bazaar was really the only place we were going to go, and statistically.
Okay. All right, well, we'll have to see how this shakes up as we are waiting for a 5th to connect on the side of Boss Fight.
Yeah, Boss Fight.
And I think we will cut to a quick break. When we come back, it is going to be Map 5, the series decider, to determine who is going to come out on top. And I wonder if we do have to go to a break. I wonder if these teams are just going to be ready right away. We do have them both in lobby. We'll give it a minute or 2, I suppose. Go right into action. That's really what's fighting. Seeing any subs coming in on either side? I don't think so.
Now, Little Sayonara is back again for more action here. The cleanup map number 5 for boss fights. Starting off in Kayat, though. This is anybody's round. Like, Cap really from Proteus would assert dominance and get boss fight a little bit more nervous. Guess we'll see what happens here. No other drops, so we might be starting up here within the next minute and a half.
We'll see. Again, we do patiently wait, and I think we may cut to a brief break because take a little bit of time between now and the start of this round. So we come back, should be only a minute or two. It will be map number 5, the series decider. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We are diving into round 1 of map 5, our series decider. Who is going to win here will advance on to the semifinals to battle out for a chance at that prize pool coming in from our sponsors. More on that in a little bit. For now, it's a 0-0 battle. Bazaar has kicked off, and Boss Fighter on the defense already under pressure from the east side. Like we said, Kayat's kind of crazy, Grenade.
Yeah, and this is a traditional kind of defense, minus the one all the way down the street. Little Sayonara is back, and Peas is out in the open. Not going to get identified from them, though. Mantis and Lidl really still staying tucked in while shots are coming in across the street. The problem is that nobody's really covering Suplex in the far north. The smoke comes out. Sorry, flashbang comes out in the open area. Doesn't really need to connect with anybody. Does give the fact that somebody is back there though. Sayonara gets Blaze out all the way across in the southwest. And oh,
Big
one
pickup
smoke
from
coming in from
Archer
Archer.
there.
Is panicking.
Yeah, they killed one on objective, so the call-outs come to the rest of the team that there's smoke here, they need help. The rest of the team doesn't crash, fortunately enough, and if they had, they could have exposed themselves to Make It Great and Peace, who are really waiting to see if there's any rotations that are going to come through.
They take one shot, but stay up. Quick heal does get the ability for some more pre-fire, or should I say suppressive fire, down on Peas and Make It Great, but they are looking to dial back in on their head. Oh, just barely making it across without getting tagged there and down and out. Proteus with 3 remaining.
Yeah, we got to keep an
He's
eye
gonna
on
have to
that
really start pushing in.
Blazer is on the back side. 4 minutes left, and Mantis does catch keys. Blazer's going to be a key element to kind of fly in from this back, and I mean, if they catch Archer, they can go right upstairs, and who's defending the cap?
If Scooby is nearby, but they're going to have to hear at least something to indicate that they need to collapse back in. They're not too far away, but there's too many places to hide in here to quickly get in and get that kill in an emergency. This is not going to be great if Blazer does have a little bit of extra patience here, who can hear Archer.
And it's on both ends that these players are creeping forward. Proteus trying to find any picks they can. For now, Blazer just slowly advances forward on the backside. Make It Great just on the other side of Mantis. Archer looked over the top of Blazer, didn't see them here. Ooh, and Flash does come in. Is Blazer going to be able to avoid it? Oh, they would have, but Scooby peeks out, catches Blazer prone. Now have to Make It Great in a 1v4 to push this objective. Otherwise, Boss Fighter looking to come out on top. 1-0 on our map decider.
Oh, and not looking the right direction. Mantis goes down. Make It Great is now going to do a quick tablet check, and oh, look at that headshot potential. Scooby was looking right on him. Vigil's got to be hearing this, though. They got to be patient. Just wait this out.
Yeah, there could be a C4 in play somewhere around here as well for Lego, but I have to see how this advance works, because for now, Make It Great can dodge Scooby's line by staying crouched. Lego obviously tucked in, and smartly not tucked in too tight against the wall, otherwise their boot could be clipping through, giving away their position to Great, but likely aware of that potential threat, and Make It Great is just going to continue to hold down here. They watch out up through the center, looking for any rotations to come through. Boss Fight doesn't need to panic rotate yet around objective.
No, Lego doesn't have the C4 clacker in hand. So this is really down to a utility or a quick snap. Not actually seeing... Oh, they have one flashbang. But Make It Great... Look at this... How close they are again, though. Like, they're really just a good 6 to 10 feet away from each other. And it's done. Nice and slow advancement. Lego does actually turn this direction, though. They are going to catch them off guard after that kill.
Yep. A utility piece was going to come out towards Archer in the middle, but Lego flies out, and Boss Fight with 2 left put up a solid hold on Kayat. They position themselves now to go and potentially get themselves a cap. A 3-0 lead would certainly be the start for them, but it is Proteus's map pick, so not counting Proteus out by any means, and if anything, we're trading Volk rounds for now.
And that's still, what, 6 rounds unanswered from Proteus?
Yeah, you're right.
They gotta be feeling that pressure.
Or no, from Boss Fight. Proteus, Proteus are feeling the pressure for sure.
One last, yes.
Yeah, they are. They haven't found a point in 5 rounds, but yeah, it is a the NA side here struggling to find some rhythm. And it may be because Boss Fight are a team that's hard to really anticipate. They are a team that throws a variety at you. They're deploying quick strategies. They're deploying slow strategies. They're attacking you on defense. They're getting aggressive on, you know, they have a lot of variety to their play style. And I wonder if Proteus have just had a hard time pinpointing that down. Maybe now Boss Fighter finally into a rhythm. Who knows? But they are, at least, like you said, on a 5-point streak here, and they have themselves a slight lead on Bazaar. 1-point lead out the gate. And again, Kaya as their next attack objective, so it could very well be that they go up 3-0. We'll have to see how this shakes out, as again, it is map number 5. And we're going into round number 2. Find out just how Proteus will defend, and if Boss Fight can push this up 3-0.
More drums being handed out. Where is the smoke grenade, though? I'm not seeing it. Well, I was kind of expecting that to come out because of the fact that it does help get that extra little bit of coverage there. And with all the buildings, I should say really shacks there, that would help if they could get it close enough to the building. Maybe smoke out the top floor there. Scooby doing a little bit early suppression from the refrigerator, then ducking back off. Nothing really clipped out there, but we do have one laser from Goldbro all the way down on the the southeast as well there. Suplex looking to challenge just 1 or 2 off to the eastern courtyard as well. Sayonara looking for the return fire, does make that connection a little bit faster. It's going to weaken Proteus. One more person on an outskirt.
Yeah, and it puts Proteus very weak on this east side here, where Boss Fight are stacking up. We're not seeing a very heavy defensive presence right now. If anything, there's a bit of a battle over on the north. Actually, looks like Lego's just shooting at a bunch of nothing. Mantis does catch Make It Great. Archer catches Peas, trying to swing around on the south, on that far side. Proteus trying to deploy aggression on defense and absolutely getting caught out. Boss Fight are up 5-2 right now on the attack. Are they going to go for the cap or just try and lock this in and go up 2-0? Who knows, but both options are here.
Blazer now, who was in a great position to keep the uplink under guard, is entirely off site. They're looking to catch Sayonara out, but it's not going to work. It's just going to let Archer, who I guess baited by Vocal, but naturally, get Blazer. And now we're in a 1v5. Sorry, Sayonara. Goldbro is now a 1v5.
Oh, nice flash. Good over-the-top blind Sayonara there. They find the kill. It's a 1v4 now. Goldbro now under a lot of fire. Catches another kill. 1v3. Scooby-Doo should certainly see this rotation. I wonder if they're not shooting him right now to try and set up for the cap. They have to have an accurate kill count. And there really is an opportunity here for Lego to kind of swing in, fly up the stairs. I don't know that Goldbro will be able to stop that from happening, and so there is a cap chance for Boss Fight to go up 3-0. But do you take it when you're on that map 5 decider, when the pressure's on, when you need to win this map to continue your postseason? Do you go for the cap? That's the kind of big question that Boss Fighter may be struggling with now, as Goldbro is tucked in, playing a confident defense for being the last defender.
Sorry, I should have maybe.
And just like that, instead of taking a little bit more of an aggressive stance, because Lego, as you said, could have gone all the way through the back of the building and gotten a position for a cap. Kill comes in, and Boss Fighter is going to take the single point there. And if they did get that cap, that would have put them at 3 with a defense now in the southeast courtyard.
Yeah.
That would have been an excellent position to be in for a 10-minute Bazaar map.
Yeah, it really would have been. And I think if you're on the Proteus side of things, you need to really slow up what's happening right now, because 2 points have just gotten away from you. And we've seen good bounce backs from 2-0 leads, 2-0 deficits. You know, these teams at this stage are capable of weathering a storm. Granted, we haven't seen it on Snow Peak, Subway, or Downfall from either team once a lead has been established. But they are capable. We have seen it in that series before. We did see it on map 1 on Suburbia, and so maybe Proteus can almost utilize the fact that Boss Fight may be starting to get a little bit overconfident and try and put something together here and attack this objective cap attempt. We've seen teams going for it so far in this postseason. We've seen teams try and cap this objective with smokes and utility and what have you, but I do wonder if Proteus will even be considering that currently being down 2-0, or if they're just looking for points.
With this particular uplink, if quick spawn is given, this could be anybody's game right off the bat to at least take 1 or 2 down. So there is that small little sliver you can shoot through. And if folks are trying to get into the uplink on either side, at least start gaining ground on the uplink on either side through that alley. Whew, this could be a drastic turn of events in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, it really could be. We'll have to see. This is interesting, too, to note that this is Proteus's map pick, you know? This is the map that they chose into to go up against Boss Fight. And while the map picks have really been going the way of the picker, you know, with obviously the 4-1, 4-1, 4-0, we're now seeing Boss Fight suddenly shifting the momentum a little bit here. And it's what I kind of predicted, that when we get to these final maps, if we got to them, both teams are kind of, you know, neither team is really excellent on this map. You know, it's not their best. And so it's just going to be interesting to see how these two duke it out. And again, a reminder that they have not faced off against each other in regular season. So this is the first time that they are going up against each other in battle as well. And so those stats for regular season may not really necessarily apply to the matchup that we're seeing before us. Either way, EU are right now on track to take... I mean, we could have a completely... Well, okay, we couldn't have a completely EU finals. But we could have 3 EU teams in the finals at this stage, at this rate. And I'm not too happy with that. That was an NA constituent grenade, okay? We need to see the NA squads coming out here. We need to see Proteus bouncing back, getting themselves some points. And we are waiting for a 10-minute timeout called 2 minutes ago. So 8 more minutes until we get back into the action. And again, a quick shout out to everyone that has been tuning in. While we do have this brief pause, I do want to shout out our sponsors who do support the VRML. They include ProTube VR, offering fantastic stock options ranging from the standard magnetic cup attachment stocks that'll help stabilize your aim in game, all the way down to force feedback stocks that help enhance immersion in any of your favorite shooters. They also have pistol force feedback stocks, so do go check out the ProTube VR line. We also are sponsored by VR Cover. They offer fantastic comfort options for any of your VR devices, greatly enhancing the time that you can stay in VR comfortably. So I would recommend you check out VR Cover. Also, Asterion sponsoring us with fantastic RGB mounts for any of your favorite VR headsets that have charging ports built in, as well as mats specifically designed to help identify your play space and where you are in it just by the feel of your feet, so you know when you're at the edge of your play space and about to drive your hand through a wall, so you don't throw a grenade through your window in real life. These are the goals of the mat, and I do recommend you check it out. You can get $5 off any purchase over $20 or more at AsterianProducts.com if you use the code VRML, the number 5 off Asterion. Again, that's VRML 5 off Asterion. That'll get you $5 off any of your purchases, so I do recommend you go utilize that code, pick up yourself a really, again, nice RGB mount or mat to help enhance your play and experience and become the best VR gamer that you can. We also obviously are sponsored by VRML. VRML contributing into the prize pool and helping drive VR esports. And so a shout out to everyone that is involved, all the mods that have been contributing into the effort here this afternoon, the casters that have been showing up, and obviously all you fine folk that have been tuning in, enjoying the action here before us. We're going to cut to a brief break for about 5 more minutes, and when we come back, it will be to see if Boss Fight can continue to put points on the board, or if Proteus will be able to weather this storm, bounce back, tie this thing up and take us to a round 7. Who knows? It's all on the table here. It's map 5. Don't go anywhere. We're not done yet. Welcome back, everybody. We are diving into the action here for map number 5 between Proteus and Boss Fight, the series decider to determine who advances on, and already kills coming in as little Sayonara connects on the Snooplex and Proteus down into a 4v5 to kick things off.
And as we were talking earlier, Goldbro was the one throwing out some bullets down the quick spawn lane, and everybody, even on the boss fight, really quickly said, "Back up, back up, back up! Let's get out of the fire range." That is very, very critical here. And even now, Archer could make it great. It looks like through that little lane with the pallets. Just need to hear that they're there.
Yeah, you can take a look at the overhead, and you can see we're stacked heavy in the south. No north representation coming in there, and equally so, Boss Fight not prioritizing too heavily to push over to the east side or defend that middle street anymore. I wonder if it's because they were indicated that this push is coming in from the south, and they've otherwise shut down anyone else that is trying to approach up through that middle lane, because they do have that one line of sight from Sayonara. And so if you can identify spawn, Sayonara never leaves that line of sight, then you can be guaranteed that nobody else has crossed to the north. So Sayonara is essentially defending everything up from that street right now. And so the defense can focus all their attention in the south.
And as you mentioned, that Ligil is sitting here very, very patiently in one of the most southeast corners you really can. Just really waiting for anything to come through in the middle of the street intersection there. Oh, they're looking down as two start crossing through. Well, one crossover, it was Peasy in the end, but Pounds was looking like they were going to come over that direction. But that's going to be a critical angle to play here.
That one and
Ability to
Mantis
get-
is on the stairwell here, who is also holding that south side as well. Ooh.
Wow! A great grenade throw there.
8-4.
Yeah, they do get one, but now make it great. Able to get that res, and so Peas is back. It's a 4v4 now, excuse me, as Sayonara continues to try and catch Peas approaching from this side. Sayonara is going to be the key element in shutting down any advancement up from this front entry point. They're really, again, going to funnel this offense into the south where they have that pinch from Mantis and Lego waiting for them to approach the objective.
Pounds is looking at the shack across from them, but the lasers are getting closer and closer in distance. So we're going to see something out of Lego here in a second. Where is this? There, Pounds is pulling a smoke grenade, looking for anything. Oh! The frag grenade just a little off touch compared to Pounds, but it does give them an idea as to where Lego is. Meanwhile, Sayonara is going to take down Make It Great, as they were trying to get into the objective space without the rest of the team.
Oh, almost a team kill. Bounds. Lego's fortunate that no one's looking, but then Lego does speak as there's chaos between the two. Peas and Pounds have no idea what's going on there between the two of them, and it's Lego getting a double and putting Boss Fight into a position where they're going to go up 3-0 on Proteus's map pick.
Goldbro's got a good bit of worrying to do with the south kind of pusher. Oh, wow. Great up and over. Just barely tipping the top of the shack there as Mantis does collapse in. Not going to find anything through the tin of the shed there.
Oh my
but
gosh.
they are just surrounding them.
Yeah, from all sides. Goldbro not going to have an easy time. They're still fending off this push from this team, but oh, there's a nice flash inside, and finally they do connect all four there. A Boss Fight is hungry for wins, is how I read that. Sharks swarming the blood in the water. They are up 3-0 on map 5 right now. Grenade, they are on the cusp of taking this EU-NA battle.
And now they just need to execute a good plan. Not just a decent plan, a good plan of getting in there. Because this is a hard uplink to get in, especially with this top tier level, because everybody's got their own little nooks and crannies they hide in, whether it be next to the refrigerator or in the bar on the shelves here. That's a nice little spot to be able to identify a market cross if we don't get a quick spawn. Like, there's lots of places they need to really keep an eye on to get inside this uplink and get enough utility deployed here. We gotta get close to get these utilities in, unless you take a 203, which is your only real option, I guess, unless you're a Quest baseball player, because you can throw like crazy on the Quest compared to PC. But there's so many little spots you gotta get a smoke grenade in to really make that effective. So we'll see how they're gonna execute this. They are leading in kills. 2 on Proteus, haven't connected at all. They're 0-3. Meanwhile, Mantis is 5-0 and Ligil is 4-1. Oh, I'm sorry, 4-0.
Yeah.
Just kind of shows their aggression is really paying off.
Yeah, Boss Fight is looking very good right now. They are shooting well. And I imagine that they're going to continue to play how they've been playing this round. They continue to stay locked in. Their offense has found early picks, but then they really have kind of put the brakes, like paused the momentum to really refocus and restructure as a team. And so I wonder how this push will look for Boss Fight. Again, up 3-0. Is it going to be that quick kind of stomp forward, or are they going to take things a little bit more methodically, a little bit more meta? It seems that there's nothing out of the ordinary so far, except for a relatively lack of coverage. Obviously, Pounds is holding this down, and so if Pounds goes down, then they will lose control of the East here.
Yeah, and looking over on Scooby, they do have the 203 for that smoke. They are trying to get closer in, it looks like, from the street. And the question I have for them right now is if they're going to try to go south, where there's more exposure that they can get that 203 accurately in on the base of the uplink. With the entirety of Proteus still inside the objective space with a flashlight, by the way, out. I love seeing flashlights. The defense is covering all the angles they need to make that very, very hard for Scooby.
Yeah, they
really
certainly
any
are.
angle that they're trying to come in is going to be very, very difficult for boss fight.
Admittedly, the south side kind of seems like the weakest coverage for this Proteus team, and so we'll see if Legel can make anything happen as we do finally get some shots coming in. The East Cross comes through.
One in the east building.
Sayonara and Mantis do make it past Pound's line of detection with a smoke grenade to assist, and Archer catches suplex. Boss fight up to an early lead, 5v4. Proteus on the back foot, need to win this round, and already things not looking great for them. Boss fight, maybe again, feeling that, smelling that blood in the water.
There goes Make It Great, opening the south up.
Echo 3, south side.
Goldbro is going to have to rotate around, or at least sit a little bit farther forward in the building to cover the southeastern or southwestern approach there. Down goes yet another Proteus, down 2-5. Sayonara coming in from the tank, getting another one. I think they were sitting in the blue room. Yep, they were. So now we have an eastern approach fully open as well, because Goldbro is got his back in the little bit of an alley, watching a very small angle from the south, not watching an angle that is needed really there.
Yeah, they need to kind of reshift their potential attention here. Although there is no smokes or anything coming up through the front, Peas hasn't heard anything. They do want to be cautious about their back as Sayonara does cross and could eventually be an element to challenge right inside this objective space. And ooh, they find a grenade on their downed enemy here that they could deploy onto the team.
There's one down at least from Goldbro. Despite the small angle being held, as we were saying, there is at least a down, but they're gonna have to confirm that kill to really make it worth their while. Here comes the smoke grenade. Scooby, Archer, and Sayonara all starting to collapse in on the uplink. Boss fight, looking to get this full win there, and Bees gets one with only a down. A second, a double. The TAR-21 blinded by their own flashlight at this rate. Archer is in the area. Sayonara not gonna stay quiet. Not gonna stay quiet here, as Sayonara can at least say, "Hey, Archer, they are nearby you on the side of the building here."
Smokes are almost working in Peas' favor as Archer rotates in through the smoke. Peas stays quiet, and they spring the trap on the back of Archer, but Archer finds the kill. Boss fight, take the win. They eliminate Proteus, and they advance on to the semifinals. The EU squad's doing it here today. And what a, I mean, doesn't get much better. Down to the map 5. It's what we dream of here on the Des. It's what we're looking for with this kind of great back and forth and Onward. And wow, what a hard-earned fight from Boss Fight.
Yeah, and that's another 4-0. They did 4-0 on Downfall, and they 4-0'd on Proteus's map choice of Bazaar. So clearly they had a Marsoc frame of mind and knowing how they're going to handle things strategically. Downfall was their pick, and they knew how to play it exactly the way they needed to. And then even on Proteus choosing this, they knew exactly, again, what they needed to do. It seemed like they figured out Proteus's style of play and figuring out... I really had a counter. I mean, they were able to counter almost every single time Proteus threw something at them.
Yeah, they really did just play good quality Onward here this afternoon, and that's what you expect from a winner at this stage. It requires good quality Onward. We still have one more game this today. It is the last one of the quarterfinals It will be going live in 2 hours time from now, but we are going to go into a break. We're going to cut the stream, and when we come back, it'll be live over at twitch.tv/VRMasterLeague, Facebook, YouTube, and Meta Horizon Worlds, where you can catch the final matchup of quarterfinals. Don't miss it. It's going to be a good quality game. I will be there alongside James, and maybe Grenade will have to see, but Grenade, appreciate you stopping in and hanging out for me with me this afternoon. It's been a great cast. My name's Ben, NightFiree with 2 E's, my co-caster Grenade Magnet. Appreciate all of you stopping by, and we'll see you all in 2 hours over at twitch.tv/VRMasterLeague. Until then, stay classy.